The foremost magic family in South Korea today is House Shin. Although the family has countless geniuses, the male lead, Shin Haru, the family's third young master, is still known as the most outstanding talent among them. The head of House Shin had extremely high expectations for this son. The pressure he placed on Haru's shoulders was to graduate at the top from Oberlist Academy, become the greatest mage, and lead the family. After all, ever since he was young, Shin Haru's talent had far surpassed that of his siblings, even surpassed everyone else. So it was only natural that the head of House Shin hoped his son would reach the pinnacle of magic. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and now Shin Haru was already a second-year student at the prestigious Oberlist Magic Academy. Unlike others, his process of casting spells was extremely lengthy. First, he had to focus his mana and go through 8 steps to form a magic formula. But before Shin Haru could even finish casting it, 2 AI wolves lunged at him and attacked. And just like every time before, he once again became the laughingstock of the other students, led by that annoying Beck Sahayok. Haha, you call that magic? Shin Haru, a washed-up mage who can't use AI in this day and age, should know his place. Magic isn't suited for someone like you, he mocked. Shin Haru still tried his absolute best. Even after being battered and injured, he refused to give up. However, because he exceeded the time limit for this monster subjugation test, he failed. Shin Haru's feelings were extremely complicated. It would be a lie to say he was not sad or angry, but at the very least, his spell-casting speed this time had become much faster than before. When he was deemed incompatible with AI, the head of House Shin quickly gave up his expectations for this son. He even gave Shin Haru a drug meant to destroy the mana circle in his heart. However, Haru had absolutely no intention of giving up on his dream. Even though the path he chose was traditional magic, something that had long since become obsolete. And the drawback was that Shin Haru could only learn those ancient forms of magic through books. While everyone else studied from electronic spellbooks, the piles of ancient magic texts had nearly filled Shin Haru's room and almost buried him alive. For good. So, on a fine day, Shin Haru decided to tidy up those books a little. Then, suddenly, he saw a strange book that he did not even remember buying. The book looked quite old, but it also appeared unusual and expensive. Curious, Shin Haru opened it to take a look. Inside, it was filled with incomprehensible characters. He only recognized a few words, Jebel-Bey-Tinio. That was the name of humanity's first great mage, the first emperor of the Magus Empire of Beitinio, and also the founder of magic. Since childhood, Shin Haru had read many biographies about this miraculous figure, and it had been a long time since he had encountered that name again. Shin Haru casually flipped through a few more pages. But then, something strange happened. The book suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, so bright that Shin Haru could not even hold it steady in his hands. Even more frightening was that afterward, Shin Haru heard an ethereal voice coming from the book. "O descendant who shares my constitution and can hear my voice, I, Jebel-Bey-Tinio, leave this book to you." Shin Haru widened his eyes in shock. Before this, he had never known that becoming someone unsuited to the times, unable to accept magic of the AI era, would actually be a heaven-sent blessing for him. Shin Haru had endured a great deal of humiliation. For example, he was the only one in class to fail practical training and had to take remedial lessons amid his classmates' laughter. Throughout his 2 years at the Magic Academy, Shin Haru had become someone who could only endure helplessly, and he had never imagined that one day he would encounter such an opportunity. One day after discovering the book left behind by Jebel-Bey-Tinio, Shin Haru still went to class as if nothing had happened. At lunch in the cafeteria, just as he found a corner and sat down, he heard a familiar voice from above him. "Eating alone again today?" Shin Haru raised his eyes, not seeming particularly surprised by the person who had just appeared. "Yeah, you're here," he replied. The newcomer sat down across from Shin Haru excitedly. "Oh, the food in your bowl looks pretty good too." His name was Jisoo-in-chan. He might look a little slow, but he was actually among the top 10 students and had reached the milestone of a 3-circle mage at the age of 18. It could be said that Jisoo-in-chan was quite a talented young mage. At the same time, he was also the only person Shin Haru could call a friend in this school that was no different from a prison. Jisoo Chan was the only one who treated him sincerely. His catchphrase was, "If anyone bullies you, tell me. I'll deal with them for you." After Jisoo Chan finished chewing the meat in his mouth, Shin Haru told him about the strange book he had found yesterday. It seemed to be about Jebel Beitinio, but from the third page onward, it was all blank paper. On top of that, it had emitted light and a voice. That was why he suspected someone had tampered with the book. Oh, they even used mechanical magic? That's quite an investment. So what did the voice say? Jisoo Chan seemed excited, though his mouth still kept chewing nonstop. Something like leaving magic to his descendant. That kind of thing. But if you don't have the same constitution, you won't be able to open the book, Shin Haru replied in a self-mocking tone. Oh, that's really interesting. Can I try? Jisoo Chan's voice rose sharply, proving that he was very interested in that book. However, Shin Haru's expression looked terrible, because it was true that from the third page onward, the book was entirely blank. But on the final page, it said that if he wanted to inherit the magic, he first had to enter the gates of death once. Specifically, he had to create a mana circle in his brain instead of his heart. Only when Jisoo Chan heard this did he stop chewing, and his expression immediately turned serious. Are you kidding me? Create a mana circle in the brain? How is that any different from telling someone to die? Hey, let me see that book. That night, the two returned to the dormitory of Oberlist Magic Academy, and Shin Haru took out the strange book for Jisoo Chan to see. The voice had said that only someone with the same constitution as Jebel Beitinio could open the book. But Shin Haru felt that it seemed more like someone's malicious prank, so he handed it to Jisoo Chan and asked him to try opening it. And as a result, Jisoo Chan, a guy full of muscle, was actually unable to open the book. It did not budge at all, as if it had been locked with magic. I don't know. Forget it. Just throw it away, Jisoo Chan said impatiently. I'm really sleepy. I'm heading back first. Good night. After he ran off, Shin Haru opened the book once again. Strangely enough, he opened it with ease. However, this time, another bizarre thing happened. A page that had previously been blank was now filled with ancient characters. At the same time, he heard the voice from yesterday coming from the book again. Descendant, if my guess is correct, you're using magic by forming a mana circle in your heart, are you not? For ordinary people, this is nothing unusual. But for you and me, that is not the suitable method. Having had the book hit the nail on the head, Shin Haru became somewhat flustered, and right at that moment, it also floated up, leaving his palm. There was no wind in the room, yet the pages kept flipping by themselves. The voice continued to ring out steadily. If you accept my will and are willing to become my disciple, then destroy the mana circle in your heart and create a new mana circle in your brain. After that, open this book again. Shin Haru was so tense that cold sweat covered his forehead. He still felt that this was someone's malicious prank, because that voice kept tempting him to create a mana circle in his brain. Mana, the source of magic, was a powerful poison to the brain. If it was allowed to enter the brain, the mind would collapse, and in the worst case, it would lead to brain death. This was knowledge every mage learned from a very young age. That was why at noon, Shin Haru had told Jisoo Chan that the final page of the book contained a few lines urging him to commit suicide. But in the end, Shin Haru could not figure out who was behind this book. Although many people at the academy hated him, surely they would only go as far as mocking him and would not take things to this extent, right? Shin Haru tossed the book aside and went to sleep. But that night, he tossed and turned endlessly, unable to fall asleep. Early the next morning, Shin Haru brought the strange book to a lecturer and asked him to help examine it. The teacher picked up the book and looked it over, only feeling that it was rather old. So how do you want me to examine this book? Well, teacher, you just need to open it for me. And could you check whether it has been sealed with magic? Sealed. A trace of confusion appeared on the lecturer's face. Shin Haru did not want to explain in detail what had happened between him and the book. Therefore, he could only make up a story, saying that a very strange rumor related to this book had recently been spreading through the academy. Paying attention to rumors like that isn't good for your studies. I'll help you examine it, but you should focus more on your schoolwork. The lecturer muttered, then focused on examining the book. But after studying it for a while, he did not discover even the slightest trace of magic on the book. The teacher returned it to Shin Haru, not forgetting to remind him not to pay attention to rumors and to study properly. Shin Haru carried the book back with extremely complicated feelings. He had hoped there might be some chance that this was only a prank. But even Jisoo Chan, a student with top-level magic power, and the lecturer could not open it. If so, then it was very possible that this book was real. That night, Shinharu sat before the book again and remained silent for a long time. Destroying the mana circle in his heart meant returning to zero, and creating a mana circle in his brain was far too dangerous. But because there was a chance this book was real, after hesitating, he still decided to risk it. Shinharu still kept the drug his father had sent him before. As long as he took it, the mana circle in his heart would be destroyed. He still clearly remembered the words the head of Hao Xin had said back then: set magic aside and focus on studying magical theory. His attitude had been cold and full of disappointment, completely different from the proud tone and enormous expectations he had shown before Shin Haru entered Oberlist. But Haru had no intention of giving up magic. Even now, holding that pill in his hand, Shin Haru still had no such intention. He only wanted to gamble, to follow what the book had told him. Shin Haru's hand trembled violently. He comforted himself by thinking that his life was already on the edge of an abyss anyway. If he did not take a risk, he would remain stuck in place forever. Then he resolutely put the pill into his mouth. He had even mentally prepared himself to lose his life today. The drug took effect very quickly. Shinharu felt pain spreading from his chest. The mana circle connected to his heart was shattering. This pain was like the death of a mage. And immediately afterward, Shinharu continued to carry out a forbidden challenge, circulating mana through his brain. The moment he circulated mana through his brain, the pain in his heart disappeared, replaced by a splitting pain in his head, as if struck by a hammer and lightning at once. It hurt so much that he wanted to hurry up and be reborn already. However, at the moment Shinharu thought he had given up, someone whispered in his ear, "Can you hear me, my future generation?" This voice was formed from mana, and Shinharu heard it very clearly. He also sensed light and darkness, heaven and earth, and the mana spirits dancing and whispering as they coexisted with the mana inside his body. The pain gradually eased, and he heard someone laughing, singing, as if bestowing a blessing upon him. After an unknown amount of time, Shinharu woke up and found himself sprawled on the floor. Above his head was that strange book. The sky was already bright, and he was still alive. Immediately, Shinharu opened the book. Today, another blank page had been filled with ancient characters. When he saw those lines, the voice rang out in his mind again, this time becoming clearer. Congratulations on completing the first step. Idris, that is the name of this book. From now on, your legendary story will begin through this book. I pass down all of my magic to you, the one who comes after me. No, I should say that I pass down all of my magic to you, my disciple. At that moment, Shinharu cried. It seemed his trash-like life had ended, and a brighter new chapter was about to begin. A few days later, Shinharu obediently went to class as usual, but instead of listening to the lecture, his eyes were fixed on Idris. New information gradually appeared on the blank pages of that book, all of it magic passed down to him by that mysterious master. Idris contained a great deal of knowledge, completely different from the current mage training curriculum. In the beginning, mana also possessed a will of its own. Therefore, for most people, when mana entered the brain, a massive collision would occur, leading to the destruction of this central organ. That was why, for the brains of most people, mana was a deadly poison. But Shinharu was different. The powerful will of his brain blocked the will of mana. In other words, not only was his brain not destroyed, it even mastered magical power. Perhaps that was also why he had a natural resistance to AI chips that interfered with brain functions. The fact that Shinharu kept staring at that book was noticed by the lecturer teaching the class. Although it was an eyesore to him, he did not criticize Haru directly. Instead, he chose to make a sarcastic jab. You all know that there will be a midterm evaluation for second-year students, correct? This year's exam will include a new rule. Starting now, students who fail to meet the standard will be forced to withdraw. When he said the words "forced to withdraw," his gaze was clearly fixed on Shinharu, and his smile was truly vicious. After that, he added that this rule had been personally proposed by the head of House Shin. After hearing this, the students in the class began discussing it noisily. A few troublemakers like Beck Sahyok were especially delighted. It's about time defective products were eliminated. And it seems there's one student in our class who's in real danger, huh? Shinharu knew perfectly well that they were talking about him, but he did not care. Right now, his mind was split into two halves. One half wondering why his father had proposed that, and the other half busy thinking about the book. After class ended, he went out and found a virtual training center. Shin Haru wanted to practice his new magic on his own. It was just that renting a simulated training center in the city was truly far too expensive. For example, this place was the cheapest, yet it still cost 200,000 won per hour. But even so, Shin Haru still had to grit his teeth and pay, renting a training room for 1 hour. After the staff member handed him the room card, their gaze seemed to scrutinize him as they thought to themselves, "Isn't this person Shin Haru, the third young master of House Shin? The son of an aristocratic family is considered incompatible with AI. How unlucky." By this time, Shin Haru had already changed into training clothes and begun the simulated training. The first mission was to subdue wolves. Compared with the 2 wolves from the previous test, Shin Haru's opponents this time were an entire pack. Although they were only virtual reality technology, their ferocity and attack power were still real. Wolves were low-level monsters, but fighting 10 at once like this was not an easy matter. And the average completion time for the wolf exercise at the academy was 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Now, Shin Haru would practice the knowledge written in the book Idris every day. That was the only way for him to improve. This was the first time he drew power from the new mana circle that had appeared in his brain, and it was far stronger than Shin Haru had imagined. Seeing the water element magic surge endlessly, he was so moved that his hands trembled. "This is amazing, isn't it? Is this my true power? I can't believe it," Shin Haru murmured. While other mages could only use AI magic by circulating their mana circles through their hearts, he could circulate his mana circle throughout his entire body by using his brain as the core. Thanks to the infinite circle, Shin Haru's magical power, which had been suppressed all this time, was finally released. He let his power burst out recklessly, as though making up for the frustration he had endured over the past 2 years. "My disciple, do not be amazed by things of this level. You still have a long road ahead of you. The infinite circle is merely the foundation of Beitinio-style magic, which is the control of magic through images in the mind. This is the first book of Beitinio-style magic." By now, Shin Haru had grown used to the mystical voice coming from that book, and he wholeheartedly followed the guidance of its owner. That person had said that intention was the first step of Beitinio-style magic, and Haru had used his mind to master the circulation of mana throughout his body, as well as release it outward as magic. 1 hour passed very quickly, and Shin Haru left the training center. A staff member entered the training room. He had just vacated to clean it up, while also wanting to see how the fallen genius Shin Haru had trained. As a result, the statistics that appeared before him left him speechless. Shin Haru had taken only 6 minutes and 37 seconds to complete the wolf subjugation exercise. This was clearly a level fit for international competition. How could someone incompatible with AI set a record like this? Is this garbage machine broken again? The staff member snapped, kicking the machine hard. Meanwhile, Shin Haru was on his way back to the academy, whistling cheerfully as he walked. He knew that today's result of 6 minutes and 37 seconds was the beginning of a legend of a new era. And that legend was none other than him, Shin Haru. However, the process of learning magic from Idris was not entirely smooth from start to finish, because the records within it were completely different from the magic he had learned since childhood. For example, mana is the hands and feet, the heart and the mind moving according to one's will. Shin Haru had to find enlightenment on his own through such vague words. It was as if an idea were hidden behind a transparent curtain, as if he could touch it but could not grasp it. In magical research, this sensation was called the Wall of Enlightenment. When a mage reached the limits of his magic, that also meant he had reached the Wall of Enlightenment. This was true in every era. Therefore, Shin Haru decided that from now on, he would focus on circulating mana through his entire body, just as it was written in the book Idris. When he regained his focus, he realized he had been circulating mana for 10 hours. Normally, if an ordinary person did that, they would certainly be exhausted or, in more serious cases, lose consciousness. Strangely, however, Shin Haru did not feel tired at all. He had begun circulating mana at dusk, yet when he opened his eyes, it was already morning. Shin Haru sluggishly went to class as usual. As soon as he left the dormitory, he saw Jisoo and Chan, looking fresh and energetic, rushing toward him. "Good morning, Haru. Why you look so drained? Are you all right?" Although Shin Haru was basically fine, constantly remaining conscious of his mana circulation truly was not easy. He wanted to get used to the mana circle in his brain as quickly as possible so he could use it proficiently, but this was genuinely exhausting. The age of 12 marked the point when Shin Haru opened his second mana circle. People began calling him a prodigy, and the head of House Shin placed great expectations on him because of it. However, now he had returned to the starting line with his first mana circle in his brain, uncertain of what the best path ahead might be. Shin Haru knew that breaking through the wall of enlightenment was necessary in order to progress in magic. His father had told him that many times back when he still held expectations for him as a child. Then, suddenly, Shin Haru recalled a certain saying. Perfection is nothing but a chain. Perfection is a lie born from human arrogance. It was as if hundreds of light bulbs had switched on inside his head at the same time. Perfection? Shin Haru felt as though he had touched upon the key. And so, immediately after class that day, he returned to the dormitory and began circulating mana. This time, Shin Haru no longer did it aimlessly. He had begun to feel it. Mana was the hands and feet, the heart and mind moving freely according to will. At last, his mind was liberated, and instant magic that required no incantation was successfully activated. AI magic used short spell phrases to form magic. Its casting method had consistency, but the approach recorded in the book was to liberate one's thoughts. The magic that Shin Haru now mastered, however, was different. It was a type of magic that could freely change form, a structureless magic with no visible formula. After awakening this ability, Shin Haru felt utterly exhausted, yet also extremely excited. He could not believe that, even though he had only opened his first mana circle, he could use this impossible kind of magic. He was gradually breaking through the wall of enlightenment and reaching a higher level. Another night passed, and the next morning, while Shin Haru was sitting in the lecture hall, a lecturer came to inform him that a visitor wanted to see him. If Shin Haru's guess was correct, his father had come, and indeed, he was not wrong. "It has been a long time, father," he spoke first. The response was an icy gaze, incredibly distant. Father and son sat across from each other on the sofa, the atmosphere so tense it seemed frozen. After a long while, the head of House Shin finally spoke. "You're still attending school. It seems you have not taken the medicine I sent you. Have you?" "Yes, that is correct," Shin Haru answered. He did not want to reveal his encounter with Idris, so he softened his words and avoided the details. "But recently, my magic has improved." Shin Haru's tone was extremely serious, but his father could not accept it. Ever since his son had proven incompatible with the AI chip, he had felt that Haru becoming a capable mage was nothing but an empty dream, and this time was no exception. "Shin Haru, you have wasted a year, and it is time for you to face reality. No matter how hard you work now, or what you may accomplish in the future, as long as you reject AI magic, you will never become a true mage," Shin Haru's father said bluntly. However, his son's unique talent was still something he had to acknowledge. That was precisely why he had gone out of his way to come here this time, to advise him once more to give up trying to become a mage and return to the proper study of magical theory. That way, even as an outcast, he would still be able to make use of his talent. "I have said it before, and many times already, that I will not give up on magic. I do not want to live an ordinary life dependent on the name of father's family. What I want is to become the next head of House Shin." Shin Haru's voice was filled with determination. If this had been the old him, when he said those words, his father would certainly have supported him. But now, the head of House Shin knitted his brows tightly and stared at his son with a stern expression. Becoming a great mage, or the head of House Shin, is not something you can achieve through ambition alone. "Do not worry, father. I will prove it." The word "prove" nearly made the head of House Shin laugh. "Prove it? Are you talking about barely meeting the Academy's test standards and avoiding expulsion?" "No. In this standard examination, I will place in the top 10. And if I fail, I will leave the Academy and devote myself to the study of magical theory, as father wishes. But if I succeed, I want father to regard me as a talented mage and promise to support me with everything you have." Shin Haru's father did not know where his confidence came from, but he no longer wanted to say much. He put on his cloak and stood up, which could be considered his silent acceptance of this agreement with his son. A few days later, the lecturer announced the method for this examination: one-on-one duels in an elimination format. This method was quite new because the students were used to eliminating monsters. The examination would begin in 3 days, and starting from the round of 16, outside companies and members of the Magic Tower would attend as spectators. Shinharu did not even need to look to know that Baek Sahayok's group was laughing at him. They were surely thinking that if it was a duel, he would be eliminated in the very first round. However, this change in examination rules happened to align perfectly with Shinharu's wishes. Now was the time to show everyone his true ability. During the break that day, students throughout the academy began buzzing about the midterm assessment. Of course they did. Aside from a novelty of the new examination rules, the fact that people from the Magic Tower were coming was enough to excite them. That meant students who performed well would receive media attention. After all, the Magic Tower was an organization made up of 12 high-ranking mages from around the world, possessing power equivalent to an entire nation. Joining the Magic Tower was every student's dream, and Shinharu was no exception. "Hey, defective product." An irritating voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts about the upcoming examination. Shinharu did not even need to look to know the owner of that voice was Baek Sahayok. He had come with a few other unpleasant students to make trouble for him. This guy was the very model of someone with too much time and comfort on his hands. He was the son of an upper-class family, but his personality was unbearable. His favorite thing was bullying his classmates, especially Shinharu. "Defective product, how have you been? I heard I'm your opponent in the first match of the midterm assessment. I'm sure you know you're done for, right?" Shinharu had never wanted to make enemies with anyone. However, this guy's attitude truly was an eyesore. He also kept repeating that he would get revenge for what happened 5 years ago, leaving Shinharu able only to sigh helplessly. 5 years ago was when the finals of the junior-level Magic tournament had taken place. Back then, Shinharu had beaten Baek Sahayok so badly that he cried on the arena stage, and Baek Sahayok had held a grudge against him ever since. After Baek Sahayok learned that Shinharu was incompatible with AI, he harassed him endlessly in order to vent the hatred he had carried for back then. Yet not only was Shinharu not angry, he actually found the other boys so childish that it was pitiful. Even though Haru did not respond, Baek Sahayok kept talking nonstop. "Didn't the teacher say that anyone who fails to meet the standard in the midterm assessment will be forced to withdraw? Should I beat you to a pulp until you get expelled? What will you do after that? Cry and run home?" As he spoke, Baek Sahayok burst into triumphant laughter, while Shinharu remained silent. If he was Haru's first opponent, then Haru absolutely could not miss this golden opportunity. It was the perfect chance to let everyone see his skills. Isn't that what's going to happen to you?" Shinharu finally could not hold back his sharp tongue and smiled mockingly. Those words reminded Baek Sahayok of his humiliating defeat 5 years ago, and his expression immediately darkened. It seemed Baek Sahayok had not expected that someone like Shinharu, who could not even implant an AI chip, would dare say such things. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he began laughing madly again. "Has this idiot gone insane? Have you lost your mind? You still don't understand the situation? You stupid defective product. What exactly are you hoping for?" Baek Sahayok did not mind humiliating Shinharu in front of everyone. But he did not expect that Haru was different now, and that his confidence had a solid basis. Shinharu also did not mind striking back at him with a fatal reply. "Oh, 5 years ago, you were just as noisy, and you lost to me miserably. It seems you still haven't improved at all after 5 years, have you?" That sentence stabbed straight into Baek Sahayok's weak point, making him tremble with rage. Shinharu maintained that infuriating expression, even calling him the weak mage Baek Sahayok, which sent him into a fury as he lunged forward, grabbing Haru by the collar. Shinharu remained extremely calm. After brushing the other boy's hand away and straightening his collar, he continued, "Someone who lives in the mud like you probably cannot understand this, but only those standing high above can temporarily fall. And once someone is a genius, he will always be a genius. I hope you can remember that." After saying that, Shinharu dusted himself off and walked away, leaving Baek Sahayok grinding his teeth in rage. He swore that in the examination 3 days later, he would definitely crush Shinharu and burn him to ashes. The very next day, Shinharu saw the first article about him, titled "The Grand Return of a Genius. Can House Shin's Fallen Genius. Shinharu rise again despite adversity?" Shinharu immediately guessed that Baek Sahayok had hired someone to write the article with the goal of drawing as much attention to him as possible. so that Baek Sahayok could defeat him amid the public's hopes for an upset. This time, however, Baek Sahayok would probably be disappointed. In fact, he had even helped Shin Haru attract media attention. In this midterm assessment, the more people looked forward to the genius's return, the more beneficial it would be for him. Just then, Shin Haru's father called his phone. Haru immediately guessed that he wanted to mention the article. "Yes, father, I have read today's article. You do not need to worry." Shin Haru spoke first. The person on the other end of the line was silent for a few seconds. "Did you arrange this?" "Yes. I provoked Baek Sahayok in order to attract public attention." The head of House Shin was somewhat speechless. He truly could not imagine where his son had gotten so much confidence. As for the agreement from the other day, Shin Haru's father had not agreed to it because he trusted his son, but because doing so would not bring any loss to House Shin. In reality, he had never expected Shin Haru to win, and because that article might bring disgrace upon House Shin, this phone call had come today. "The public already thinks I have been expelled from House Shin. Even if I bring shame, the impact on the family will be very small." Shin Haru interrupted his father, "But considering the benefits gained, I believe this is worth it." The person on the other end of the line gave another cold snort. "Benefits? If you win, what benefit would House Shin gain?" "Me," Shin Haru replied confidently. "The greatest mage ever born from House Shin and the strongest family head in the history of the house. Father will gain the greatest leader House Shin has ever had." Shin Haru did not hide his ambition in front of his biological father at all. Seeing that Haru's ambition even surpassed that of the master of the magic tower, his father could say nothing more. He merely gave a warning before hanging up. "If you're acting this aggressively, yet still bring only disgrace to the family, then prepare yourself to face the consequences." 3 cold beeps sounded. But Shin Haru was not sad, nor did he feel wronged. Now the stage had been set. He believed that in just a few days, his father's attitude toward him would have to change completely once again. After another day passed, the day of the midterm assessment finally arrived. Just as Baek Sahayok had said, he was Shin Haru's first opponent in this duel. As soon as the two sides faced each other, Baek Sahayok smiled mockingly. "Well, defective product, did you like the article I wrote? They call you a prodigy, don't they? You've been famous ever since you were little, huh? I can't stop laughing when I think about how funny you'll look when you lose, because you can't cast a single spell." Despite the other boy's efforts to attack him verbally, Shin Haru remained completely calm. "Is that so? I think the one who will lose is you. As for the article, thanks. Thank you for always flailing around in front of me. But in truth, I don't care at all about a nobody like you. So I'll finish this quickly, and you shouldn't hold back against me either." Baek Sahayok was left speechless, then put on an expression of disbelief. He felt that Shin Haru had truly gone insane. As for Shin Haru, in front of everyone watching at the time, he had boldly declared that he would defeat his opponent using only his first mana circle. Oberlist Academy's arena was enormous. Below the stage, Baek Sahayok faced Shin Haru with eyes filled with bloodlust. After Shin Haru's bold declaration, he even seemed to have lost his reason entirely. So, after the referee blew the whistle to begin the match, Baek Sahayok quickly struck first. However, the moment he swung his hand and the magical AI window appeared, 2 attacks were launched at the same time. This was Baek Sahayok's signature magic, Bombardment. There was no denying that it had tremendous destructive power. Shin Haru tilted his head to the side, dodging it smoothly. Seeing this, Shin Haru even activated his 3rd mana circle. It was still the same bombardment magic, but the accumulated effect of the attacks was powerful enough to blow away half the stands. Dust and smoke billowed up, and everyone present fell silent. Only Baek Sahayok's laughter echoed throughout the arena. "Haha, this is what you get for trying to act arrogant, you stupid piece of trash." However, the scene that unfolded afterward made his jaw drop in shock. Shin Haru was completely unharmed. There was not even the slightest scratch on him. His opponent's rage flared up again, along with 3 mana circles. Baek Sahayok launched 3 attacks at the same time. This time, they were smoothly neutralized by Shin Haru's water element magic. Baek Sahayok's eyes widened in astonishment. His special bombardment magic had actually been blocked so easily? How strange. At that moment, inside the observation room, a young mage could not help muttering after seeing the way Shin Haru acted. Even though it's only first circle magic, he can cast it that quickly. "Why did you change your schedule at the Blue Magic Tower just to watch this academy match? Do you know something about Shin Haru's magic?" the girl beside him asked. "No, I simply read an article about the prodigy's return, so I came here out of curiosity. The other person let out an oh. So he was also just a spectator who liked watching drama unfold. But even so, if word spread that the master of the Blue Magic Tower, an 8-circle mage, had come here to watch a second-year student's match, it would definitely cause an uproar. That was right. This man who looked extremely young was none other than Kim Kong-in, master of the Blue Magic Tower and an 8-circle mage. Of course, he knew that he should not appear openly, which was why he was secretly observing from the VIP room. As the two of them were talking, the door to the VIP room opened as well. Kim Kong-in turned his head, and an excited smile appeared on his face. "Oh, you're here too?" Meanwhile, down in the stands, Baek Sahyok's resolve had begun to waver. At first, he had been very confident, but after his bombardment magic was nullified, he began to grow anxious. Not only had Shin Haru defended successfully using only one circle, but his casting speed was also abnormally fast. So how could Baek Sahyok not be worried? "What's wrong? Are you curious about my casting speed?" Shin Haru asked smugly. Provoked by him, Baek Sahyok lost even more of his composure. Just like before, he attacked with all 3 circles at once again, and the power even far surpassed the previous attack. But it was still ineffective. Shin Haru was still completely uninjured. Having dodged enough, Shin Haru launched a wind element attack, although Baek Sahyok managed to avoid it this time. The fact that his opponent could skillfully use 2 elemental systems at the same time made him even more flustered. "Do you really think you can defeat me with only first circle magic?" Even so, Baek Sahyok still refused to back down verbally. Yeah, of course. Naturally, Shin Haru did not lose to him either. His calm reply nearly made Baek Sahyok cough up blood from anger. This time, Shin Haru summoned a wind spear again. Baek Sahyok successfully created a shield to block it. But Shin Haru's casting speed was so fast that when the first spear was neutralized, he swiftly created a second wind spear to ambush him from behind. This spear tore Baek Sahyok's sleeve. He was now pitifully panicked. The stands were utterly silent, holding their breath as they watched the two of them clash. "You bastard, what did you do?" Baek Sahyok shouted. You still don't understand? Do you want me to show you again?" That infuriating smile appeared on Shin Haru's face again, and at his fingertip, a current of wind element magic was waiting to be unleashed. "What is that thing? Is that really Wind Spear?" Wind Spear shouldn't have a double shot attribute. Watching Shin Haru attack like a storm, Baek Sahyok began to have no idea what to do. "It really shouldn't, but I can do it. Block this. This time there are 4 shots." That was the reason Shin Haru had said from the start that he would defeat his opponent using only 1 mana circle. Because if one of his mana circles could fire in several directions at once like this, who could possibly withstand it? Baek Sahyok still tried to struggle by creating a shield. However, he only blocked 3 of the wind spears, while the remaining 1 flew toward him in a curved trajectory and stabbed straight into his back. Seeing his opponent in such a miserable state, Shin Haru was extremely pleased. "Your calculations aren't bad, but are you sure you only want to stand there and daze? After all, the match has only just begun." He had absolutely no intention of giving his opponent any time to rest. Wind spears were launched one after another, catching Baek Sahyok completely off guard. He began retreating in order to create distance, because mana and mana range had limits. Baek Sahyok believed that as long as he maintained enough distance, those troublesome attacks would not be able to reach him. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated, because immediately afterward, Shin Haru gathered his smaller attacks together, creating a huge and violent wind spear. Seeing this from inside the VIP room, Kim Kong-in could not help exclaiming in admiration. "Oh, not only does he cast magic instantly, but their trajectories also change and merge in midair. What kind of magic is this?" Lord Shin and Hyok. As it turned out, the person who had just entered the VIP room was the head of House Shin. Shin Haru's father, the mage Shin in Hyok. As the head of House Shin, he was also an 8-circle mage, and compared to the masters of the magic towers, his magical power was not inferior in the slightest. Shin and Hyok had remained silent all this time, but Kim Kong-in and the girl standing beside him kept exclaiming in admiration. That was because the intricate magic Shin Haru was using was clearly ignoring the rules of open-source magic. Speaking of this so-called open-source magic, take a reverse attack, for example. If the target is more than 38 meters away, the magic cannot reach the target. And if the trajectory has already been changed once, it cannot be changed again. In other words, open-source magic is only effective according to its predetermined effects. Therefore, in modern one-on-one magical duels, it is like a game of intellect, where each person tries to predict the other's moves using known spells, and flexible responses are the key to victory. But the Beitinio-style magic Shin Haru was using was completely different. It ignored the limitations of modern open-source magic, forcefully driving his opponent into a corner with no way out. Baek Sahayak had now been knocked down onto the ground. He kept panting heavily, unable to believe that he was truly struggling against his opponent's first circle. "You look down too much on one circle mages, Sahayak." Shin Haru slowly walked over, then crouched down so his eyes were level with his opponent's. "Even if you squeeze yourself dry using third circle magic, one tiny technique is enough to take someone's life." "What are you talking about?" Baek Sahayak felt all the hair on his body stand on end, but he had no strength left to run away. At that moment, Shin Haru summoned water element magic again. Water spheres floated in the air, seemingly harmless. But then they wrapped around Baek Sahayak, surrounding his head and making him unable to breathe. Seeing Baek Sahayak nearly drowning on dry land like this, the stands became even more silent. Even though he was wearing the Academy's combat uniform, protected by a safety barrier spell, it was useless now. That was because Shin Haru's attack, though simple, was aimed straight at his head. The outcome of this battle was already clear. The referee immediately blew the whistle to end the match and declared Shin Haru the winner. Only then did Shin Haru withdraw his magic, and Baek Sahayak, unconscious, was helped inside. Shin Haru knew very well that every gaze in the stands was fixed on him, and it had been a very long time since he had enjoyed this feeling. The feeling of once again becoming a true mage really was wonderful. After this battle, Kim Kong-in and his secretary also left. Indeed, the match just now had completely lived up to his expectations, and Shin Haru had also successfully aroused the curiosity of this young mage. Shin Haru was also given a temporary rest. Jisoo-chan was so excited that he nearly wanted to jump on him. Although he had always treated him sincerely, he had long since grown used to Shin Haru's poor performance. He had never expected that one day he would see him make such a powerful comeback. "Your magic just now was amazing. How did you train it?" He spoke excitedly, waving his hands and feet as he reenacted the battle just now. "Your wind spear flew over here and then over there, and the magic could merge and split apart again. It was seriously mystical. Do you want to know?" "But my magic is a secret," Shin Haru answered playfully, because he felt that he should not reveal to anyone the things he had learned in Idris. After that, Shin Haru took out his phone and showed his best friend the article ranked on the front page with the headline, "The Return of the Genius." The article also included a video interview from right after his match ended. In the video, the reporter interviewing him voiced the curiosity of many people. What exactly was the magic Shin Haru had just used in the battle, and why could he cast it instantly like that? You're asking about changing or combining the trajectories of Wind Spear, right? I'll answer those questions for you. Before Shin Haru even had time to speak, another voice interrupted. It was Kim Kong-in. He was so excited that he had even appeared publicly and shown up in this interview. Then Kim Kong-in walked over and familiarly put his arm around Shin Haru's shoulders. "I watched your recent match, and I was very excited. I believe you used it, didn't you?" The fourth circle spell engraving. Shin Haru did not answer, while Kim Kong-in demonstrated that magic in front of all the reporters. The engraving spell he mentioned was a spell that mages used to prepare the main incantation in advance, so they could cast it instantly when needed. In other words, as long as there was an engraving, instant magic casting was possible. "Then why isn't such a useful spell widely used?" the reporter continued asking. "Well, because engraving also has its weaknesses. It can only activate spells that are lower than the user's level by 3 circles. So Haru, am I right?" "Yes, that's right," Shin Haru answered, even though what Kim Kong-in said was completely wrong. but it just so happened that he did not know how to explain Beitinio-style magic, and Kim Kong-in had appeared exactly when he needed him, so he might as well go with the flow. Then does that mean your current level of skill, Haru, is fourth circle magic? The reporter asked again. That's right, I'm certain. Kim Kong-in was so excited that he answered before the person involved, and Shin Haru did not refute him either. Thus, this became the day's hottest scoop. Shin Haru, at such a young age, had opened his fourth mana circle. That level could be said to rival the records of the Tower Masters. And since this information had been confirmed by the master of the Blue Magic Tower, the press doubted it even less. And so, afterward, everyone believed that the prodigy Shin Haru had returned with 4 mana circles, while in reality, he only had a single newly opened circle in his brain. After watching the interview video up to that point, Jisoo and Chan asked half-believingly, half-doubtfully, Haru, are you really a fourth circle mage? Shin Haru did not answer right away, because the interview was still continuing. The reporter was still curious about how he had ignored the rules of open-source magic, attacking beyond the permitted range while also changing the direction of his attacks more than twice. This time, even Kim Kong-in was stumped, seeing that he did not know how to explain it. Shin Haru stepped forward himself. Allow me to explain. Ignoring the rules of open-source magic is actually extremely simple. I improved the magic formula. After hearing these words, Kim Kong-in was so shocked that his eyes widened. Improving a magic formula? He felt that this was impossible. Improving a magic formula was no different from adding a flying function to a car. It was not something that could be done easily, especially not by a young man like Shin Haru. Therefore, he felt that Shin Haru was lying. But immediately afterward, Shin Haru demonstrated that skill in front of everyone, making them exclaim in amazement. And Kim Kong-in was no exception. As the master of the Blue Magic Tower, he was extremely curious about this young man. He was not someone compatible with anyone, so no one could know for certain what his future would become. And if the magical improvement Shin Haru spoke of was true, then this would surely be a magical revolution. And from today onward, the entire mage community would be shaken by this. After listening, Jisoo and Chan's expression became even more doubtful. Improving magic? Should I believe that or not? Yeah, believe it, Shin Haru replied. Well, anyway, congratulations on your victory. I'm heading back to the dorm now. I need to adjust my condition a little, because tomorrow I'll be facing a tough opponent. The next day, Shin Haru was able to witness the tough opponent Jisoo and Chan had mentioned. Jisoo and Chan was undeniably a talented mage. But when he faced this person, he still struggled greatly and ultimately could not avoid the outcome of defeat. That person was Adela Starrett, a genius born between 2 families, House Starrett from France and the Hyeon-soo family of Korea. Adela's magic was very special, and the main reason was the moon system's secret art of the Hyeon-soo family. She fought Jisoo and Chan with extreme ease. The match ended without Adela even breaking a single drop of sweat. Shin Haru sat in the stands, also carefully observing that beautiful back and long golden hair. Her power was a secret art that combined light and darkness, creating radiant moonlight that shone amid the quiet night. This secret magic was not registered within the scope of open-source magic. Whether its distance, power, or attributes, everything about it was a huge question mark. Therefore, he knew that facing her would be very difficult. And right at that moment, Adela also turned her head and looked straight toward the stands. That cold gaze made Shin Haru truly wonder whether she was looking at him. In any case, the match was already over. Shin Haru went over to give Jisoo and Chan some water, and while he was at it, to comfort him a little for having run into that female demon so early. While the two of them were happily teasing each other, she suddenly appeared behind him, as if summoned by the mention of her name. Shin Haru, I heard that recently you've returned to being a true mage. The reason I enrolled in this academy. I hope you'll help me remember it. Shin Haru was no stranger to this girl. They had known each other long before enrolling in Oberlist Academy. House Shin and the Hyeon-soo family had always had a very good relationship. Because of that, he and Adela had had the chance to meet at many events. But if their relationship had to be described in one word, it would be rivals. Adela had even given up studying in France and enrolled in Oberlist Academy just to surpass him. But ever since he was judged to be incompatible with anyone, She had been so disappointed that she stopped speaking to him. Shin Haru being branded incompatible was not only a major event in his life, but also a huge shock to Adela, who had lost the rival she had been striving to overcome. Now that he had just made his return, she was already showing this fiery fighting spirit. "Adela, I'm not worthy of being your goal," Shin Haru said, scratching his head. Since they had not spoken in so long, he felt strangely awkward facing Adela. "We'll only know that once we fight," Adela replied coldly, then turned and left. But Jisoo and Chan began to worry. "Hey, Haru, are you sure you're ready?" "Ready for what?" Shin Haru replied vaguely. "Are you asking because you really don't know? Your next opponent is Adela Starrett." Shin Haru's face went blank for a moment. Oberlist Academy really was ruthless, arranging for him to fight the #1 seed in only his second match. They had one day to rest. The next day, Adela appeared in the arena with a completely expressionless face. Shin Haru, however, was nowhere to be seen. In the stands, several impatient people began targeting him, maliciously claiming that Shin Haru had been so scared he had run away, and that his numbers from yesterday's match had only been fake data. In yesterday's interview, he kept talking about his transformed magic, but in the end, it was all just talk. He probably realized he couldn't beat Adela, so he withdrew in advance. They chatted smugly among themselves. In the arena, the referee kept glancing at the clock impatiently, just as he was about to declare that the waiting time had expired and award Adela the win by default. Shin Haru finally came rushing in, flustered and out of breath. "Sorry I'm late," he said while panting heavily, looking as if he had overslept and sprinted all the way here from the dormitory. The referee showed him no leniency. He did not care why Shin Haru was late, nor did he give him time to catch his breath. He immediately blew the whistle to signal the start of the match, as if punishing him for arriving late. As for Shin Haru, he steadied his breathing very quickly and calmly faced Adela. But she was very curious about why he had been late. "It's nothing important. I was just making some preparations," Shin Haru answered, then began opening his infinite circle. "You're pretty strong, Adela, so I had to prepare thoroughly if I wanted to beat you." "You prepared it in a single day?" Adela asked doubtfully. That was because she could sense that the Shin Haru standing before her now was completely different from yesterday. At the same time, Adela was filled with anticipation, wondering whether she would get to witness the true power of the person standing before her. The signal to begin had barely sounded when Adela, just like Beck's Sahayok, tried to gain the advantage by attacking first. But compared to that amateur, she was far calmer and more stable. Adela's magic created 6 barrels of firepower, all of them firing toward Shin Haru. In response, he used wind element magic to block them. Adela did not grow impatient. Next, she used earth needles to attack. When she cast this spell, the ground split open, and sharp-looking stakes shot up from below at extraordinary speed. Shin Haru retreated at frightening speed, then executed a beautiful somersault in midair, dodging all the needle-like stakes. Adela immediately continued her assault from above, certain that her opponent would not be able to block this strike. Seeing the aerial attack aimed at him while he was defenseless in midair, Shin Haru truly could not help but admire her. This girl was indeed flexible, and of course, most people would think he could not dodge it, but he was different. To everyone's horror, Shin Haru created a defensive shield spell right in midair. Adela's mouth also fell open when she saw Shin Haru turn the shield sideways and use it as a foothold. His confident, lofty bearing, along with that utterly unique way of using magic, was completely worthy of the title of genius. And this fighting attitude has forced Adela to consider using the Hyen Su family's moon system secret art. She wanted to win this match at any cost. As for Shin Haru, he knew that in order to face this girl, he had to use everything he had, even if it meant plucking the sun itself into this battle. Shin Haru stood high above, his back to the sun, but Adela, below him, was dazzled by the light when she tried to see her opponent clearly. She vaguely realized that an attack from Shin Haru was being activated, forcing her to defend as tightly as possible. Immediately, Adela used magic to create a large shield. At that very moment, Shin Haru jumped down from above, holding a wind element sword in his hand. He slashed hard at his opponent's shield, but had no effect. That was because his opponent had been cautious enough to use third circle defensive magic. After his attack failed, Shin Haru temporarily retreated to widen the distance. At that moment, Adela seized the chance to counterattack. However, when she was about to make her move, she discovered that Shin Haru had somehow already bound both her legs. The shock on her face could not be hidden. Thinking back to just now, when Shin Haru had landed, his left hand had touched the ground. Could he have cast a leg-binding spell at that very instant? If so, then that speed was so fast that Adela's eyes could no longer keep up with her opponent's movements. Unable to attack, she had no choice but to continue creating a great shield. But Shin Haru had no intention of attacking head-on. He circled around to his opponent's side, then used water element magic to form an arrow and fired it at Adela without hesitation. At that moment, she was still busy using magic to destroy what was binding her legs. Meanwhile, Shin Haru created several waves of water arrows to attack at the same time. Fortunately for Adela, she destroyed the leg-binding magic in time, then created a shield to block this wave of water arrows. Although she was struggling so hard that sweat poured from her, Adela still felt that Shin Haru was easy to deal with. That was because she had watched his interview yesterday and also believed Shin Haru to be a fourth circle mage. If he used engraving magic to chant continuously, then he could only use first circle spells to attack. And first circle magic could not defeat her. Just as Adela was absorbed in those triumphant thoughts and reinforcing her shield magic, an arrow descended straight down from above. Right behind her back, Adela's eyes widened in horror. Hadn't Shin Haru only created 3 water arrows just now? Then when had this wind spear been activated? Feeling the burning sunlight overhead, a theory flashed through Adela's mind. Could Shin Haru have hidden the wind spear within the sunlight? Just like many years ago, Adela collapsed beneath Shin Haru's arrogant gaze from above. Did you forget who you're facing? Adela stared. Today, Kim Kong-in and his secretary had also come to the arena to watch Shin Haru's match, and his sharp battle instincts once again left them astonished. It seemed that from the moment he dodged Adela's Earth Needle attack, everything had already been clearly planned. By flipping into the air to evade the Earth Needles, Shin Haru had justified his ability to stand high above by turning his shield into a platform. After that, he hid his figure in the sunlight, restricting his opponent's vision as much as possible. Next, he set up layered wind spears, then landed to draw Adela's attention. Finally, when Shin Haru made Adela believe that his real technique lay in the Earthbind, he released the precast wind spear to thoroughly eliminate his enemy. The entire process unfolded smoothly and seamlessly, without the slightest mistake. And now, Kim Kong-in understood why Shin Haru had been granted the title of First Circle Archmage. With only 1 magic circle and First Circle magic, he could still defeat an opponent stronger than himself. However, even with this performance, his father, head of House Shin, was still not satisfied. But in the end, it is still only First Circle magic. Look, no matter how carefully he calculates, or how well he uses the terrain, he still cannot deliver a finishing blow. Just as he said, First Circle magic could not completely bring Adela down. And now, she had stood up once again. Head of House Shin's eyes were filled with disappointment, and even in front of an outsider like Kim Kong-in, he bluntly criticized his own son. He cannot win. Adela has not used that magic yet. Down in the arena, Adela's emotions were extremely complicated. Shin Haru's impressive performance just now reminded her of the past, before the incident in which Shin Haru was deemed incompatible with anyone when the two of them had fought intensely. Because of that impressive display, Adela decided to use her full power. Shin Haru did not seem surprised by the current situation either. It's finally here. The ultimate moon system magic. The secret art of the Hyen-Su family, moonlight. The floor beneath their feet cracked apart, and Adela summoned countless magic circles. Haru was also pushed back by this terrifying force, while those circles radiated dazzling light. At the same time, inside the room, Kong-in, Sue, and one other person were observing the match. He spoke up and asked In Hyuk, who had just risen from his seat, "Are you leaving, sir?" He replied calmly, "The match is over. There is no need to keep watching." Just then, unexpected noises rang out from outside, making both of them turn to look. Sue's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Kang Yin looked down below, his expression filled with shock. That is, immediately afterward, the door to the room was also pushed open by Su Chan, who stepped inside in panic. Adela, standing in the arena, was also stunned. This is impossible. Before her eyes, Haru was still unharmed, with a magic circle behind him. He extended his hand forward and slowly spoke. Volcano. Adela's face was full of disbelief as she stared at the flames approaching her. Second circle magic? Haru's gaze was confident. I told you. I was late because I had to prepare to defeat you. Adela replied, the limit of engraving is only first circle magic. She frowned and asked, have you surpassed the fifth magic circle? Haru did not answer. He simply looked straight at Adela and smiled. His memories rewound to the previous night in the dormitory of Oberlist Academy. Haru was sitting cross-legged on his bed, staring intently at a book. He frowned and thought seriously. Adela isn't someone I can beat with only first circle magic. My fighting style is not suited to countering the Moon System's secret art. He opened the book with a frustrated expression. At first, I thought I would wait until I had completely mastered it before overwhelming her. Haru read the contents written inside and realized, on Idris's newest page, if I can truly control Violet Dawn. He flipped through the pages of the book. It says to infuse energy into the magic circle on the next page. Following the instructions, Haru turned to the next page, where a type of magic was drawn along with the words, this magic circle will take you to a new level. Seeing that, he wondered, is it some kind of mechanism? Haru raised a finger and decided, I'll try it. No need to hesitate. The moment he touched it, the book emitted a dazzling light. Haru looked at the glowing object beneath his hand and exclaimed in surprise. As the light grew stronger and stronger, he had to pull his hand back. Damn it, it's glowing again. Inya. Haru raised his hand to cover his eyes and shouted. The next second, the light gradually softened, but he vanished without a trace. Haru frowned, then slowly opened his eyes again. He had now entered a space that looked like a library. Haru looked up at the golden light overhead. Where am I? A clear voice suddenly rang out. Welcome to the first trial page. A girl wearing a black and white dress appeared in midair and introduced herself. I am Alpha, the guide and administrator of the first trial page. Haru asked in confusion. The first trial page? Alpha answered, that's right. After saying that, she spread her arms. This is the first trial page inside the book I dress. Hearing that, Haru was stunned. Inside the book, he thought to himself, so I wasn't instantly transported to some distant place. I'm really inside the book. Haru gave a strained smile. Unbelievable. Alpha began to explain, in this trial, I will test whether your Violet Dawn is truly complete. She directed both hands toward him. The trial instructions will be given once it begins. Alpha continued, if you pass, pages 18 through 31 will be updated with information about second circle magic. Haru rubbed his chin in thought. So I have to clear the trial to obtain information about the next magic circle? She asked. The explanation is complete. Shall we begin the trial? He clenched his fist with determination. Of course. Let's begin right away. Alpha placed a hand over her chest and bowed. Understood. In an instant, her entire body rose high into the air. Then, let the first trial begin. Alpha closed her eyes, and her whole body shone with golden light. Below her, Haru pressed his lips together nervously, watching as her body gradually dissolved. I didn't think she was human, but I never expected her to be a magical entity. And a voice spoke. I will now explain the trial. Surprise showed clearly in Haru's eyes. This is the professor's voice. A stone of countless colors flew into his hand. The name of this crystal is Light System Mana. It is an incomplete crystal made from 4 unevenly mixed attributes. Haru looked up blankly. Your task is to completely purify this crystal. He lowered his head, his thoughts drifting. Completely purify this crystal? Haru observed the crystal in his hand. Light System Mana was an extremely fragile crystal that required extremely careful mana control. He pondered. Inside this crystal, 4 types of mana exist in a chaotic state, and now I have to purify it. Haru thought to himself, it's like asking me to separate sand, salt, sugar, and pepper from a fine mixture. Then he analyzed the situation. This is not simple at all. Usually, only those who have mastered minds I can purify it. Haru curled his lips into a smile, his eyes filled with confidence. But this is going to be interesting. Suddenly, his pupils flashed with blue light. Mind's eye. Haru looked down at the crystal, where many colors were mixed together. In an instant, those colors separated into their own categories. The crystal emitted a ring of light around it. He shut his eyes tight and told himself, focus. The boundaries between the lines of light became clearer and clearer. Haru gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the stone. Immediately, the crystal lit up, releasing a surge of energy that blasted him away. Haru leaned against the bookshelf and thought, if the mana fluctuates even a little, it creates a shockwave. They're sending out warning signals. He took down a book from above his head to shield himself and analyzed it. Even if I try to separate the mana, they've blended together so deeply that they're almost impossible to split apart. Haru braced a hand against the floor and gave a mysterious smile. But I've come up with an idea. I'll keep trying, no matter how long it takes. He recalled the experiments that followed, no longer knowing how much time had passed. I kept trying to purify it again and again. Even the slightest lapse made me start over from the beginning. I repeated it countless times. After a long while, he finally held the purified crystal in his hand. And then at last he succeeded. Light system mana. That voice rang out once more. Congratulations on passing the trial, heir. Drenched in sweat, Haru happily looked into his palm. The voice continued, you have Mastermind's eye. I will update the book eye dress with the second circle, the technique for creating a resonant circle. A few seconds later, he was lying on his beloved bed. Haru's face was filled with astonishment. I'm back. The magic circle on the book also vanished. He picked up the book. All right, I finally get to learn how to weave a second circle magic circle. Haru's expression turned serious. Before the next match begins, I absolutely have to master second circle magic circles. With that thought, he glanced at the book. The next day, at the match venue, Adela was waving her hand and casting moonlight. Streams of light slowly descended. She swung her arm again, controlling the spell. The magic circle immediately emitted a powerful light that struck straight at Haru. Suchan, watching the match, was extremely worried. Damn it, Haru's done for. Adela closed her eyes and calmly flipped her hair. The match is over. She thought to herself, I never imagined he could become this strong in such a short time. Adela's eyes slowly opened as she sank into thought. Haru, just what kind of person are you? But it's over. The genius I once looked up to is no more. But at that moment, strange sounds suddenly rang out behind Adela. Confused, she turned around. What is that sound? Haru's pupils flashed. Second circle, activate resonance. A blazing red magic circle appeared behind him, along with two flames in his hands, with shadows covering his eyes. Haru raised the purple flame, combined the two infinite circles. He clasped his hands together, and behind him appeared a pair of hands with sharp claws. Haru held both hands out before him. With free will, he opened his eyes wide. Become my limbs. The expressions of Kang In and head of House Shin, who were standing above, both stiffened. Suchan and the commentator gaped at the same time. What is happening? Before her eyes was the sight of Haru controlling the two hands to block the stream of light Adela had created. He pointed forward. Volcano. Seeing that, she took a few steps back. Defensive magic? A giant gun appeared above Haru's head. First resonance version. Adela's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. She looked at the fireballs being fired in rapid succession. No, I can't block this. Adela raised her hand and allowed the streams of light to enter her body. Then she smiled faintly, her gaze very gentle, and declared, You've returned. Once again, you are the goal I strive toward. At Haru's command, the gun fired endlessly at the spot where she stood, and dust rose from the arena floor, forcing people to cover their noses. The cloud of dust gradually cleared. Adela, after taking that attack, was still standing there. Head of House Shin and Kang In never took their eyes off the match. A few seconds passed, and she collapsed powerlessly. Haru watched her lie unconscious on the ground. He was exhausted as well, unable to hold himself up, and sank down where he stood. The referee's voice rang out. Match over. The winner is Haru. In the room, Kang In spoke again to head of House Shin, who was striding away. Are you leaving? He answered in a low voice, I have another meeting. Kang In glanced at him as if he understood. I see. Then he casually put his hands into his pockets. You really aren't very good at lying, are you? As he finished speaking, Kang Yin's gaze swept over Haru, who was happily celebrating. A while later, after the match ended, everyone gradually left. Haru took off his jacket and complained, "I'm exhausted." Then he remembered. The second infinite circle synchronizes its resonance with the mind's eye circle to amplify magic. And moon system magic is a type of hybrid magic. Haru thought, by combining the range of light magic with the potential of dark magic, and by adjusting the intensity of the dark element, I can narrow the attack range. And I countered moonlight with advanced dark magic. After all, moon system magic is a secret art unique to the Heinsu family. Not just anyone can use it, but by observing the summarized structure of the spell, I successfully controlled pure mana. The resonance circle lets me analyze magic from a more unique perspective. The process of purifying light system mana also trained my mana control. With that thought, he raised a hand to his face. If not for those factors, defeating Adela would have been almost impossible. Haru suddenly noticed that everyone was talking excitedly. Kang Yin smiled as he adjusted his glasses and walked toward him step by step. Kang Yin stopped in front of him and spoke. "Hey, Haru." Haru looked up at him blankly and let out a small sound in response. Haru stood up in surprise. "The master of the magic tower?" Kang Yin looked straight at him. "I came because I want to talk to you, Haru." A while later, Haru and Kang Yin were sitting in a private room. Kang Yin's manner was gentle. "Sorry for disturbing you when you need rest. I watched your match. It truly was excellent." Haru replied politely, "Thank you." Kang Yin adjusted his glasses and got straight to the point. "I'll ask directly. Haru, have you reached the 5th magic circle?" Haru was immediately stunned to hear Kang Yin say that. He pondered. "Come to think of it, I used second circle magic in the match. The tower master of the blue magic tower must think I used engraving. If I use second circle magic, then of course a third circle mage or higher would mistake it for me having reached 5th circle magic." Haru waved his hands and hurriedly explained, "No, I haven't reached the 5th circle." Hearing that, Kang Yin's voice suddenly rose with interest. "I see. Then how were you able to use second circle magic?" Haru felt awkward when he saw the excitement plainly showing on Kang Yin's face. If I say it was visual magic, he probably won't believe me, right? Kang Yin rubbed his chin. "If it's visual magic, that would be the variant magic you mentioned in your previous interview, correct?" At that moment, the image of Haru confidently demonstrating it last time flashed through his mind. Haru immediately agreed with Kang Yin's thought. "That's right. It was variant magic." Haru thought, "Let's just leave it at that." He gave an awkward smile. Even so, reaching the 5th circle at the age of 18 is unbelievable. This would cause an uproar throughout the world. And later, when I use third circle magic, it'll definitely cause trouble. Haru told himself, "For now, I have to hide this." Kang Yin wondered again. Visual magic truly is amazing. But what about the second circle magic? His gaze rested on Haru as if he wanted to see through everything. Haru was flustered by the sudden question as well. I improved engraving." Kang Yin cried out in surprise when he heard that. "You improved engraving?" Then he immediately stood up. "That really is the only way," Kang Yin exclaimed as he walked over and struck an imposing pose. Truly impressive. His pupils suddenly turned red, and he reached out as if he were about to make a move against him. But unexpectedly, he turned 180 degrees and cheerfully placed his hand on Haru's shoulder with a smile. "I am impressed. I never imagined you would even improve engraving's weakness." Haru's voice was a little bewildered. "Thank you." When Haru raised his head to look, he suddenly noticed the red eyes. Kang Yin's expression had now turned serious. His red eyes were fixed on Haru. Haru pressed his lips together, looking tense, as if afraid Kang Yin would discover something. In an instant, the entire room fell into silence, along with a suffocating atmosphere. A few seconds passed, and the corners of Kang Yin's lips curled upward again. His red eyes faded, and the hand pressing down on Haru also withdrew. No doubt about it. Kang Yin turned away, trying to glance back at him as he finished speaking. "There are no traces of mana from a 5th circle mage. Now I'm certain." He smiled brightly. "Just as you said, Haru, you still haven't reached the 5th circle. I'll take my leave now." Kang Yin raised a finger and lightly pushed up his glasses as he made an announcement. "I'll explain everything to the press. The Ruby Demon Eye has verified it." Hearing that, Haru hurriedly stood up. He bowed in farewell until Kang Yin's figure disappeared behind the door. Haru remained in that posture in silence for a long while. He straightened up and brushed back his hair. Thank you. Please get home safely. Even now, Haru still found it hard to believe. I can't believe the Tower Master used the Ruby Demon Eye to confirm it. He thought, the Ruby Demon Eye of the Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Kongyin's demon eye can see through the essence of mana and is considered the strongest clairvoyant demon eye in the world. Haru wondered, did I get away because the Tower Master didn't catch me? His thoughts became firm. Beitinio-style magic is my greatest secret. I can't risk revealing it. The next day, at the arena, the commentator shouted, match over. The announcement of the result rang out again. The winner is Haru. His expression did not waver at all, as if he had just passed through the match with ease. Haru turned around and prepared to leave when a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Wait. He reflexively turned his head to look. Adela, Haru asked curiously, I thought you had to be out for about 4 hours, but you're already back. She replied softly, yes, I'm fine now. He put a hand on his hip. So what is it? Adela hesitated for a moment. It's nothing major. I wanted you to give me your thoughts on our match. Her cheeks reddened, and her gaze turned evasive. There's still the final, after all, so if you're tired, we can talk later. Haru cheerfully accepted. No need. Let's talk now. He continued, reviewing will be useful for me too. Follow me to the waiting room. When Adela received his agreement, her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the person walking ahead and thought, just like the previous match, there isn't much I can learn about strategy and magic usage. Someday, I'll also. Adela clenched her fist with determination. Someday, I want to become like that too. Haru awkwardly scratched his head. I can feel an incredibly intense heat behind me. At the same time, inside an extremely spacious and luxurious room in a skyscraper, a girl was watching Haru's image through a screen and muttering to herself. Haru, I thought it was over. Sei turned back in irritation. Brother, are you just going to leave Haru alone? Jihan gave a faint smile. What else can we do? Hearing that, Sei grew even more flustered. What if they bring Haru back home? Do you remember what happened a year ago? You know better than anyone. Sei's voice was filled with unwillingness. Do we have to experience being treated like that all over again? Seeing Sei's intense reaction, he sighed. Don't worry, Sei. Jihan looked at the screen showing Haru receiving the trophy. He spoke contemptuously. A year ago, that brat might have been a genius, but now he's just a piece of trash who can only use second circle magic in a real match. Jihan curled his lips into a sneer and glanced at Sei beside him. You watched his match too, didn't you? Sei shouted angrily. But brother, everyone keeps going crazy over how amazing he is. He approached and draped an arm over Sei's shoulder. Listen carefully, Sei. Jihan began to reassure her. All of his recent opponents have only been around the level of third circle students. Against a fourth circle mage, he could easily defeat them. But Haru has a fatal weakness. He isn't compatible with open source magic. He's only barely managing to compensate for that by using tricks and low-level techniques. Contempt was clear in his eyes. In the end, Haru is still far inferior to an ordinary fourth circle mage. After all, his skill level is far too low. Sei also tried to make herself believe those words. So that's how it is? I thought so too. Jihan was determined to drag him down completely. It's true. No matter how hard he struggles, he'll still end up crawling on the ground. He calmly raised his glass and drank. Someone incompatible will always be incompatible. Sei bit her nails, still somewhat worried. What if he ends up threatening the position of the next head of the family? Sei's words made Jihan's eyes waver slightly. Immediately, the coffee cup in his hand shattered. A dangerous look also flashed across his face. We can deal with it later. It won't be too late. The sky gradually turned red as sunset fell. At the competition venue, a few people were still standing on the arena floor. One contestant suddenly collapsed and fainted right there on the ground. Seeing that, the referee blew the whistle. Match over. The loudspeaker announced, the champion of the second-year midterm exam is Haru. Immediately afterward, the entire audience rang with praise. The genius has returned. Amazing. So cool. Everyone there focused their gaze on Haru, as expected of House Shin. Incredible. He stood on the arena floor with a bright smile, waving to the audience and fully enjoying the cheers. A forbidden art that surpasses open-source magic. Haru really is a genius. Then Suchan quickly ran down. Haru, you were so cool. He grabbed Haru by the shoulders and shook him repeatedly. You really did it. Everyone recognizes your skills now. Congratulations. Haru couldn't bear that excitement and cried out, Suchan, calm down. A few meters away, some people still spoke mockingly, unable to accept it. What's with that guy? Without forbidden arts, he's nothing. Jiangsu also walked over happily. Congratulations, Haru. As your homeroom teacher, I'm very proud of you. Suchan asked excitedly, Teacher, are you going to treat us to celebrate Haru's victory? Haru sighed helplessly. Suchan, please. Hangsu laughed loudly. I was already planning to invite all of you. No need to ask. Hearing that, Suchan threw an arm around Haru's shoulders and jumped for joy. Great, awesome. Let's go. Come with us. Haru spoke up. Wait. His expression looked as if he had no other choice. Sorry, I really want to go, but I have an important meeting. Suchan stepped back in shock. Oh, come on. His voice was full of regret. What kind of party is it without the guest of honor? Haru waved goodbye. Sorry, it really is important. The next second, he hurriedly left. Sorry, Suchan. Haru rushed out to the main road. I have a very important promise I need to keep. He kept a determined expression and looked straight ahead. Haru walked to the car parked nearby, and the driver spoke. We have been waiting for you. He spoke respectfully. Young master. The driver bowed slightly and gestured toward the inside of the car. The head of the family is waiting for you. I will escort you to the main house. By the time the car arrived at the mansion, it was already dark. Haru stepped out of the car and stood before the huge door. He faced the house. It's been a year. Haru remembered the time since he had been deemed incompatible with open-source magic. After opposing his cold father and moving into the academy dormitory, Haru had never once been allowed to set foot in the house. He pushed the door open and entered the main hall. Haru looked around the space. Nothing had changed. Everything was still just as he remembered it. He quietly took one step after another across the cold floor. Haru suddenly stopped in front of a room. Thinking of Shin In Hyok's distant expression, he tensed up and clenched his hand. His father's study. Haru stared straight at the room. At last, he had returned here. He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the wooden door. Shin In Hyok was sitting at his desk at that moment, frowning. His gaze still held the same sharp coldness. Shin In Hyok's icy voice rang out. Komein. Haru entered the room and bowed. It has been a long time. He lifted his head slightly and met the man's eyes. Father. Shin In Hyok closed the book he had been reading and said, Seat. His tone was indifferent. I once thought you were nothing but useless. As Shin In Hyok spoke, he recalled how Haru's spell casting had been 20 times slower than average, how the slightest mistake would cause his spell to fail, and how he had been unable to cast multiple spells. He stopped behind Haru. Back then, you were the most typical example of a piece of trash who could not fight. Shin In Hyok placed his hand on the back of the chair. But everyone still thought you might have some other special talent. So I had you switch to studying open source magic in order to draw out your potential to the fullest. Without looking at Haru, he said, Of course, I did not expect much from it either. I merely regarded it as the last option of someone driven into a corner. Haru answered clearly, I understand, father. Shin In Hyok remembered a recent news article. He has returned, the one once called a genius, Haru, though he was incompatible with open-source magic. Many people are now questioning whether Haru's recent performance in the Oberlist Academy midterm exams marks the beginning of his rise. The entire country is beginning to pay attention to him as the youngest son of the prestigious Shin family. At the age of 5, Haru mastered first circle magic. By the time he was 7, he had mastered dual casting. Haru, once considered the pride of a famous family with a long history in the vast magic stone business of the Shin group, had been expected to inherit the position of family head, but he failed and disappointed both his father and the public. He turned his back to Haru. Furthermore, I read the article from the biggest site. I saw it as a good opportunity for you to regain your honor after your previous failure. However, Shin In Hyok's voice carried a trace of pride. You exceeded even my expectations despite that incompatibility. The image of Haru at that time surfaced in his mind, creating transformation magic. Shin In Hyok extended his hand toward Haru and emphasized each word. This time you won, Haru. The corners of his mouth rose in a smile utterly unlike his usual cold expression. You are worthy of being called a true mage now. Hearing that, Haru widened his eyes, as though he could not believe he had received that acknowledgement from his father. Immediately afterward, Haru shot to his feet. Thank you, father. Shin In Hyok declared. From now on, the family will devote all its efforts to nurturing you. He continued, instructing him. If you need anything, tell me. I will also approve your return to House Shin. Shin In Hyok pointed at him, his voice filled with trust. As the legitimate successor to the family head, bring glory to our family. Haru smiled brightly, determination clear in his eyes. Shin In Hyok raised his index finger. And there's one thing I want to remind you of. He warned, if I discover that you are delaying or slacking off in your training. Shin In Hyok placed his hand on Haru's forehead, his stern voice mixed with astonishing pressure. I will destroy your magic circle. Haru nervously clenched his hand. As expected, this was the overwhelming aura of an 8-circle mage. Terrifying, truly, but this was also his final chance. Haru forced himself to remain calm and looked straight at him. Yes, father. Shin In Hyok returned to his chair and asked in a low voice. Then what is your goal? Haru asked back. Are you asking about my goal, father? He repeated once more. Yes. You once wanted to become the head of House Shin, did you not? Shin In Hyok's expression was serious. Jihan, Seiei, Jin Hyok, Minji, at present, you are the weakest compared to your siblings. Haru placed a hand on his chest and answered firmly. I already told you before, father. The only goal in my heart is to become the head of the family. That is all. First, I will make everyone remember my name. Shin In Hyok asked in puzzlement. How will you do that? Haru's hand touched a newspaper on the desk. By participating in the World Academy Olympiad taking place 2 months from now. Contestants from all over the world will be there. He curled his lips in a confident smile. And I will bring home the gold medal. Haru thought to himself that the Olympiad for mages was held every year and always welcomed mages under the age of 20. Also known as the Magic Olympiad, it drew the attention of the entire world on par with professional tournaments. Shin In Hyok suddenly spoke. However, our country's best result so far was only a silver medal won by Kim Kong-in, the master of the Blue Magic Tower. He recalled the image of Kim Kong-in receiving the award that year, his voice doubtful. And you intend to win the gold medal? That does not sound realistic at all. You think so too, do you not? Haru replied, yes. That is why I want one condition. Shin In Hyok was curious. A condition? Haru made his request. Yes, for the next 2 months, stop my older brothers and sisters from interfering with me. Hearing that, Shin In Hyok exclaimed, how bold. You are using something nearly impossible to obtain in exchange for temporary protection. He thought to himself that ordinarily, he would refuse such an unreasonable request. Then he suddenly smiled with anticipation. But this time is different. The next day, at the academy dormitory, inside a room, numerous books were scattered messily across the floor. Sunlight from outside slipped through the window and fell upon Haru, who was sound asleep. The rays woke him, and Haru rubbed his eyes, wondering, did I fall asleep again? He sat leaning against the bed and reflected. After I returned from seeing father, I started looking over the requirements for the second trial. I passed the first trial, but to reach the 3rd circle, I have to pass the second trial. Right now, I have no idea where to begin. The only thing I know is resonance. In other words, I have to increase my compatibility with magic, the most difficult stage of the 2nd circle. Haru opened the book. To pass the trial, I have to touch this and control mana according to the principles of resonance. He placed his hand on a page covered in incantations. One little trick I know is that I need the ring of judgment and the ring of resonance to connect as efficiently as possible. The handwriting is awful. Haru stretched out his hand and began practicing. Is it like this? 2 magic rings were created by him in an instant. A few minutes passed, and Haru was once again absorbed in his research. Suddenly, he sighed. I should take a walk and clear my head. A little while later, in the city center, Haru had changed into different clothes and was strolling leisurely by the lake. That's right, taking a walk once in a while really is relaxing. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air. After eating breakfast and taking a relaxing walk, I feel like I understand resonance a little better now. While Haru was relaxing, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. Hey, watch out! He reflexively turned his head in that direction, but a white object was already flying straight toward him. Haru was struck squarely in the face by a plastic bag. The girl ran over and asked after him, Are you all right? Haru was lying on the ground, clutching his face and crying out, That hurts. He lifted his injured face. Hey, seeing the worried girl in front of him, he was surprised. Adela. Some time later, the two of them were walking together. Haru asked in confusion, Anyway, why did that plastic ball fly toward me? Adela hesitated a little. Well, she imagined what had happened earlier. I was happily swinging it around because I was about to drink banana milk, and then it flew away. Haru replied, I see. Adela awkwardly lowered her head. I'm sorry. Haru lightly shook the milk bottle he was holding. It's fine. Thanks to you, I got to drink banana milk too. But do you still only drink this? She opened the plastic bag filled with milk and showed it to him. Of course, it's the most delicious drink humanity has ever created. Seeing that, Haru could hardly believe it. That's way too much. At that moment, the sky was exceedingly clear. Adela began, I heard you went home. Haru smiled and answered honestly, yeah. I returned to the magic tower yesterday. Hearing that, her expression brightened. That's good. You still want to become tower master, right? Haru was slightly stunned by Adela's question. Did I say that? She remembered the two of them when they were young. Yes, we talked about it before. Haru rubbed his chin. No, I don't dream of that anymore. Upon receiving that denial, Adela was shocked. What? Have you accepted reality? She murmured sympathetically. Well, considering the Tower Master has so many outstanding siblings, becoming the head of the family won't be easy either. Seeing Adela talking to herself, Haru asked, what are you talking about? He smiled faintly, his resolve unshakable. My dream is to become a master of magic and stand at the pinnacle of the entire mage world. Ambition flashed in Haru's eyes. No, of the entire magic tower, he emphasized. That is my goal. Adela exclaimed. The pinnacle of the entire mage world. That's an incredible goal, beyond anything I imagined. She smiled brightly. As someone following you, it feels intense. At night, countless glittering stars filled the sky. In the vast magic tower, Sei was biting her nails non-stop, her clenched hand trembling. Unable to hold back, she slammed the table. Brother, Sei questioned him. Aren't you worried at all? Jihan remained calm, arms folded. Father must have his reasons. Immediately afterward, however, he frowned in thought. I cannot believe he would set such conditions. Jihan recalled what had happened earlier in Shin and Hyok's study, when he had asked, Father, why did you call us here? His expression had been serious. I know your personalities well, so I order you not to touch Haru for the next 2 months. When Jihan and Sei heard those words, it was like a bolt from the blue. Unwilling to accept it, Sei shouted, Father, why? In contrast to her impatience, Jihan managed to remain calm and stopped Sei. Father, may you tell us the reason? Shin and Hyok explained. You both know that Haru officially returned to the Magic Tower yesterday. He is still a minor and has been away from the family for a year. Therefore, I think it is necessary to give him 2 months to adjust to the family. The two of them were deeply dissatisfied, but they did not dare oppose him. Shin and Hyok rubbed his temples. Especially since the two of you will certainly observe him closely and look for ways to compete for the position of family head. Jihan pressed his lips together tightly, trying to suppress the fire blazing within him. He forced a gentle smile. Yes, I understand, Father. Is there anything else? Shin and Hyok turned his gaze out the window. That is all. You two must be tired as well. Go and rest. Back in the present, Sei saw that her brother had been silent for a long time and urged him, Brother, why did you leave without saying anything? As if he had realized something, his expression quickly changed and the words caught in his throat. Blue veins bulged on Jihan's forehead, and at that moment, he looked extremely ferocious. Damn it, I cannot accept this, Jihan analyzed. Jin Hyok and Minji have no interest in fighting for the position of family head, so I understand why they were not called to the meeting. But leaving Haru alone, just because he has been away from home for a year, if this were Father from before, he would have told us to endure it. He would have said that a 1-year gap meant one lacked the qualifications to be the heir. Besides, protection for minors only applies until the age of 16, before the open-source magic engraving process. In other words, at 17, he is already beyond that scope. He angrily grimaced. Then why? Why would he say that? Sei's face suddenly showed panic. Could it be that Father already? Jihan hurriedly dismissed Sei's thought. No, that's not it. Haru still hasn't proven enough to Father. Sei wondered then why. He thought to himself, perhaps he saw some kind of potential. Jihan made his judgment. Either Father is interested in the mysterious system Haru has mastered, or perhaps Father and Haru made a deal. After hearing that, Sei became even more anxious. A deal? What kind of deal could it be? Sei angrily ruffled her hair. That's right, Father wouldn't make that kind of decision. How troublesome, Sei asked irritably. Should we call back everyone we sent to monitor him? Yan sighed. Probably, unless they believe they won't be discovered by the Shadow Guard. He thought. The Shadow Guard, Father's direct intelligence unit, operates as the tower's secret force. An elite team specializing in infiltration, information gathering, and escort missions. There is nothing they cannot do. Jihan informed Sei. To be clear, I have withdrawn all surveillance following Haru. Sei asked softly, worry in her eyes. Brother, what are you planning to do? He glanced at her without answering. I'm going out first. Jihan strode away. Gritting his teeth, his face gave off a sinister air. Even if Sei agreed, sitting still for 2 months was not his style. If Haru has made some kind of deal with Father, then it is somewhat risky. I will have to visit the Black Tower. A warm morning at Oberlist Academy. Jiangsu proudly said to the entire class, the midterm exams are over. You all did well. First of all, our class has the honor of having the top-ranked student. Let's give him a round of applause. Amid everyone's praise, Haru slowly stood up. Shin Haru. The teacher approached and handed him a prestigious certificate. You achieved first place nationwide. Congratulations. Haru politely bowed and answered briefly, thank you, sir. Jiangsu looked at him with gentle eyes, then spoke in a serious tone. Because you achieved first place, you must maintain that position for the next 2 months and participate in the Academy Olympiad. Haru showed no fear, determination appearing in his eyes. Yes, I was planning to do that as well. When Haru returned to his seat, a few people began throwing out mocking remarks, denying his achievement. Winning with illusion magic and acting all high and mighty, the two of them leaned close to each other and whispered bitter words. 2 months? He'll fall in rank within a week. Exactly. An outcast can only go that far. Haru ignored those sarcastic words. He slowly sat down in his chair, looking calm as if nothing had happened. Suchan stretched guidedly. It's finally over. He grumbled to Haru in annoyance. Why do we have 8 whole periods of nothing but theory? At least tomorrow is all practical classes. Suchan was about to keep talking, but before he could finish complaining, Haru lightly punched him in the chest in a teasing way. See? I told you to exercise. Suchan collapsed to the floor, pretending to be wronged. Seeing that, Haru merely glared at him. Are you really a mage, you weakling? Suchan's face was now dark with irritation. He ran after Haru, intending to tease him, but received only cold waves of Haru's hand in response. You magic failure. Now you can't even mess around with magic anymore. If you're mad, try surpassing me. Suchan angrily ground his teeth. One day, I'll become stronger than you and punch you. Haru quickly turned around and smiled faintly. Really? Then after dinner, let's go to the training room for a change of pace. Suchan's face went blank, and he gave no response at all. Haru glanced at him indifferently. What's with that attitude? Suchan avoided his gaze and hesitated. Well, I'd like to, but I can't right now. Haru crossed his arms, his attitude somewhat displeased. If you don't want to, just say so. Suchan stepped closer and placed a hand on Haru's shoulder. No, let me be honest. It's not that I hate training. I just hate training with you, got it? Those words left Haru stunned. Suchan lowered his head and let out a dissatisfied sigh. To tell you the truth, I'm a little scared. His voice echoed beneath the blue sky. At the Oberlist Academy training room, Haru was training like a madman, while everyone else stared at him in astonishment. As Haru trained, he silently cursed to himself. What the hell are you doing, Junho? I told you training was more important. Everyone in the training room was shocked by Haru's formidable stamina. Who is that? Can a human even lift that much weight? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Isn't that Shin Haru, the second year who placed first on the midterms? Haru paid no attention to their whispers. He calmly set the barbell down, then slowly left the training room. His mind was still filled with thoughts about the balance between magic and physical strength. I got so focused on mastering Beitinio-style magic that I neglected physical training. I almost forgot about it completely. Haru took a sip of water and suddenly recalled the knowledge he had read in the books. Even Idris's book stated it clearly. It said, the infinite circle flows throughout the body and is linked to the body's physical constitution. A strong body and a powerful magic circle create synchronization that improves efficiency. After that, he moved on to other exercises such as running and dumbbell training. Each time he trained, he reminded himself that he had to master both magic and exercise in order to optimize his physical strength. Back at Oberlist Academy, the ferocious Black Panthers were staring at Haru as if he were their prey. Haru was facing a difficult practical combat challenge. He was surrounded by 3 huge, powerful Black Panthers. They bared their fangs, raised their claws, and lunged at him as fast as lightning. Haru deftly stepped back, avoiding those dangerous attacks. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Haru immediately used his spell to counterattack. However, the Panthers were not easily fooled. They coordinated with one another and nimbly avoided his counterattacks. In that life-or-death instant, Haru lowered his body, causing 2 of the Panthers to fail to stop in time and crash painfully into each other. Then Haru gathered his power, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Volcano! The flames quickly swallowed the unlucky Black Panther. The remaining one tried to flee, but it could not escape its destined fate either. The battle ended, and an announcement rang out through the hall. Shin Haru has completed monster practical combat training. Jiang Su slowly observed and analyzed the results. The result is, after carefully checking the outcome, he nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, full marks. Haru smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, sir. While sitting down to rest, he stared intently at his hand. Haru began to drift into thought. Thanks to the infinite circle, my physical abilities have also improved by 1.5 times. He lightly clenched his hand, calculating silently. If I can reach the 3rd circle, I'll become even stronger. I need to strengthen the infinite circle as quickly as possible. After that, Haru closed his eyes and slowly sensed the energy gradually surrounding him. At that moment, he was in an extremely focused state. The energy surrounding him grew stronger and stronger. The will circle and the resonance circle pushed both types of mana into circulation throughout his body. Haru was not only sensing the energy rings, he was also controlling them. Here, he adjusted the vibration frequency and rotation speed of each circle to 12.25% and 4.63%. The will circle and the resonance circle began to change their angles. They gradually drew closer to each other, then increased the purity of the will circle's mana by 8.9%. As the 2 energy rings nearly merged, Haru encouraged himself inwardly. Just a little more, but at that very moment, the process seemed to stop. He gasped for breath, sweat dotting his forehead. Haru's eyes were filled with exhaustion and frustration. 99% synchronization. Even if I try it hundreds of thousands of times, I can't reach that final 1%. But then he quickly regained his composure and lightly clenched his fist. Still, I'll succeed in raising my mastery of the magic circle no matter what. The sky gradually turned to night, and clouds drifted everywhere on the wind. As Haru walked quietly down the road, he suddenly sensed a faint murderous intent lingering behind him. At first, he thought it was only his imagination, but the sensation of being watched kept repeating persistently. So Haru decided to act. He sped up and ran forward. A dark figure ahead was silently watching him. As the distance closed, that figure suddenly charged in and threw a malicious punch. Haru reacted with lightning speed and quickly dodged to the side. His eyes flashed with suspicion and caution. "Who are you?" When he saw the familiar face, Haru froze for a moment. "You?" He called out the person's name in surprise. "Baek Sayuk." Sahayok said nothing and simply rushed in to attack Haru. But thanks to his sharp reflexes and natural composure, Haru continuously avoided those attacks. That very agility made Sahayok even more furious. "You're good, all right. Good at dodging like a rat." Ignoring his opponent's provocation, Haru sat down, removed his earphones, and spoke lightly. "What's this? You're not going home for the weekend?" Then he looked up, undisguised pity in his eyes and a hint of mockery in his voice. "Ah, it's not that you're not going back. It's that you can't go back, right? You're under probation, so even if you want to go home, you can't, can you?" Hearing that, Sahayok trembled with rage. "Shut your mouth before I kill you." But Haru only gave a faint laugh, still wearing an indifferent expression as though he were teasing him. "Haha, you used your family's power that much, and this was the result? Even if it weren't because of probation, I wouldn't go home either. It'd be too embarrassing." Haru's behavior at that moment was exactly like the way he had teased Sahayok before. Humiliated and enraged, Sahayok unleashed firepower to attack Haru. "Shut up, you useless bastard." Haru could not believe he dared to do that. Is that bastard seriously planning to attack me with that? Using magic right in the street, Sahayok charged in madly. "You son of a bitch." With a single glance, Haru grasped the path of his attack. So he quickly grabbed Sahayok's arm, while his other hand struck hard behind Sahayok's shoulder. Sahayok's body immediately stiffened. Haru clicked his tongue softly. Then he turned and slammed Sahayok down to the ground. Haru looked at him with cold, dangerous eyes. Even while pinned to the ground, Sahayok kept cursing. "Let me go, you bastard." At that moment, a thought flashed through Haru's mind. This is also an opportunity for me. The police immediately arrived at the scene. Sahayok still refused to surrender and continued struggling. "Let me go. I'm going to kill that bastard today." The police officers were still trying to restrain him. "Quiet. Talk later. Let me go." Haru approached and reported the incident. "I had to stop him because he attacked me with magic." Then he glanced at the surveillance camera hanging on the wall. Haru gave a soft cough, acting as if he could not believe Sahayok had used magic in this place. "That guy," the police officer nodded in agreement. "We'll discuss the details tomorrow at the academy. It's late. You should go back. Return to your dormitory." Sahayok still had not gotten into the car and was continuing to argue with the police officers. At that moment, a thought surfaced in Haru's mind. "Beck Sahayok, keep doing just that." The next morning, at Oberlist Academy, many people were gathered in front of the notice boards in the main hall. Everyone was focused on the notice announcing Sahayok's disciplinary confinement. "Did you hear? Beck Sahayok used magic out on the street over the weekend. It was a huge mess." Really? Below was a detailed notice from the academy office. Beck Sahayok had been penalized 10 points for using magic off campus. They looked at one another in confusion. But why was he only penalized 10 points? That's it. Exactly. Shouldn't that be enough to get him expelled? Haru happened to pass by and heard their discussion, which made him think. Beck Sahayok caused that much trouble, but he only lost 10 points. So it really did turn out that way. Sahayok was famous as a playboy young master. It was thanks to the immediate intervention of House Beck. House Beck, an emerging family, had donated an enormous sum to the academy in order to obtain a title, so the academy could not punish him too severely. Haru walked while lost in thought. Right now, Beck Sahayok is probably getting beaten, just as Haru predicted. In a secluded corner, the moment Sahayok answered the phone, he was bombarded with scolding. "Hey, you lunatic!" He cautiously admitted his mistake. "Father, I'm sorry." However, the person on the other end continued berating him. "I told you to stay quiet until graduation." The furious voice kept ringing out from the other end of the line. Was that so hard? He forced himself to hold back his anger and answered, "Ah, no." The scolding gradually made Sahayok lose patience, but he still endured it. "If this family fails to obtain a title, it will all be your fault. Do you understand?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Sahayok was just about to say, "I'll remember that," when the other side abruptly hung up. He stared at the phone and hissed bitterly. "Damn it!" Sahayok roared like someone who had lost control, then violently threw the phone to the ground. Then he gritted his teeth and called out a name. Shinharu. His eyes were filled with hatred and madness. Shinharu. His anger surged. Sahayok stomped on the phone, cursing without pause. "That bastard." He frantically blamed Haru. Everything, absolutely everything, was that bastard's fault. Too absorbed in his frenzy, Sahayok had no idea someone was standing right behind him. Only when Smith's low voice rang out did he startle and stop. "Oh my, it seems you hold quite a grudge against Haru." Caught in such a chaotic state, he did not even bother to hide his rudeness. "Professor Smith, so what? Is that a problem?" The old man laughed with interest and replied, "Of course not. Whether you like or hate someone is your right." "But, Sayuk." Smith stepped closer, and the smile on his face gradually turned cold. "Don't you want revenge on Shinharu?" Sahayok was quite surprised that the old man asked him that. But it was not merely a question. It was an invitation that slowly wormed its way into his mind, stirring up the desire for revenge hidden deep in Sahayok's heart. "Isn't that what you want?" The space outside the dormitory was extremely quiet. In his clean and tidy room, Haru sat pensively at his desk. He was now immersed in hesitation and contemplation. "After the incident with Beck Sahayok, I could have retaliated, but in truth, I also gained something from it." The phone in Haru's hand displayed a new message notification. The sender of the email was his father. The contents roughly said that negotiations with House Beck had ended, and in exchange for keeping quiet about the incident, they had received 3% of House Beck's development rights. At the end, he did not forget to praise Haru. You did well. If there is any reward you want, tell me. Haru smiled faintly, a sense of satisfaction flickering through his heart. He began to think more deeply. For House Beck to obtain a title, they can't focus only on the academy. They also have to maintain good relations with other prestigious families. If that's the case, they have to use special measures. What House Beck did was correct. After analyzing it rationally for a while, he reached a conclusion. In the end, the victim of this incident was none other than me, a direct descendant of House Shin. Haru continued scrolling on his phone, his thoughts still surging like a tide. House Beck wants to settle this scandal no matter what. But these conditions really emphasize how important a title is to a family. A title is a symbol of a family status. It is regarded as a family's emblem, such as Mage for a Mage family or Mystic Master for a Mystic Master family. This title determines family standing. Sahyok's impulsive actions surfaced in Haru's mind. Beck Sahyok was basically expelled from House Beck because of this incident. With his skills, he won't be able to harm me. He picked up a book, then let out a relieved sigh. Now everything is settled. Forget about becoming Santa Claus. Time to focus on improving my cultivation techniques. Back at Oberlist Academy, crowds of people bustled back and forth across the campus. Haru walked while quietly observing. Has control over the instructors become stricter because of Beck Sahyok's incident? Suddenly, Haru heard someone calling him. Shin Haru. He turned around and forced a smile. Hello, Professor Smith. The old man gave a soft hum, then narrowed his eyes at him dangerously. Haru met that gaze with a calm expression. All of a sudden, Smith's attitude turned strangely friendly. I've been noticing it for a while, Haru. It seems you really don't like me, do you? Haru answered politely. Yes, that's right. No, I don't. Smith tilted his head and looked at him, his damp eyes feigning understanding. I understand. In the past, I said some harsh things to you, but they were all sincere advice, so please don't misunderstand me. Haru maintained a relaxed smile, though he remained constantly on guard inside. Yes. Why is he suddenly acting like this? Smith's smile was like a mask of lies. The old man reached out toward Haru. Then, from now on, why don't we start over? Haru smiled faintly and rejected him frankly. No, thank you, sir. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Smith stood there, surrounded by an invisible dark aura, and Haru felt that something was wrong. What is this unpleasant feeling? The old man was still smiling, his tone sweet yet so fake it was chilling. It's late, but congratulations on taking first place in the midterms. And I sincerely hope you find your own path. Haru clenched his jaw, trying to resist the invisible pressure bearing down on him. Mana, yes. But now, Smith's entire body was covered in dark magic. The more he looked, the more intense Haru's unease became. Magic, this ominous dark mana. Looking at the old man's smile and those vicious, probing eyes, an answer suddenly flashed through his mind. The Black Tower. The moment he considered that possibility, Haru's face quickly turned pale and sweat poured from him. In his mind, the image of the towering yet gloomy and dangerous Black Tower immediately appeared. Unlike the 12 towers that had been officially recognized, this was an unofficial tower that followed a different path. A corrupt criminal group founded by a mage who called himself the Dark Mage King. With a tense expression, Haru cursed inwardly. Damn it, Professor Smith is connected to the Black Tower. In his eyes, Smith looked like a monstrous spider spinning a trap. Countless questions raced through his mind. That means there are other mages from the Black Tower in the school too. How? Since when? Haru looked at the old man warily and denied it inwardly. No, that isn't important right now. A cold glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he silently made a decision. First, I need to understand the magic formula in order to assess the situation. Immediately afterward, numerous different formulas abruptly appeared around the two of them. Haru's eyes suddenly lit up as he realized in shock that this magic formula looked very familiar. This is mind control magic. He furrowed his brow tightly in worry. Wait, mind control? But my brain resists all outside interference. That means Professor Smith's mind control magic won't work on me. Haru let out a relieved breath and reassured himself. Thanks to that, I'll survive this. Looking at the people around the academy, still chatting noisily, he narrowed his eyes and assessed the situation. They still haven't noticed. Then the next step should be, Haru closed his eyes and muttered, pretend to be affected by this spell and dig up more information about the Black Tower. After he opened his eyes, his once lively gaze instantly became empty. Smith waved his hand back and forth, assessing him for a moment before clicking his tongue and commenting, "Good." The old man raised a hand and stroked his chin disdainfully. A man-efficient fool who can't even use magic, yet he actually made me apologize. Then Smith stepped close to him and called out in a low voice, "Haru, listen carefully." The old man dropped a strange chip into his hand and ordered, "From now on, always keep this on you. Also, do not ask why you have to carry it. That is all." Haru raised his head blankly like a puppet and replied, "Yes." But deep inside, he was extremely suspicious. "That's it." At that very moment, Smith suddenly turned to him with a cold smile and asked, "And Haru, explain your magic variable." Haru was startled in horror and thought, "I can't tell him that." And so Haru immediately clutched his head tightly, acting as if he were in pain under the old man's startled gaze. Watching him groan in front of him, Professor Smith commented coldly, "It seems your unconscious desire to keep your mind's eye secret is very strong." In the end, the old man could not stand it and gave an order. "All right, stop." Seeing that, Haru immediately broke into a sly, triumphant smile. Even so, he could not stop thinking about mind control magic. It interfered with the target's brain, amplifying emotions or controlling them at will, a magic that symbolized the Black Tower. If a high-ranking mage used this magic, it could even cause a person's mind to collapse, making it an extremely dangerous forbidden art. Haru bent low in thought. As he had just seen, if the person affected by the magic had a powerful will regarding specific memories, trying to extract them could cause their mind to collapse. Judging by how easily he gave up, it seemed the magic variable was not the target he was after. Smith gritted his teeth in anger at the sight, then rubbed his forehead in disgust. He kept muttering, "You possess a mind's eye that does not suit your status, so I try to sell you cheaply. Yes, I cannot allow this mission to fail." After hesitating for a while, Smith snapped his fingers. "Then after the mission is over, I will take your mind's eye." Once the magic was lifted, Haru pretended to be flustered, as if he had no idea what had just happened. Seeing that the old man called out, "Hadu!" Smith gave him a gentle smile and asked, "Are you all right? You lost focus while we were talking. You must be very tired. I will not bother you anymore. Good luck." Haru pretended to stare blankly and replied, "Yes, I understand." Watching the old man slowly walk away, Haru's expression immediately became more serious than ever. It was now the academy's lunch break, and many groups of students were walking around the courtyard. They chatted as they walked. "I am starving. Want to go to the cafe?" Yesterday, Haru passed by them with a heavy heart. In one corner of the academy courtyard, Haru was now sitting silently, staring at the object in his hand. He raised the chip to eye level in suspicion. "This is..." Haru frowned and murmured. "An illegal AI chip, a creative enhancement chip. The fact that they gave this to me means their goal is to frame me as a user of illegal AI." Thinking about the possibility that he would become the target of attacks, he bitterly realized that he would end up sinking beneath a wicked smile and scandalous headlines. Haru sat on the bench with his chin propped on his hand, completely puzzled. "They want to drag down my image. Professor Smith has no reason to harm me. Of course, there is bad blood between him and me," he said quietly, "but someone must have asked the Black Tower to do this." As soon as he finished, Haru frowned and began calculating silently. "In that case, I can roughly estimate the scale of the situation." Remembering what Sahayak had shouted, "I'll kill you," he thought to himself. This mess is beyond the ability of someone under suspension, so it seems it was caused by one of my two brothers or one of my two sisters. Haru brooded gloomily. They want to tarnish my image and completely remove me from the air competition. For people with obvious motives. First, my eldest sister Minji is not actively participating in the inheritance struggle. She is not the type to do this. My eldest brother Jin Hyuk is actively participating in the inheritance struggle, but he does not have the courage to do something this bold. After eliminating those two, a thought immediately arose in Haru's mind. Then it must be one of the remaining two, or both of them. He clenched his fist and wondered, should I capture Professor Smith and question him? Remembering the power behind the old man, Haru suddenly stopped. No, the Black Tower is very sensitive about information. Professor Smith probably does not even know who the client is. If I capture him, the trail of information will be cut off right here. Having the Black Tower get leverage over me would not be good. He stood up, his gaze sharpening. Then, a little later, inside a high-rise building in the city center, Haru stood silently behind the elevator doors. Kim Kong-in spoke without turning around. "Hello, Haru." Then he turned around and questioned him. "So what did you want to tell me?" Kim Kong-in's narrow eyes immediately narrowed further as he silently assessed the other party. On the other side, Haru had also been quietly observing Kim Kong-in, the master of the Blue Magic Tower. He looks colder than usual. Looking at the confident man before him, Haru secretly made up his mind. But right then, under that expectant gaze, Kim Kong-in suddenly covered his face and spoke hesitantly. I already told you not to think of yourself as a burden." Seeing him like that, the thought in Haru's heart became even firmer than before. Is now or never. He narrowed his eyes and continued evaluating him. Just as the rumors say, what exactly is he researching that has him worried to this extent? Having decided, Haru immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you researching something?" Kim Kong-in did not hide it either and pointed to the side. "I am researching a strange type of magic stone. It is taking more time than I expected." Hearing that, Haru repeated with some suspicion, "A magic stone?" While thinking, Haru was drawn to the object nearby. Looking at the stone on the table, glittering in all the colors of the rainbow, he stared blankly and wondered. "That is an elemental mana line." Haru let out an "oh," then slyly glanced at the person before him, calculating. This really is a rare opportunity. Kim Kong-in dropped into his chair and spoke calmly. "Since both of us are busy, let us get straight to the point." He raised a hand to support his head as he looked at and assessed him. "What is so important that you could not postpone it, Mr. Haru? And what did you want to tell me personally?" Haru showed a speechless, thoughtful expression. "You're a little worked up. At this rate, no matter what I say, you will not listen." Even so, he told himself inwardly, "Then I will negotiate." After thinking that, Haru sat up straight and began speaking seriously. "Before we get to the main point, there is something I have to tell you." Without hesitation, he said, "The magic stone the Tower Master is researching is an elemental mana line." After hearing that, Kim Kong-in was shocked by the information. He interrogated him with a murderous glare. "How do you know that? This name has never been revealed outside, let alone its existence." Kim Kong-in seemed angry as he questioned him. "Hey, you had better choose your words carefully." Haru hurriedly waved his hands in confusion and explained, "I did not plant spies in the Blue Tower or steal information or anything like that." Kim Kong-in narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Then how do you know?" Haru answered while rummaging through his bag. "The reason is very simple." From inside, he took out a mana line stone shining brilliantly. "I have one too." The moment he saw it, Kim Kong-in shot to his feet in shock and exclaimed, This is..." Haru raised the stone high and confirmed in a low voice, "Exactly. This is a perfectly crafted elemental mana line stone." After hearing that, Kim Kong-in could not believe it and stammered, "Haru, could it be that you crafted it with your own hands?" At this point, Haru did not hide it and emphasized, "Yes, I did." Kim Kong-in froze for a moment, then laughed and murmured, "That is absurd." He frowned as he recalled James Pillar, the top magic engineer of the Red Tower, also known as the greatest magical artifact maker in the world. Even the elite artisans of our Blue Tower, who are famous for their skill, and even I, one of the top 3 artifact makers in the world. Looking at that glittering mana-line stone, Kim Kong-in helplessly realized that even he himself could not craft this gem. And yet an ordinary high school student did it? Still unable to believe it, he pressed him. "Haru, are you perhaps merely the owner of this magic stone? Was it just a coincidence?" Haru tightened his grip on the stone and answered calmly, "That is right. I discovered that the Blue Tower is the only place that can handle a magic stone like this. I just happened to bring it with me." Kim Kong-in swallowed and probed. "May I ask how you obtained it?" Haru looked at the stone and said casually, "There is nothing to tell. I just happened to find it and was lucky enough to craft it." As soon as he finished, Kim Kong-in, eyes sparkling, leaned close in delight. "I knew it. Your luck is incredible, Haru." Haru could only smile awkwardly in response. Kim Kong-in slapped the table and declared, "Very well. Mages have the right to keep secrets." He put on a righteous expression and emphasized, "I will not pressure you any further." Haru smiled happily and replied, "Thank you." Immediately afterward, Kim Kong-in took out glasses and a pair of gloves and suggested, "May I take a closer look?" Haru did not hesitate and held out the stone. Of course. Kim Kong-in gently lifted the stone and examined it carefully. This is the only magic stone in the world that contains all four elements at once. After examining it, Kim Kong-in handed it back, not forgetting to ask, "Then what is your purpose in bringing it here?" Haru answered without hiding anything, readily agreeing. "All right, I want to use it to craft an item." Kim Kong-in looked at him suspiciously and asked, "An item? What kind of item do you want?" Then he began listing possibilities. Clothing, an accessory, or a weapon? Haru nodded as he listened, then stated his request. "Anything is fine as long as it enhances the performance of elemental magic." Looking at the glowing mana-line stone, Kim Kong-in fell into thought. "I understand, but high-grade magic stones require high-grade materials as well. The crafting fee will be quite expensive. Are you all right with that?" Hearing this, Haru showed an innocent expression as if he knew nothing. Seeing that expression, Kim Kong-in gave an awkward laugh. You are a descendant of a magic family. After all, so your family should be able to pay." However, Haru quickly denied his words. "No, that will not do." He raised a finger to his lips, acting mysterious. "For this crafting project, I want to keep it secret from my family and everyone else." Kim Kong-in found that interesting. "Haru, you really are clever. Then what about the crafting fee?" Kim Kong-in wrote down the number Haru would have to pay. "It will probably be around this amount." He asked curiously, "Can you pay it without help from your family?" Haru smiled and answered no, but in exchange. At that point, he broke into an extremely confident smile and murmured, "I have another way." Haru excitedly explained his plan. "I will craft the elemental mana line right here, in front of you, in front of the master of a magic tower." Kim Kong-in was just as excited. "So that means you will pass the crafting method to me right now." He excitedly threw his head back and shouted, "Excellent! That is more than enough to cover the fee. We would be the ones profiting." The next second, Haru hesitantly spoke. "Then may I ask one more favor?" At this moment, Kim Kong-in, extremely satisfied with the proposal, generously asked in return, "What is it? Is it related to today's matter?" A little later, after waiting until Kim Kong-in sat down, Haru hesitantly presented something. "This." Kim Kong-in examined the chip in his hand, then said thoughtfully, "This is a new generation upgrade chip, a type of illegal implanted chip. Where did you get it?" After receiving confirmation, Haru immediately clenched the hand resting on his thigh. He recounted in a low voice, "A mage from the Black Tower at the Academy gave it to me. There's a Black Tower mage hiding inside Oberlist Academy. Please help me deal with them." Their conversation lasted until the full moon rose. Haru stood properly in front of a white car. He leaned his head toward the window and reminded the person inside with a faint smile, "Be careful on your way in." "Take care." Sue merely glanced over and replied, "Yes, we will meet again soon." Haru silently watched the car leave. A little later, in the empty hallway, after returning to his room, showering, and changing clothes, Haru comfortably collapsed onto his soft bed. Remembering what had happened today, he happily told himself, "I got lucky. I never expected Kim Kong-in to be researching the elemental mana line." Haru rested his arm over his head, secretly pleased. Thanks to that, I can craft the item while keeping it secret from father. Suddenly, Sahayok's scowling face appeared in his mind along with his curse. "Haru, that brat. I can't let him get away with this." Haru raised an eyebrow and analyzed the situation. "Originally, I only planned to request 3% of the shares from Bega's mining rights, but now I can keep them." Perfect. Thinking that, Haru's eyes gradually closed. If everything goes smoothly. On the other side, Kim Kong-in was still suspicious after receiving that series of information. Unbelievable. "I heard Oberlist Academy's security is extremely strict." Thinking of the Black Tower, he murmured, "And yet a Black Tower mage is hiding there." Returning to their conversation that afternoon, Kim Kong-in raised the implanted chip onto the table and said, "And the only evidence is this implanted chip." Haru asked with some impatience, "Is it that difficult?" Kim Kong-in did not answer, instead revealing a meaningful smile. Then Kim Kong-in winked and declared confidently, "Normally, our Blue Tower would not act based solely on a student's suspicions or unreliable clues, but it is fine. Let's take the risk." Haru moved through the crowd, talking on the phone as he walked. The person on the other end asked, "You have arrived, haven't you, Haru?" He replied, "Yes." "Then I will rely on you to carry out the plan." Haru's back looked like that of an overwhelmingly charismatic CEO as he entered the elevator. The voice on the phone reassured him, "You do not need to worry. As long as the information is accurate, our Blue Magic Tower will not make any mistakes." Haru answered with absolute certainty, "Yes, I trust you." He promised the person on the phone, "Then I will contact you again later." Afterward, Haru entered the luxurious restaurant he had arranged in advance for his brothers and sisters in the family. He greeted them politely, "I have arrived." In front of Haru were the young ladies and young masters of House Shin, sitting and waiting to eat with him. Haru greeted them respectfully, "Brothers, sisters." Minji, the second young lady of House Shin, warmly welcomed her beloved younger brother after so many days apart. "Oh my, it has been so long, Haru." She ran over to her younger brother, and Haru praised his older sister lavishly. "It has been a long time. You have not changed at all." Hearing her younger brother's praise made Minji feel quite pleased. She said delightedly, "Are you complimenting me?" Haru's honeyed tongue continued flattering her without shame. "Yes, of course." Minji looked visibly excited and playfully stroked her younger brother's head. "Haru, you have grown so much. Soon, you will be taller than Jin Hyuk, won't you?" Jin Hyuk, the second young master of House Shin, heard his sister hit a sore spot and hurried over to put out the fire. "Minji, do not talk about things like that." He patted the shoulder of the family's youngest sibling. "Welcome back, Haru. To be honest, it is hard to be completely happy, but still welcome." Haru smiled awkwardly. "Yes, thank you." But inwardly, he thought, "Brother, you are as blunt as ever." Minji frowned a little angry. "Brother, why do you keep saying unnecessary things?" Jin Hyuk asked blankly in return, "Did I say something wrong?" Haru stood there for a long moment before looking toward the remaining people, then finally forced out a sentence. "It has been a long time." He looked toward the two unpleasant people sitting at the corner of the table. "Broter Hyun, sister Sea." Jihan, the eldest young master of House Shin, finally spoke. "You are no longer a chubby child. Instead, you have become a man." Say, the eldest young lady of House Shin, met her youngest brother after so long, while still wearing that difficult expression. "Youngest, it has been a long time." Even though Haru was facing those two, he always maintained a social smile. "They are only smiling on the surface, but they clearly want to eat me alive." He thought to himself. As expected, the culprit is here. Jihan gave a perfunctory smile, picked up a glass of red wine, and offered a toast. "Let's sit, eat, and talk. I am curious as to why our youngest called us here." He looked at Haru with barely concealed disdain. "It is nothing special." Haru politely responded to the other party's jab very naturally. "I simply wanted to see my brothers and sisters after such a long time, so I arranged this gathering." Say immediately snapped irritably, "What? You called all of us here just for such a trivial matter?" Haru was no pushover either and immediately spoke with hidden meaning. "Even if I had not done it, Brother Jahan or Sister Say would have, right?" With just one sentence, she was instantly provoked. Furious, she leaned over the table and shouted violently, "I cannot stand this brat." Say pointed at Haru's face and scolded him. "Fine, say it all. What is your plan, kid?" Haru seized the opportunity and pushed further, putting on a foolish expression as he asked back, "What do you mean by plan?" Her anger boiled over, and she shouted noisily, "Do not play dumb. Do you intend to participate in the air competition or not?" Haru, practically asking to be hit, threw out a few needling words. "If I say I'm not interested, will you believe me?" After hearing that, Sei flared up. Who would believe that? Haru provoked her further. "Then why did you ask?" She flew into a rage. "You obnoxious little brat." Jihan, sitting beside her, gently reminded her, "Sei, you shouldn't say that. With an issue like this, words aren't enough. It has to be proven through action." He put on his fake tone of concern and probed. "By the way, Haru, I heard you recently obtained a rather impressive visual technique. It's called magic transformation, right? Could you share that magic with your family?" Haru flinched when Jihan started prying. Haru carefully analyzed every hidden meaning in the other man's words. "Well said. By sharing my visual technique, I would prove that I'm giving up the succession struggle." But then he looked back at Sei, who was admiring Jihan and saying, "Brother, that sounds wonderful." Haru thought, but this isn't some trick. He sprang to his feet, about to speak. He put on a pitiful face and softly called out to those cunning people. Brother, sister, this visual technique is my only hope. Haru's eyes welled with tears as he tried to play his role perfectly in this little performance. For someone like me, who isn't suited to be a mage, it's my only chance to survive. I can't share it. Haru continued. This doesn't even have anything to do with the succession race. Seeing her younger brother's eyes fill with tears, Minji was moved as well. It's all right. Then you don't have to talk about it. It's our youngest's only hope, after all. Even Sei and Jin Hyuk were left speechless by the siblings' performance. Minji took out a handkerchief and wiped away Haru's crocodile tears. Haru whispered, "Thank you for understanding me, sister." Jihan, watching this act, froze stiff in disbelief and hurriedly cut in to break up the farce. Let's put this meaningless succession struggle aside. Why don't we chat and relax a little? Minji immediately turned to speak privately with Haru. I want to hear more from Haru. Even the cake on the table was ignored, with no one bothering to eat it. Sei and Jihan split off to talk privately, while Haru and the other two continued laughing and chatting as if nothing had happened. Time passed bit by bit, and that was how the young ladies and young masters of House Shin ended their awkward meal together. Suddenly, Haru looked around for a moment and thought, maybe I should. At that moment, someone's phone received an urgent message notification. Everyone stood up in confusion. They could only stare at one another. Minyi Banitskid. What's going on? Jin Hyuk was also stunned. This is an emergency alert. Sei held her phone, breaking out in cold sweat, unable to believe what was happening. Right now, at this hour, eldest young master Jihan bit his lip as he read the emergency message on his phone. His face twisted hideously as he stared at the screen. The message read, "Emergency news. Breaking news. An employee of Oberlist Academy has been identified as a criminal mage connected to the Black Tower, Lang Smith. The second son of the prestigious Smith family of France has been arrested. The arrest was carried out by Yong Su, a Sixth Circle mage and secretary to Kim Kong-in of the Blue Magic Tower." Everyone fixed their eyes on Jihan, who sat calmly at the head of the table. Haru smiled smugly. Got you. He remembered Jihan's irritated face when his weak point had been struck, then looked straight at that face now, trying to appear calm. Jihan, it was you, wasn't it? Night finally fell, and the bright moon shone in the black sky. Haru wore earphones as he thought about the message from that afternoon, while a voice sounded beside him. It seems Haru was right. Haru did not take his eyes off the emergency message. 10:31 p.m. Yong Su, a Sixth Circle mage and assistant to Kim Kong-in of the Blue Magic Tower, discovered Lang Smith's suspicious activities in the training supply room of Oberlist Academy. Lang Smith is accused of tampering with materials used for the survival test. If Yong Su had not happened to visit the supply room, no one knows what disaster might have occurred during Friday's test. The Korean government, the Korean Mage Association, and the International Mage Association have declared that they will not overlook this infiltration by the Black Tower. Suddenly, Haru paused, but Kim Kong-in, standing beside him, quickly asked, "How did you know Smith would tamper with the training supplies?" Haru answered calmly, "I simply made a reasonable deduction based on the intelligence I had." Haru recounted the process by which Smith had infiltrated as a Black Tower agent. The image of the old man's mysterious smile surfaced in his mind. Considering that Professor Smith had infiltrated the academy, there was a high chance he would act on campus. Every piece of evidence Haru presented was very convincing, and when I considered the timing of when he used mind control magic on me, along with this week's class schedule, the day he could act would be, like a detective, Haru declared with certainty, Friday, the day of the survival test. Haru's reasoning grew more and more solid. If he wanted to cause something during the survival test, he would have to touch the training materials. The inspection of the supplies would normally happen in the afternoon before the test. So, the only time to tamper with them without being noticed would be. Haru recounted how Yong Su had unexpectedly discovered Old Smith. Haru said firmly, "Tonight, Thursday night." He explained his investigation, from the moment Smith was discovered to how he had arranged a gathering to expose the mastermind. I already had the Blue Magic Tower monitor the supply room. All I had to do was gather my siblings together and find the person behind the Black Tower. As expected, Haru reached a solid conclusion. We caught Professor Smith and confirmed that there was a Black Tower spy inside Oberlist Academy, Professor Lang Smith. He remembered Jihan's evasive attitude before leaving. I also suspect a connection between Jihan and the Black Tower. I carried out the plan perfectly, gathering information without exposing myself. Haru praised himself inwardly. It was a perfect execution. Then he thought somberly, my only regret is that I couldn't obtain decisive evidence of the relationship between Jihan and Professor Smith. But I'll eventually find it if I keep digging deeper. Kim Kong-in sat comfortably in his chair, wearing the expression of someone offering help. Haru, this time I intended to help you, but in the end, I was the one who received help. The Blue Magic Tower's reputation has soared thanks to resolving this case. Haru smiled gently. If you're sure you want to repay this favor, I won't refuse. Kim Kong-in kept talking without stopping. Suddenly, a call from the tower master came through for Haru. I like your honesty. All right, I'll wrap everything up. Haru took off his earphones and replied politely, yes, thank you. Be careful. Suddenly, Haru was ambushed. Startled, he looked over and saw a blurry figure in front of him repeatedly shouting his name. Hadu, Hadu, Hadu. It turned out to be that madman Beck Sahayok, clutching his chest and growling, Die, die, you failure. Haru cried out in panic, Sahayok. He was so frightened that sweat poured down his face. That brainless man frantically created a terrifying stream of magic and attacked Haru relentlessly. Haru had no time to react. Too fast. He quickly activated his own flow of magic, controlling the spell as it surged in front of him. Resonance enhancement, water shield. Haru gritted his teeth. Forced into an unfavorable position, he could only worry. Too strong. At this rate, the water shield won't hold. Haru immediately used his right hand to restrain his impatient left arm and commanded in his mind, adjust the water shield. He panicked and dodged the attack after accidentally causing that stream of water magic to attack its own caster. Haru's magic exploded, shaking the surroundings. He was also blown far away. Haru stared at his reddened hand. As expected, I couldn't dodge at all. Sahayok was also kicked several meters away, but he was completely unharmed. This is the difference between our abilities. The madman drooled and roared like a wild beast. Keep crawling if you want, even though you're just useless trash. Look at reality. Haru sat by a utility pole, only able to remain on guard. Sayok. He carefully noticed something abnormal about that lunatic. Wait, something's very strange about him. His eyes were bloodshot. Sahayok stuck out his tongue like a bloodthirsty beast. Haru analyzed every movement and gesture of his opponent. His skin is red, too. This reaction, an illegal stimulant. Berserker drug. He broke down the drug's weaknesses one by one. The characteristic of this drug is that it forces the mana circles to burst, causing blood vessels to rupture and turning a person's appearance into that of a berserker, a blood-soaked warrior. But more importantly, the user will fight to the death. Haru shouted in fear. Are you insane, Sahayok? With the speed of a wind prince, Sahayok shot forward to attack. Insane? No, there's nothing wrong with me. Haru struggled to rise and chant, Red mana, third circle spell, Flame Strike. In that life or death moment, Sahayok grabbed both of Haru's arms tightly. Haru cursed warily in fear. You lunatic! Drool streamed from Sahayok's mouth as he kept denying Haru's curse. I told you I'm normal. Actually, I've only just returned to normal. Sahayok laughed loudly and growled, You're about to die. Then he brutally used magic to suppress Haru. Flame Strike. A huge cloud of dust rose from the park where they stood. Sahayok laughed in satisfaction at the fallen Haru. Look at this bastard. Haru painfully clutched his face. Sahayok spoke threateningly. You're still alive? Sahayok clutched his own face and screamed. You blocked my magic twice. He cursed Haru, who was still sprawled on the ground. Trash like you? You. How dare you? Suddenly, Sahayok roared like a dog off its leash. Then his mood changed in an instant, and he let out a sigh. It's fine. Haru tried to sit up, thinking to himself, just as I guessed. Mood swings. It's definitely the berserker drug. Haru's eyes fixed on the berserk Sahayok standing before him. But the unreasonable part is, Haru recalled the stream of magic that had turned against him earlier. That magical power, no matter how much berserker drug he took, it shouldn't be this strong. Could it be? Haru hesitated and formed a flow of magic. Should I test it? Sahayok hunched over like a zombie and provoked him. Where are you looking, you little brat? Haru launched a strike. Wind orb. Sahayok stood dumbly, watching the pigeon-shaped mass of magic power rushing down toward him, while he kept cursing, brat. After cursing to his heart's content, Sahayok immediately counterattacked with demonic firepower. How dare you use that trash magic? Haru said calmly. I should have used it more carefully. He moved quickly, slipping down to restrain Sahayok's leg, taking the chance to throw in a few sarcastic remarks, only to unexpectedly fall into the situation. Caught by surprise, Sahayok could only fly up into the air in panic. He's right below me. Haru calmly created a stream of spiritual energy. Airstrike. Sahayok was terrified by the light of that spiritual energy, while Haru's face was tense. It hit. Sahayok suddenly created a powerful stream of demonic fire, preparing to suppress him. Fire mana. At this distance, he shouted, "Fire gun." Haru could only stare wide-eyed. Sahayok continued to curse. But Haru managed to dodge a strike in time. Haru analyzed carefully. The characteristic of fire gun is strong firepower at close range, but its range is only 7.74 meters. If I run, it's still easy to avoid. He looked up again at his opponent, who was laughing triumphantly in midair and could hardly believe his eyes. Impossible. Sahayok madly fired attack after attack, but not a single one hit. Haru stayed on high alert. Do you hate me so much that you had to use a chip? Sahayok did not dare admit to his cheap trick and could only cover it up with a grin. A chip? What nonsense are you talking about? Haru said calmly. It makes sense that you don't remember. Hearing that, Sahayok shamelessly spat out words while the chip implanted at the back of his neck was plain as day. Why would I use that against a useless bastard like you? If you're going to keep talking nonsense, shut your mouth. Haru easily slipped through each blast of magic power, then dissected the issue. The effect of the chip is to enhance the user's body, strengthen their magical structure, and alter both the power and range of their magic. Having been exposed, Sahayok could only howl. So what, you bastard? Haru explained calmly. The funny thing is I'm actually researching changes in the structure of spell circles and mana, as well as transformations in magical power structure. Because of that, I'm very sensitive to magical changes caused by mana enhancement and circle detonation. After saying that, he thought to himself, I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky, but thanks to this chip and the Berserker drug, I've obtained a clue. Sahayok shouted, What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? At last, Haru unleashed his move and shouted, I'm not grateful to you. Solving it was only a matter of time. Resonance. Haru explained the problem to his opponent himself. Anyone who reaches this level surpasses their current realm. However, over the past few days, I've been thinking constantly while reading the Book of Idris. These matters had given him an enormous headache. The problem is the penalty. The penalty increases when combining different types of spell circles, putting pressure on both the body and the mind. Haru's posture, half domineering executive and half detective, made him seem even more imposing. The result of the penalty is a time limit. If I reach the second circle and use resonance, the time limit is 3 minutes. After that, for the next 12 hours, my mana circles cannot move. I have to think carefully before using it. Seeing Haru standing there blankly, Sahayok sneered, Idiot, are you scared because you're alone? Haru closed his eyes and spoke to himself. Resonance time, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. At that moment, his new power fully awakened. Haru's eyes flashed as two streams of magic twisted together behind him. He smirked. That's enough time. Earthquake. Haru's quake split the ground apart, and the aftershocks spread without end. Sahayok was shocked and screamed when Haru's spell pierced straight into his thigh. Sahayok was stunned by the sight, drool pouring from his mouth like a stream. That's third circle magic. How can trash like you use third circle magic? Seeing him begin to panic, Haru put on an air of confidence. How can I use it? His rage pushed to the extreme. Sahayok vented his anger on Haru with frenzied magical attacks and filthy curses. Brat, I'm begging you, damn it. Haru created a shimmering butterfly and calmly provoked him. I've always thought this. You're not even good at healing, let alone magic. What a joke. Then Haru lowered his head and recited the spell. Water Shield. It instantly became a sturdy defensive layer that blocked his opponent's attack. Sahayok flew into a rage and cursed wildly. Damn it, you couldn't block it just now, and now you're using it again? Burn to death. Haru was proving step by step that he was not an easy target. He formed a whirlwind and wind current that swallowed Sahayok's demonic fire. Sahayok had not expected Haru to be this strong and fell into utter panic. What? Haru controlled magic as it flew around him, then demanded, Open your mouth only after you understand properly. If I were you, after seeing Earthquake, I would have realized this water shield is different from the one earlier. Your magic can no longer touch me. Suddenly, Sayokis faz darkened. His clothes had been torn to shreds by Haru, and his body trembled as he struggled to remain standing and shout one more word. Hadu! Like a wild beast starved for 1,000 years, Sahayak rushed in with drool streaming from his mouth, attacking with such force that sparks seemed to burst before his eyes. He charged straight forward and struck. Now I understand why you're strong. You used stimulants, didn't you? That's why you're so strong. Haru declared softly. It's over. A magical vortex appeared where Haru stood. I'm not grateful to you. This is all your own fault. Haru was like a DJ dancing to the beat. And that beat gradually widened, spreading toward Sahayak, blinding darkness. Sayok panicked. What is this? Haru told him. If you had hesitated when you tried to kill me, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Now Haru's face was surrounded by those mysterious streams of magic. Sahayak screamed wildly. Come out. Stop hiding, Haru. Stop hiding. Aim at me, Haru. Haru chanted his magic. Earth bind, air restraint. Haru was determined not to give his opponent any chance to fight back. Sahayak was immediately bound tightly by Haru's chains. This restraining magic was so strong that even the skinny legs of an addict like Sahayak could not possibly escape its chains. Haru spoke coldly one last time, preparing to give him a ticket to log out of life. It's too late. The only mercy I can give you is to send you off peacefully. He screamed. Stop talking nonsense. This isn't over. If you hadn't shown up, my life would have. Haru stood beside him, still calmly lecturing him. Do you think your life would have changed? I don't think so. Back then, you would probably have just blamed someone else. Controlled by the implanted chip in his body, the man could only scream in a frenzy. Where are you? Where are you, you bastard? Haru glanced behind him and asked. By the way, do you know why people don't use illegal artificial intelligence, aside from its side effects on the body? Having been hit where it hurt, he screamed, What are you talking about? Haru kept a cool head and immediately used magic to suppress the implanted chip behind Sahayak's neck, making him scream in pain. Haru drew his hand back with interest and mocked him. Just now, I sent mana into the frequency of your overheated chip. How is it? Even with the berserker effect, it still hurts, doesn't it? He was in so much pain that he had no saliva left to drip and could only blurt out a plea. Stop it. Haru was delighted to see this madman lose his composure like that. Even a light flick from him made the other party pitch forward. The artificial intelligence and his body had been forced beyond their limits and could collapse at any moment from even the slightest touch. Then Haru opened his eyes wide and spoke his final words sincerely. Lastly, I'll thank you. Haru looked down at Sahayak with contempt for his insane actions. Did you people really think you would get anything good from the Beck family after this? Haru's words cut into him like a knife. The scale this time can't compare to before. 30% of the magic stone mining rights. No, maybe even 40%. He was already writhing in agony from that blow, and Haru's taunt made him even more furious. You, Haru mocked Sahayak's physical torment. Goodbye, Sayok. Thank you for being so generous. He suppressed the magic on the implanted chip behind his neck, and the pain shot through Sahayak to the heavens. Streams of Haru's mana pierced inside his body and sent him disappearing from the map of the world. In just an instant, he had easily taken down this madman. Then Haru picked his phone up from the ground. Seeing a call from his father, he answered immediately. Haru spoke cheerfully. Father, it's Haru. Worried about his youngest son, head of House Shin said, Yes. Why are you calling so late? Haru's tone turned serious. I know everything. From inside the bushes, a figure was secretly listening to the entire conversation. No matter how late it was, the fact that no students or police had appeared when such a major incident had occurred at the dormitory was extremely unusual. Haru calmly spoke with his father, paying no attention to his surroundings. The students must have all been evacuated. Head of House Shin warned his son, You can't conclude it was me just because I can stop the police. Haru answered calmly. Many people can stop the police from coming, but only father would watch until the end of the fight. If it were someone else, they would have jumped in midway or even stabbed me in the back. Haru subtly reminded his father of the two young ladies and young masters of their family. Because of guardianship rights, my older brother and sister couldn't monitor me either. In the end, head of House Shin had to agree with his son. You're right. Haru continued. For me, Haru suddenly stopped because he had noticed something in the distant bushes. Someone's footsteps unexpectedly approached. A man wearing a demon mask and armor stood there with a mysterious smile, but Haru did not flinch. "Father, you had to send Sukhayan to follow me." The men of that black masked figure approached the unconscious Sahayak and checked him. Head of House Shin, on the other end of the line, was puzzled and asked, That's right. You knew I was watching you. Then why didn't you ask me for help? Haru glanced toward him and answered bluntly, I wanted to show Father third circle magic. He did not believe the strength Haru had shown earlier. I don't think you achieved it in such a short time. In other words, you hid the truth that you could use third circle magic. Haru's expression did not change as he answered the interrogation. Yes, that's correct. He thought to himself, of course that's a lie. In truth, I only used the resonance effect of a second circle mage. But even with his narcissism, Haru was still quite humble when standing alongside Sukhayan and that cunning Jihan. I'm still not strong enough. If they knew I could use third circle magic. Haru winked and spoke suggestively. It would be hard to imagine the interference from my other siblings. Here, Sukhayan was using soundproofing magic and illusion magic to shield the surroundings. Head of House Shin was also forced to acknowledge the talent of this narcissistic son. Not bad. I'll send a car. Come home and stay the night. As soon as Haru finished speaking, his father decisively hung up the phone. Yes, thank you, father. I'll see you when I return. Head of House Shin suddenly let out a small laugh, then burst in a louder laughter. I don't know what you've been doing over the past year, but your confidence is astonishing. Haru greeted him happily. It's been a while, Sukhayan. The man finally smiled and removed that strange mask. Behind the mask was the face of a very combative thug. Sukhayan spoke solemnly. It has been a long time, young Master Haru. Please allow me a moment. He stood up and gently used healing magic on Haru. Your wounds are not light. I will perform basic first aid. The rest will be handled by the family's private doctor. Then Sukhayan softly placed his hand on the wound. Haru felt embarrassed. Yes, thank you. He walked to the car, then spoke calmly. Then I'll leave this to you. Receiving the young master's order, Sukhayan immediately put his mask back on. I will not let this matter spread outside. Night fell, dotted with a few twinkling stars. The office headquarters of House Shin stood towering against the mysterious sky. Jihan angrily cursed under his breath. Damn it! He took heavy steps toward his desk. Why did this happen? Suddenly, Jihan froze in place when he saw Toki's sitting leisurely on the sofa. The other party casually started the conversation. So it's finally over. I thought I would have to wait forever. By the way, I really like this sofa. Yan looked suspicious. You're from the Black Tower. Toki's lowered his head and gave a mysterious smile. Let's put that aside. You were quite unlucky. I didn't expect someone from the Blue Magic Tower to ruin everything. There's nothing more to say, since you were copied before you could act. Jihan, whose wrongdoing had been exposed right where it hurt, shouted in rage. Is this really the time to be laughing? Didn't you brag that you would never fail? He growled. What do you want from me now? Toki's acted as though nothing had happened, even laughing loudly. I'm sorry. I laugh a lot. In any case, the mission failed, so I will refund your fee. Of course, I'll deal with the aftermath. He stood up, approached Jihan, and pretended to be doing him a favor. You're a VIP client, so there is no need to worry about your information being leaked. As for Lang Smith, there was no telling what basis Toki's had for being so certain. He will not live past tomorrow morning. Jihan immediately brushed the matter of Smith aside. His life is none of my concern. That fool, Sahayak, used an implanted chip and the Berserker drug to charge at Haru. How do you plan to handle that? Toki's answered firmly. You don't need to worry about that either. That boy is already brain dead. Jihan was extremely surprised when he heard that. Brain dead? What do you mean? Toki's recounted the moment Sahayak had fought Haru madly and unconsciously. It seems he only attacked Haru. He was pleased by the disappearance of the Berserk Sahayak. Now Sahayak is dying from the side effects. Jihan broke out in a cold sweat, brushed that aside, and only cared about the youngest brother of the family he had been waiting to strike. I don't care. What about Haru? Toki's recounted the situation. He was injured, but he left. Jihan, who had the temper of melting ice cream, growled. Are you playing word games with me? The other party spoke calmly. Of course not. I'm only saying what I saw. Unreconciled, Jihan clenched his teeth. So that means Haru defeated Sahayak, who used an implanted chip and the Berserker drug. Toki's burst out laughing. Yes, that's exactly it. Though that isn't completely accurate. When Sahayak attacked, I don't know whether it was to protect Haru or monitor him, but Sukhayan was there. He even set up soundproofing magic and barrier magic. His reaction was quite fast. I couldn't watch the fight to the end. It was very interesting. Hearing that, Jihan wondered, could it be the Shadow Guard? Since when did Sukhayan start watching Haru? Toki's did not dare confirm it. I only saw Sukhayan. After Haru parted ways with our VIP client, so I don't know exactly. Jihan furrowed his brow. Sukhayan, leader of the Shadow Guard. He takes orders directly from father. But why was that man there? Why? Then he lowered his head warily. If the Shadow Guard is moving, I need to be even more careful. It looks like I'll have to avoid touching Haru for a while. Jihan finally regained his composure and spoke with Tokis. What do you plan to do about the implanted chip Haru has? Tokis flatly refused to answer. You don't need to worry about that either. The implanted chip I gave Haru has an independent code that will erase itself. It will be destroyed and soon vanish into thin air. Tokis stimulata fifanisa curiosity. Any more questions? Still holding on to his pride, Jihan could only answer curtly. No. With the conversation over, Tokis left. Then please excuse me. I need to deal with Lang Smith. He jumped down from the office headquarters of Hao Shin like a fallen shadow of the night. Dear client, I'll be going now. Jihan stood watching that figure leave, silent and speechless. He walked into the room and began making plans. I have to make sure Sukhayan can't trace any clues. I'll erase anything that could serve as evidence. To do that, breaking through my own family's magical security system will be easy. Tuki stimulata fifanisa curiosity. Any more questions? Still holding on to his pride, Jihan could only answer curtly. No. With the conversation over, Tokis left. Then please excuse me. I need to deal with Lang Smith. He jumped down from the office headquarters of Hao Shin like a fallen shadow of the night. Dear client, I'll be going now. Jihan stood watching that figure leave, silent and speechless. He walked into the room and began making plans. I have to make sure Sukhayan can't trace any clues. I'll erase anything that could serve as evidence. To do that, breaking through my own family's magical security system will be easy. As Tokis flew down, he urged himself on. I have to hurry. A few days later, the luxurious building where Haru lived shone brilliantly in the morning sunlight. In his room, Haru curled up with his book of Idris. Then he stretched tiredly. Then Haru recalled the terrifying scene of seeing Smith lying on the floor with foam in his mouth. Today, the master of the Blue Magic Tower had informed him. He thought for a long time. Lang Smith suddenly clutched his chest and died while being transported. Suddenly, Haru frowned. I had been looking forward to it quite a bit, but I didn't expect it to end in such a powerless way. There was nothing else to say. Sukhayan had also handled the Sahayak incident. A notification rang out, breaking his train of thought. Haru picked up his phone screen. It was a message from head of Hao Shin to his precious youngest son. Negotiations with the Beck family have been completed. In exchange for remaining silent on this matter, we received 43% of the Magic Stone mining rights. Good work. Thanks to that, we will not face any financial shortages for our overseas projects. If you want anything, think it over carefully. Haru replied, Father, send it all at once. He must be very satisfied. Then Haru felt proud of himself. All right, in any case, I'm glad everything went smoothly. He moved on to another matter. Now what's left? Immediately, Haru switched to news about the match of great mages, a grand contest where top mages gather at the highest level. The competition will take place in 53 days. The Academy Olympiad is thrilling the entire world. The Academy Olympiad is a prestigious event where the strongest students from magic academies around the world gather to compete. This year, the fierce competition is about to begin. After reading the information, Haru raised his head and smirked triumphantly. The only thing left is the Academy Olympiad. Suddenly, a wave of magic surrounded him, making even Haru freeze. Haru clenched his fist and shattered that wave of magic. He thought, the 12-hour residence penalty is over. He immediately closed his eyes tightly and stood firm to absorb the magical essence from the Book of Idris. What I need now is a third circle magic circle. After that, Haru silently instructed the book to send 2 streams of ice and fire magic through his body. Turn the page. Let's take the test. The Book of Idris emitted a powerful stream of spiritual energy. Haru was dazzled by that spiritual energy and grimaced as he cried out. He suddenly appeared in a monochrome world, leaving him stunned. What is this? This pure white space. Is it another world inside the book? Haru startled and turned around when he discovered a figure standing behind him. Beta, in a dark blue outfit, looked quite captivating. A deep voice rang out. Welcome to test number 2. She smiled and introduced herself. I am Beta. I am the evaluator for this test. Haru hesitated. Test number 2? I wonder if it's like last time. He stared wide-eyed at Beta, who was floating in the air. The question remained in his mind. I wonder if it's like last time? Perfectly trafting elemental mana stones. She explained the method of the test. In this test, the successor will be evaluated based on his ability to handle magic circles at will. Beta's lifeless eyes looked directly at Haru's face. Details will be announced when the test begins. If you pass, pages 32 to 81, which contain information on third circle magic circles, will be updated. Hearing how difficult this challenge sounded made him want to retreat. This is insane. Fortunately, however, Haru's max-level delusion of grandeur helped calm his panic. An update from page 32 to 81. I thought I'd only be able to read 10 more pages this time. It's fine. He was still slightly wary. But that means third circle magic circles are on another level, right? Maybe they're even more advanced than magic transformation and resonance. Haru was half eager to move forward and half wanting to retreat. He felt both excited and afraid. A transparent stream of spiritual energy shone from Beta. Then she gently announced, "Then we will begin the test now." Then she vanished into the air, leaving Haru no time to be stunned. A voice rang out in the air. "My disciple, I will now announce the contents of the second test." Haru spoke politely. This voice, "Master." A magic circle slowly appeared. The voice continued. "From now on, magic circles will appear one after another. You must activate them all." Haru quickly extended his hand forward and controlled the magic circle. That magic circle was suppressed by Haru's magic. It flew 1,000 meters away, but the matter was far from over. The magic circle began to emit a massive stream of spiritual energy and changed shape. Once the circle merges with the magic circles, it will naturally activate. Haru was so startled that he shouted, "Why did it change?" The magic circle returned to its original form. The voice warned him, "The activation time for each magic circle is 3 seconds. If you fail within that time, you will have to start over from the beginning. So be careful." Haru lowered his head smugly. "So I just need to memorize them, right?" Seeing his triumphant expression, the voice gave a reminder. "Additionally, the order of the magic circles will change every time. Don't use tricks like memorization." Haru immediately rejected his overly optimistic thoughts. Right, of course it wouldn't be that easy. He closed his eyes with determination. All right, then he immediately raised his hand to control the magic circle. His eyes shone with iron will. "I'll just try." Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight. The daytime sun slipped through each house. The residential area where Haru lived had no noise at all. Only his house was constantly making a racket. The Book of Idris had been abandoned by Haru on the table. After spending time casting magic circles, his whole body was exhausted. Haru helplessly braced his hands on the desk. 8 hours. 8 whole hours, and I could only activate 10 at most. He gently picked up the Book of Idris. Well, the good news is that I'm gradually starting to understand it. But it'll be hard to complete this with tricks alone. I'll probably have to find more clues. Haru set aside the unfinished test and calmly sat down to read the book. He twirled the pen in his hand, his expression full of hesitation. Suddenly, his master's voice rang out. "The book I wrote is not limited to the Book of Idris. If you run into an obstacle, seek out my other books and read them. They will surely be useful to you." Haru was startled. "So the Book of Idris isn't the only one. Then there will definitely come a time when I have to find the others. But I don't even know their titles or where to look for them." The sky was deep blue, with drifting clouds weaving around the high-rise buildings, creating a refreshing scene. A magnificent cityscape spread out before his eyes. Haru stopped halfway through, dragged himself out, and ran to a convenience store. He needed to go outside and breathe to get a change of air. He unexpectedly ran into Adela, and the two of them froze for a long while, ignoring the clerk calling out, "I'd like to ring you up." Haru stared blankly. Adela. She also looked up with wide eyes. "Hadu." After buying their things at the store, the two of them sat together on the sidewalk and talked. He asked with a smile, "We sure run into each other by chance a lot, don't we?" Haru looked at the dark circles under her eyes, which made her look like a panda, and teased, "You look like you stayed up all night." She denied it immediately. "So do you?" Adela changed the subject by introducing a book. "I'm reading this thesis right now, and it's really good. Do you want to read it?" She gave the title of the book. It's called The Hypothetical Nature of Spatial Teleportation Magic. Haru immediately pointed at the book and teased her. It looks like some pirated material." Adela's eyes shone as she looked at her friend and urged him, I know, but just try reading it. Haru listened to her and opened the book. He was trying to force himself to read with his face growing darker and darker. But when he turned to Adela, she was happily drinking milk. Haru looked at his own carton of milk and realized it was missing a straw. A while later, he finished reading the book, then smiled and returned it to Adela. It's pretty good. She was delighted. Right, the two of them said in unison. But it doesn't have a conclusion. Haru suddenly froze. He stared at the author's name on the book. This thesis is based on a book left behind by Zabel Beitner, analyzed independently by me. Haru's expression suddenly changed, making Adela, who was sitting beside him, confused as well. Zabel Beitner. Then he scanned the lines of the book one by one and blurted out, I knew it. The structure of this book is a little different, but Haru compared the details between the two books as if weighing them on a scale. It still had Beitner's style. Many parts were similar to Beitner's fundamental theories. Pretty shallow and hollow, though. Haru's sudden question caught her unprepared. Adela, who is the author of this book? She hesitated before answering. Go Sung-jun. He immediately went home and jumped right onto his computer to search. Haru pondered the mysterious identity of the author. Go Sung-jun, a magic researcher who belongs to no organization. His age and gender are both extremely mysterious. The only material he published was the thing I just saw. He must have been heavily criticized and then disappeared. Haru really could not believe he had only found so little about the man's identity. Is this really all an ordinary student can learn? Haru gently picked up his phone and thought to himself, but when the other end picked up, he greeted him aloud. Hello, greetings, master of the Blue Magic Tower. Haru bragged to himself again. I'm not an ordinary student. The Blue Magic Tower rose like a giant iceberg piercing the sky. Kim Kang-in fumbled for the ringing phone on his desk. Haru's voice rang out. Hello, this is Haru. Kang-in had only just relaxed after researching all night, and now Haru had come to bother him, so he answered irritably. What is it? Haru smirked and made him an offer. I have a matter that will benefit both of us. Hearing that instantly woke Kang-in up. Haru said solemnly, Could you help me find someone? The scene changed. An Oberlist Academy appeared solemnly in the morning sunlight. Haru was already in the training room. He decisively launched one of his magic attacks. Suchan had no time to react and could only use a shield to protect himself. Haru controlled the magic and sent it straight at his opponent. Before he had even been hit, Suchan foolishly started shouting, You bastard, Haru, this is cheating. Haru glared at him and provoked him. Cheating? What do you mean? What's wrong? It's only a first circle spell. Is there a problem? Suchan barely managed to dodge a few strikes and could only curse. You heartless bastard. Where's the fairness in this? Only a first circle spell? He suddenly looked up and saw a ray of magic about to strike him right in the face. At this point, Suchan could only grit his teeth and endure it. Seeing that, Haru stood with his hands on his hips in delight. He looked toward Suchan, who was struggling to use a defensive layer to temporarily withstand those magic attacks. Haru said cheerfully, See, you blocked them all. Suchan was gasping for breath. I almost died, but he was still determined to fight to the end. All right, let's have a hand-to-hand duel. How about it? Haru replied indifferently, Fine by me. But do you think you can beat me in close combat? Hearing that, Suchan cheered excitedly. Now's my chance. With the speed of the Prince of Wind, he charged forward and grabbed his opponent by the collar. In an instant, Haru threw him down to the ground and defeated him easily. The blow made even the floor shake. Haru smiled triumphantly. Well, he looked at his friend sprawled on the floor, limbs all over the place, and said excitedly, It wasn't a bad idea. Haru winked charmingly, then put on a lecturing expression. In hand-to-hand combat, the advantage of magical variables disappears. It's simply the strength of a second circle mage against a third circle mage. Smart strategy. Suchan was furious. Are you praising me or insulting me? This is seriously unfair. The two of them entered the changing room. Suchan took off his shirt, revealing a perfect back. At that point, Suchan had no choice but to acknowledge Haru's abilities. Your mana is like a cheat, and your close combat is insane too. But deep down, Suchan was still bitter. What a dirty playing warrior. Haru gleefully slapped a pain relief patch onto his back. If you don't like it, train more. Suchan changed the subject. Do you have any plans now? Haru was surprised by the question. Suchan said with a smile. Isn't your goal to win the Academy Olympiad? Haru was so shocked he nearly fell over. Itch, how did you know? Suchan hit the nail on the head. I know you too well. You can't hide it from me. That's why you went crazy during the Mana Stone shield test earlier, right? Suchan recalled the moment Haru had dodged attacks with incredible speed. An ordinary student could block 27 stones, but Haru blocked as many as 74. He was proud of his friend. With test scores and training results like that, you have to rank first in every category. Suchan gave Haru a fond, sidelong glance. If you want to fight the upperclassmen, it's probably because this is the best option for you right now. But he still reminded him, still, with your current physical condition, I think it'll be hard for you to win the Olympiad. Suchan looked delighted, right? I knew it. Then he suddenly frowned. And besides, this year's favorite to win is a 5th circle mage. With your 2nd circle magic, it's impossible. Hearing those words of life philosophy, Haru was immediately shaken. Suchan was right. To win the Olympiad, of course he could use 3rd circle magic with resonance, but that would not make much difference. To face them, he would have to reach at least the 4th circle. He was determined to find out the identity of the author of that book, and to do that, he had to find Go Sung-jun. The scene changed. Haru quickly followed the map Kim Kong-in had sent him. The map led him to a completely unfamiliar place, and Haru was puzzled. Where is this? Kim Kong-in sat grandly on the sofa and said casually, First, sorry it took a while to find him. I didn't expect it would take a whole week to find one person. This is a first for me too. His words carried all of Haru's hopes. And as for the main point, Go Sung-jun's current location is. Haru was surprised. Wait, isn't this the secondhand bookstore I always go to? He's here. Suspicion began to grow in Haru, right under his own nose. Who could have imagined that this person would be in a shop so close to the academy? He recalled the process of searching through ancient magic texts. After realizing he was incompatible with AI magic, I kept searching for magical knowledge in magic books and old books. I always wondered where the secret language of Idris came from, but could it have originated from this place? Following the address Kim Kong-in had sent, he quickly entered the bookstore where Sung-jun was. Excuse me. Baek-hun, who was absorbed in repairing something, was interrupted by Haru's voice. He picked up a book from the shelf and came over to greet him. Haru, it's been a long time. Haru said politely. Have you been well, sir? Baek-hun replied calmly. Of course. I heard you can use magic now. He praised him generously. You look healthier too. Haru also smiled happily. It's all thanks to you, sir. Baek-hun said modestly, I didn't do anything. I only sold you books. Haru was always grateful to the person who had helped him get to where he was today. It was those books that helped me. Thank you. Baek-hun joked along with him. If you praise me that much, I might actually believe it. What brings you here today? Haru immediately expressed his wish firmly. Sir, could I meet Sung-jun, your son? Baek-hun grew suspicious. Why are you looking for Sung-jun? No, how do you know Sung-jun? Haru said sincerely. I read the thesis he wrote. There's something I need to ask him, so I investigated a little. Haru looked slightly embarrassed. I heard he was here. I'm sorry if what I did was a little nosy. Baek-hun scratched his head. A thesis. Yes, there was something like that. But he still gently agreed to the request. All right, I'll let you meet him. Hearing that, Haru was extremely excited and bowed his head again and again in thanks. Thank you, sir. Baek-hun pushed, but his words cut into Haru's heart like a knife. Even if you meet him, you won't get an answer. Haru asked in shock. What does that mean? Baek-hun immediately led him to his son's room. Follow me. Sung-jun is in here. He gently opened the door. Baek-hun said coldly, Go in. This is his room. The sight of the person inside made Haru freeze as well. Sung-jun. He was lying weakly on a sickbed, only able to sustain his life with a respirator. His bony arm was connected to dangling 4 tubes. Sung-jun no longer moved at all, apart from lying motionless on the sickbed. His eyes were tightly shut, without any sign of opening. Seeing Sung-jun hanging by a thread, Haru was stunned. This man, Baek-hun answered sadly, my son Sung-jun. The atmosphere gradually turned solemn, and the two of them stood still, staring at him. Haru hesitantly asked, May I ask what happened? Baek-hun answered in an emotionless voice, You may. He looked toward his unfortunate son, who no longer reacted to anything around him, and said sadly, Sung-jun broke the greatest taboo of a mage. Baek-hun's gaze began to grow heavy. Haru turned sharply and asked, What taboo is that? He calmly explained. While circulating mana, he violated the greatest taboo of mages, circulating mana into his own brain. After hearing the explanation, Haru jumped in shock, then recalled the moment when he himself had accidentally committed that taboo. What? Circulating mana into the brain? That's what I did. Haru clenched the back of his hand and asked through gritted teeth, "Why? Why did he do that?" Baekhan's eyes closed tightly in pain. "It was necessary," he calmly explained, "in order to establish the theory of that thesis, which completely collapsed midway through." But Baekhan still remembered what Sung Jun had once told him. He said there was no other way except to circulate mana into the brain. The old man fell silent in belated regret. "I should have stopped him at all costs." Hearing this, Haru could not take his eyes off Sung Jun and wondered, this man, how close did he get to high-level magic? Baekhan tactfully refused. "In any case, I'm sorry. I can't satisfy your curiosity." Sung Jun probably would have been very happy to talk with you. When he heard those words, Haru could only lower his head and avoid the old man's gaze, feeling terribly guilty. "It's all right. I'm sorry, too, for bringing this up. I made you remember something painful." Seeing Haru like that, Baekhan patted his shoulder to comfort him. "It's fine. Don't worry. I know you work very hard and truly care about books." He had always cherished every moment when he saw Haru acting like his son. "You're always searching for magic books. It makes me happy because it reminds me of Sung Jun." A few hours later, the evening light began to fall, and golden clouds drifted silently like Baekhan's thoughts about his son. Haru was now preparing to leave, but there was still one wish he had not fulfilled. "Sir, if possible, could I take a look at the books your son used for his research?" Hearing that, Baekhan half closed his eyes and accepted the request. "You mean Sung Jun's books? All right. Rather than letting them rot away, it would be better for them to go to someone who needs them." He made a request. "But I have two conditions." Baekhan pleaded. "If you read his books and write an article about spatial magic, could you include Sung Jun's name, even just once?" Haru naturally nodded firmly in agreement. "Of course, I'll definitely do that." But the old man had not finished speaking. "Good. The second is..." Baekhan kindly warned the boy, not wanting anyone else to follow in his son's footsteps. "No matter what the circumstances are, you must not recklessly circulate mana into your brain." Being struck right where it hurt, Haru felt as if his heart would drop out his chest. "Yes, sir. I promise I'll do that." Immediately, Baekhan led Haru into the familiar study. "All right, these are the books Sung Jun researched." Baekhan quickly went to look for the book for him. "As for the book you need," Haru began paying close attention to a red book on the shelf. There was something about that book. It suddenly separated from the row of books on the shelf and unexpectedly fell to the floor with a thud, leaving Haru stunned. The shape of this book reminded Haru of the Book of Idris. He hurriedly picked it up. "Sir, this book is..." Baekhan answered calmly. "That one? It's the book Sung Jun always carried around with him, as if it were very important." He said gently, "Read it. What you're curious about is probably all in there." Haru slowly picked up the book and answered politely, "Yes." But after opening only the first few pages, he immediately started complaining. As expected, handwriting this bad. Suddenly, Haru panicked. It's master's handwriting." After realizing it was his master's handwriting, he looked at Baekhan with sparkling puppy-like eyes and said, "Sir, can I take this book home and read it? May I borrow this one?" The old man was quite easygoing. "Go ahead and take it. If you need any other books, feel free to take them too." Haru hugged the book tightly to himself. "Thank you so much." Given an inch, he was determined to take a mile, and he insisted on digging out every last magic book Baekhan had. "Are there any other books written like this?" The old man pondered the question. "I'm not sure." Haru still tried to ask every question he had. "Then have you ever seen a red-covered book that looked very expensive?" These questions confused Baekhan. "I don't remember ever seeing a book like that. My little bookstore rarely gets books like that." Haru began to hesitate. Then how the hell did Sung Jun get that book? Clearly, even after searching all day, Haru still had not found the answer to his question. But for now, he finally let Baekhan off. "I understand. Thank you, sir." Haru thought over and over about the origins of the Book of Idris. If so, what the hell happened? How did the Book of Idris end up in my bag? After a long day, he finally returned home. It was late at night, but Haru did not sleep. He sat silently, thinking about the magic books. I searched for Sung Jun's research, but there was only one Book of Idris. He remained half-heartedly optimistic. Still, it's better than finding nothing. Suddenly, threads of magic began to appear between the two books, connecting them to each other. Haru's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Both books are glowing. The book he had just gotten from Baekhan that afternoon suddenly shot a flurry of rose petals into his face. Then his master's voice rang out. "I'll leave this book to the rightful heir of the Book of Idris." Those objects pulled Haru inside before he could even react. I'm being dragged in again. His master spoke again. This book is called the Book of Mimia. Hearing his master's voice, Haru did not dare say a word. Master's voice. I've been pulled into a book again. His master advised him. Enjoy the blessing from the bottom of your heart. In just a few seconds, he was completely transported into the world inside the book, leaving only gentle streams of light in the air. Haru lay sprawled out in a completely unfamiliar room. He looked around in a daze and wondered, where am I? The owner of this book was busy fiddling around by the bookshelf. She lightly poked Haru, who was sitting frozen in the corner in shock. He suddenly whipped around. The mischievous little girl pointed at his face. Found you. Welcome to the Book of Mimia. Haru was stunned to see an unfamiliar little girl talking to him. Who are you? Mimia calmly said, She puffed out her chest and proudly announced her name. I am Mimia. Then she spread her arms wide, proudly showing off her own library. The manager of this place, the Well of Mimia. She introduced herself to Haru. Nice to meet you, heir. Haru sprang to his feet and looked around. The Well of Mimia? She immediately explained. That is the name of this library. Mimia held her head high and introduced it. This is the library Zabel Beitner prepared for his future heir. Hearing her say that left Haru standing there blankly, as if his soul had left his body. A library made especially for Beitner's successor. He quietly observed the room. It's a little small to call it a library. Mimia immediately shot back. That is because your achievements are still too few. In the Well of Mimia, the scale changes depending on the successor's level. She guessed it perfectly just by looking at him. Judging by this size, it seems you still have not passed the second trial. Am I right? Haru answered calmly. That's right. After exchanging only a few stiff lines, Mimia began to feel awkward and took a step back. May I ask, can we speak normally now? He was surprised by her question. Though she was only half Haru's height, Mimia still acted like an older senior lecturing a junior. Since we will be seeing each other often, it would be strange to keep speaking formally. Let's be comfortable with each other. He smirked and agreed to her request. Fine, let's do that. Mimia looked up at him with admiration. Nice. Heir, you're quite talented. You have already reached the second circle and found me this quickly. Even Haru, the king of Narcissus, had to admit defeat before this excessive confidence. I don't understand why finding you is a good thing. Mimia laughed loudly, because it means you can progress smoothly without any problems up to level 5. Her words made Haru nearly fall over in shock. Level 5? How is that possible? Without making him wait long, Mimia immediately unleashed her first magic. A book exclusive to this manager began to separate itself from the row of books on the shelf. She controlled a stream of magic, making the book float in the air. Then Mimia handed the book to Haru. Read it, and you'll understand. Haru hesitantly flipped through the first few pages. This is Detailed Theory on Resonance. She gently explained. This place is filled with information that did not fit into the Idris Code, just like the book you are reading now. Haru asked calmly, why are all these books not in the Idris Code? Mimia was quite pleased by the question. Excellent question, she explained. Overload from the trial pages, too much content to verify the heir, and many other reasons. Only the necessary information was stored in the Book of Idris. That is why the supplementary Well of Mimia was created. Haru stared at that mysterious book. So, you mean Master recorded more detailed content in the Well of Mimia? She answered exactly. If the Book of Idris is a summarized guide, then this place can be considered a textbook or reference library. Haru finally grasped the situation. I see. He looked around the entire study and wondered. So all the books here are filled with this kind of dense information, and as my achievements increase, the number of books also increases. Mimia said cheerfully exactly. So, do you know how to reach the 5th circle now? Haru began overestimating himself again. Of course. With this, I can easily pass the second trial. The moment he finished speaking, he was sucked into that book again. Haru lay suspended in the air, panting hard. Before he could even fully open his eyes, he was already thinking about the test. 79 loops. At the same time, a magic circle appeared imposingly before him. Haru thought, synchronizing 100 spell loops in the second trial. At first, it took 8 hours to complete. Just thinking about that made him quite confident about this test. But since meeting the well of Mimia, I can handle 79 loops in one go. Haru sat down and fell into thought. Lately, everything I've been doing has really been difficult. After that contemplation, he finally had enough determination to complete the test. At this rate, I'm confident I can finish all 100 loops as early as tonight or tomorrow at the latest. Haru felt grateful for this coincidence. Obtaining the Book of Mimia before the Academy Olympiad was truly fortunate. The quiet evening gave way to the mysterious night. Back in reality, at House Shin, he had arrived at the family castle. As Haru walked, he wondered, why did father call for me? Could it be to reward me for the Beck Sahayok incident? That top-tier delusional side of him was still proud that he had taken down that madman. Haru began to feel annoyed that his work had been interrupted. I planned to spend the whole day in the well of Mimia after school. Why now of all times? But it was still important. The maid reported to In Hyok. Master, young Master Haru has arrived. He said coldly, let him in. Haru said politely, greetings, head of House Shin. Father. Before Haru was his father's displeased face. In Hyok growled, sit down. I will get straight to the point. He began by acknowledging his son, unlike last time. This time, you did not contribute 100%, but it cannot be denied that you contributed more than half. Combined with last time, your share of the Mana Stone mining rights is 26%. Haru obediently sat still and listened to his father. Yes, In Hyok appreciated his son's composure. You have brought us considerable profit, so you deserve a reward. Though his face was naturally stern, he was gentle with Haru. Is there anything you want? Haru frowned and answered, yes, there is. Then he clearly stated what he wanted. I want an ancient relic stored deep in the family vault. In Hyok found this request as easy to grant as eating a meal. An ancient relic? Very well. You do not believe those absurd fantasies about hidden secrets inside ancient relics, do you? They are only antiques. Haru answered firmly. No, I do not think that. I am not especially interested in ancient relics. I believe that even legends contain truth. Seeing his son so resolute, the man could only give in. You are still too young to believe in such far-fetched stories. In Hyok was helpless, but he still accepted the request. If that is your choice, I will respect it. But you may only take one item. Having achieved his goal, Haru smiled happily. Yes, thank you, father. Still wearing an extremely displeased expression, the man asked, then which ancient relic do you want? Haru answered without hesitation. Yes, I want. He did not waver at all. The one in the family treasure vault. Haru wanted his father to give him the magic cloak that had been carefully stored in a glass case. He stated it firmly, Zabel Beitner's cloak, without a second of hesitation. The father and son moved to the treasure vault of the mage family. In Hyok's butler had prepared the cloak as requested and presented it to him in Haru's presence. He handed the box containing the family's precious treasure to his youngest son and cautioned him, please, I hope you will not regret this choice. Haru held the box in his hands with determination. Yes, thank you, father. Father. Even so, In Hyok was still worried about his son's immaturity, believing in such nonsense. You truly are still too young. He repeated his warning. Devote yourself to training so that you will not regret this later. If you want to go back on it. Haru smiled faintly, his gaze steady. It is all right. After leaving the family estate, his car sped down the road like a beam of light. Haru was completely certain. Most of the ancient relics our family possesses are genuine. Then he stared at the treasure he had just received from his father, Zabel Beitner's cloak. But Haru still seemed somewhat doubtful. If this truly is my master's cloak, 30% of the magic stone mining rights would be nothing. He suddenly felt that something was off. Wait, was this really my master's cloak? Haru immediately opened the box to check. What if it is a fake? The dazzling light from the cloak startled him. Haru froze. Holding the cloak in his hands, he was utterly stunned. Isn't this pure mana thread? Perhaps, as a mage, he could thoroughly understand the theories regarding this mana thread. Mana thread was an advanced technique in which mana stones were refined and drawn into thread through crafting technology. Across the entire world, fewer than 30 craftsmen could handle mana thread. Haru nearly fell over in surprise at the material used to make the cloak. This is not something that merely uses some mana thread. This entire cloak is made completely of mana thread. Besides, how could such advanced technology exist in that era? Compared to this, even recently produced mana thread artifacts cannot compare. I have never seen anything like this. The cloak left him unable to close his mouth for quite a while. A short while later, Haru had returned to his own house. He sat on the bed in a daze, gazing at the cloak without letting it go. Haru suddenly noticed writing on the hem of the cloak, a signature here, and this terribly ugly handwriting. He frowned. It is definitely my master's. I see it every day, so I've gotten used to it. When Haru wanted to figure something out, he had to find the answer no matter what. He lifted the cloak again and wondered, but what is this? The structure. He carefully noticed the luminous part inside the cloak. Are the inner and outer layers reversed? Haru began reasoning like a detective. Another reason mana thread is difficult to handle is because the inner and outer layers must be constructed differently. The inner layer is designed to enhance mana conduction and efficiency. The outer layer is designed to block mana conduction in order to minimize damage. He connected the logic together. But the structure of this cloak is the exact opposite. That means the outer layer enhances the efficiency of mana operation and takes more damage, while the inner layer prevents mana loss, reducing the wearer's mana leakage. Of course, those deductions were absurd. He did not believe his master would make such a mistake. Haru could only accept it, so it was designed to be worn inside out. He spread the cloak out on the bed and examined it carefully. He stared at that luminous layer for a long while, but Haru saw no difference compared to the outside. Even reversed, the structure of the outer and inner layers was still the same. He pondered for ages, so it was intentionally designed this way. But for what purpose? Haru became suspicious from every angle. Is this really an ancient relic? Now I understand why father let it rot in the vault. Suddenly, he was once again sucked into the book of Mimiya. She was calmly sitting and reading when Haru abruptly appeared in front of her and called out loudly, "Mimiya!" She smiled brightly. "Oh, you are here?" Mimiya was surprised when she saw the cloak in Haru's hands. That is. Then she quickly ran over to check it. What? Isn't this Zay's cloak? Her eyes lit up. You found this? Your luck is unbelievable. Haru was half believing and half doubting. But this cloak seems a little strange. He immediately handed the cloak to Mimiya, making her ponder for a long while. What? Suddenly, Mimiya shouted, startling Haru, who was standing opposite her. She continued by repeating the question she had asked the first time she met him. You are still at the second circle, right? Haru found it hard to understand. Yeah, that's right. Mimiya began tossing out a few teasing words. Then it is only natural that you would not know. Even this narcissistic boy was humble this time. Stop thinking about it by yourself. Then how are you supposed to use this? Hearing the question, she put on a mysterious air. Sorry, I am sorry, but I cannot explain anything about this cloak. Haru was surprised. What? Why? She immediately returned the cloak to him. No, I will give it back. Then Mimiya stood with her arms crossed and explained. Beitner-style magic possesses a special incantation. Suddenly, her face turned pale, contradicting what she had just said. Hearing a clue, Haru immediately pressed her with questions. A special incantation? Mimiya began clutching her head and acting panicked. Now that I think about it, am I not allowed to mention the name of that incantation? Forget it. But she was forced to answer his questions. Let me say it again. Beitner-style magic possesses a special incantation, a spell called True Magic. Haru stammered in confusion. True magic. Mimiya put her hands on her hips and affirmed it. That's right. Unlike the magic you are using, this is true magic. He still half doubted it. What? Then the magic I'm using isn't real? She said calmly, well, unfortunately, that is the accurate way to put it. Regarding this true magic, I cannot reveal anything until you reach a certain level. But Haru still tried to ask until the end. Is it some kind of restriction? Mimiya did not hesitate to explain. Yes, this cloak is a relic that exists to support magic. Haru breathed a sigh of relief. So I cannot explain anything about this cloak either. That is all. She was delighted. So cool. Exactly. You understand quickly. He looked down and fretted. Then what level do I need to reach before I can receive an explanation about this cloak? Mimiya began to hesitate. That is. Then she looked up at Haru and answered clearly. The 5th circle. Hearing that, he froze on the spot. She explained in detail. You must master the 5th circle and pass many trials. Beitner-style magic truly begins with mastering the 5th circle first. Haru began practicing the 2nd test. He tried to alter this magic circle. 98. At last, Haru completely broke through the magic circle's loop. 99. 100. He breathed out proudly. Finally, I succeeded. Suddenly, his master's voice came from above. Congratulations. Haru jolted and turned around. This voice, Master, his master encouraged him. You must have struggled greatly to pass this second test. You did well. Now I will teach you how to cast the third circle. Before Haru could even recover from being overwhelmed by the previous circle, he had to prepare for battle again. The third circle. Glittering circles began to appear. The third level of Beitner-style magic, the third infinite circle, interference. He was stunned. Circle, interference. Returning to reality, Haru had finished studying the Book of Mimia. He sat silently in a corner and thought, so I have mastered the second test. Then he encouraged himself. Now it is time to train the interference circle. Haru held the two powerful books in his hands and smiled. If not for the cloak and the Book of Mimia, this test would have taken far more time. The night before, at the Well of Mimia, her words had engraved themselves deeply in his mind. You can only use it after mastering the fifth circle and passing test number 5 in the Beitner arts. True magic only appears after mastering the fifth circle. Since Haru had only just mastered the second circle, he had no choice but to accept it. Well, there is nothing I can do. Haru considered it. Until he reached the fifth circle, he would probably have to put this cloak away for now. When Mimia saw Haru decide that, she asked in alarm, "Wait, successor, what did you just say? Why would you waste something so precious by leaving it in storage?" Haru, with his goldfish brain, could not understand her at all. Then what am I supposed to use it for? The inner and outer layers of the mana fabric have been reversed, so it cannot be used anymore. Mimia angrily snatched the cloak away. "Then give it to me." Her attitude flipped in an instant. This cloak has the ability to keep mana inside and prevent it from leaking out, allowing you to reach a state of mana saturation. That explanation successfully opened Haru's eyes. He switched into big brain mode. When mana is saturated, the infinite circle rotates faster than usual. In other words, the mana passing through my brain also increases, right? In other words, your brain will benefit from that excess mana, helping your mind recover faster. It is similar to recovering from fatigue accumulated in the body. Only then did Haru begin to realize the cloak's usefulness. I get it. If I wear this cloak, I can reduce my sleeping time, right? Mimia handed the cloak back to him and took the chance to throw in a jab. And you call that understanding? She winked and emphasized one point. If you wear this cloak, you will not need to sleep at all. Haru clutched the cloak in shock. I will not need to sleep at all. Mimia spoke confidently. That is right. As long as you wear it for about 5 hours a day, you can maintain your best condition. She added a note, and that is only its side effect. I might as well tell you, successor, that this is not the cloak's true power. When Haru realized how valuable the cloak was, he grew impatient. I want to master the fourth circle magic circle as soon as possible. Mimia warned him, but you do know this thing only works on you, right? For anyone else, it is poison. Do not lend it to anyone. Haru replied cheerfully, "Of course I know. With an item like this, the upcoming test will only get easier." 2 days later, he had been wearing the cloak at all times ever since he understood its value. Haru glared, still unable to find an explanation for interference. He pondered for a long time. "I've tried so many times, but something is still missing. It feels like I am about to understand the interference circle, but..." Haru kept his eyes fixed on the Book of Mimia. Interference. The lines on that page read, "A third circle magic circle in Beitner-style magic, possessing the power to interfere with another person's mana. To do so, one must synchronize 100% with that person's mana." He found it difficult to understand. Is this the definition of the interference circle? The ability to affect another person's mana? Haru grew interested. That sounds pretty useful, does it not? Then, thinking back rather indifferently about the previous test, he reflected, "To be honest, I did not expect anything. I never thought the second test was just a stepping stone for mastering the interference circle." He continued reading the notes in the magic book. To obtain the third circle magic circle, one must resonate the resonance circle and synchronize with the surrounding mana. At this point, Haru's eyes brightened with hope. If I keep resonating gradually, the third circle magic circle will form. His determination blazed. All right, this time, I will definitely succeed. Haru immediately closed his eyes and controlled the surging flow of mana inside his body. He fused all the abundant mana in the air with the saturated mana inside his body. Streams of magic began flowing into him. It felt as though he were building a new house. Haru focused on forming tiny streams of mana around himself. Those mana shapes playfully ran in circles around his magic circle, and he immediately realized it. Creating a house right inside my body. The mana is being absorbed. The sound of mana directly affected Haru's hearing. Let's play together. Over here, I can hear the sound of mana. He secretly cried out in delight inside his mind. Amazing. Then he began sinking into the pleasure of the mana flow. It is so warm. I did not want to leave it all. Haru entered maximum chill mode. This is new. If I have reached this point, I will master it soon. I just need to continue resonating like this. He turned to them and told them to play a new game. They immediately asked back, "What are we playing?" The mana shapes twisted together into a dance, created a playground, joined hands in a circle, sang, danced, and became one. This caused Haru's body to start sweating like a flood. It is hot. Even if the mana amplification rate differs by only 1%, my body will still be unable to absorb it. But he was capable of controlling this flow of mana by managing that 1%. The mana stabilized inside Haru's body, and little by little, he reduced the amplification rate to 0.01%. The mana slowly created a magic circle quietly without anyone noticing. Night retreated to make way for dawn, and after a long night, Haru finally completed his mana control. Exhausted, he unconsciously opened his eyes wide. After bathing in a pool of sweat all night, Haru finally felt relieved. It is done. He began casting magic. First circle, magic circle. Meditation. This time, Haru brilliantly controlled 2 different magic circles. Second circle, magic circle. Resonance. And now, he clenched his fist, ready for this decisive technique. Haru shouted loudly, "Third, infinite circle." Haru felt satisfied after all the effort he had put in. I finally completed the 3rd circle, the interference circle. The flame of determination in his heart smoldered. I need to become stronger as quickly as possible and reach the level of a 5-circle master. Clear sunlight spread over the lush green forest and filtered through each canopy of leaves. Haru lay on a tree root, deep in thought about the test. He crossed his legs and lay there in full chill mode. A survival combat test? Ooh. The system from Haru's watch displayed information. It is a large-scale test held in a vast training area in the mountains of Gangwon Province. The test lasts 32 hours, and all students are equipped with a special artifact. The system provided detailed data. A simple test in which you only need to survive as long as possible within an area that gradually shrinks over 32 hours. Haru's face remained indifferent. All right, time to move. However, this test was far more difficult than the previous ones. If there was one difference, it was that he did not only have to survive monster attacks, but also deal with other students. Naturally, he had to survive while earning points. Brown birds suddenly flew past in front of him, as though signaling the trials of this test. G-Hack and his barriers suddenly launched a sneak attack from below the tree root. I slipped behind you. Haru. But Haru was not easy prey either. With just one palm strike, he calmly dodged at high speed. Then Haru, acting like an overbearing boss, jumped down to the ground and provoked G-Hack. G-Hack challenged him. "You're pretty good at dodging, but I've figured out your rhythm now." Without hesitation, Haru punched him straight in the face. But before the blow could do anything, that coward used a defensive layer. "Barrier. Idiot. What do you do with bare fists?" Haru was calmer than ever now. He immediately used the 3 magic circles he had just obtained a break through G-Hack's barrier. Interference. In an instant, cracks began appearing in the barrier. G-Hack was frightened and began to panic. What? G-Hack's outdated moves were quickly beaten down by Haru. Barrier. He and the pile of shattered fragments were knocked face first into the ground. G-Hack glared at his opponent with bullet-like eyes. My barrier lost to something like an earth spike? After finishing him off, Haru tossed out a few provocative words. "Idiot. What is there to be proud of in a sneak attack?" He sighed in exasperation. "And you even shouted while attacking." Haru tightly held the interwoven magic circles in his hand and smiled triumphantly. So this is the power of interference. He recalled that glorious moment, weakening the core of the 2-circle barrier spell and piercing through it with the 1-circle earth spike spell. G-Hack was sent flying far away when Haru used interference. He was still lying on the ground, unconscious. A notification rang out. Student G-Hack has been eliminated. After that, Haru leisurely left. Because he was careless and let his guard down, it worked perfectly and naturally. The system announced, Haru has received 10 points. This victory made him even more self-absorbed. A smooth start, huh? Haru thought to himself. I think I have grasped interference. At this pace, interference might be effective not only against two-circle magic, but also against three-circle magic. Suddenly, an unfamiliar shadow cut through the wind and flew past behind Haru. He glanced at the gust that flashed across his cheek with caution. All of a sudden, the forest behind him burst into roaring flames, leaving him no time to react. Fireball. Haru was left completely dumbfounded by the blaze. A pack of Bloodclaw wolves stepped out of the flames and advanced toward him like the forest's own thirst. Bloodclaw wolves. I am surrounded, but Haru remained very calm. It seems they were drawn here by the sound of the earlier fight. He warmed up a little before attacking them, cracking his wrists as he provoked them. Well, if it were an ordinary student, they would be complaining about having to fight continuously by now. Haru is arrogant, but for me, someone who needs to dominate first place by an overwhelming margin, I'm extremely grateful for this situation. The alpha wolf began howling, signaling the pack to attack. Seeing them leap at him, Haru immediately used interference and mocked them. Come on, charge at me, you mangy dogs. In the outside world, CEO, he was watching his fight intently. She called the names of Haru's friends. Avela, Suchan, CEO, he smiled proudly. Kangsu, Jihak, these students are truly outstanding. Lihan acknowledged their talent. If things continue like this until the end, they will easily enter the top 10. Red-haired Park I-hun, sitting on the other side, still had to make a sarcastic remark. But is it not very difficult to last until the end? CEO, he calmly replied. By the way, it seems no one doubts Haru's skills anymore. At that moment, through the screen, he still held the upper hand. Then she turned and asked the man watching the match. Instructor Changsu. He smiled. Yes, that is true. Park I-hun, listening nosily from the side, also butted in. He clearly does not look like someone who could be judged as lacking competitiveness and dismissed. That forced CEO, he to immediately refute him. Dismissed? He ranked first by an overwhelming margin in all the previous training sessions. She showed him the rankings, and even now, he is leading with an overwhelming point gap. It was just that CEO, he was still pondering Haru's ability. What is even more astonishing is how he knew the habits of Bloodclaw wolves and deliberately did not kill one until it called the whole pack over. That is extraordinary as well. When a Bloodclaw wolf howls, the entire pack will rush over even if they are 5 kilometers away. He used that habit to gather kill points. Park I-hun once again spoke in that insinuating tone. At this rate, we might be able to hope for a victory in the Olympiad. At the same time, in the forest where Haru was fighting the pack of Bloodclaw wolves, he began to grow utterly exhausted after the long battle. With this much, Haru checked the system smugly, leaving the fallen wolves where they lay. I scored about 60 points, right? Suddenly, his whole body began to shake, leaving him no time to react. Haru was suddenly lifted into the air by a block of ice rising from below. What is this? An earthquake? No, that cannot be. The ground is moving. He panicked completely. What is this thing? Haru was now standing on a gigantic block of ice, flustered. It had a body as large as an elephant and an emerald on its back. The small ice block he was standing on was actually an emerald turtle with a long, fibrous tongue. Emerald turtle. Haru was somewhat more cautious this time. Why is such a rare monster here? Haru quickly regained his composure and landed safely on the ground. He stood on guard before the beast with its enormous body. This is the first time I have seen one with my own eyes. Haru entered a ready stance. Well, let us fight. Back in reality, at Oberlist Academy, in the assessment tower on the outdoor training grounds, CEO he felt worried for Haru and the Emerald Turtle. Lihan calmly explained the procedure of this battle. The initial goal is to escape danger, and the purpose of this is to broaden the range of available options, such as having the trainees cooperate with one another. It is a rare type monster that was placed in the main training ground. She cannot sit still. No matter how much of a genius Haru is, there is no way he can face that thing alone. In the battle, Haru intensely analyzed the turtle's nature. Emerald Turtle, a turtle-necked reptilian monster equivalent to the 4th class of C rank. Characterized by powerful defense, it is a natural enemy of mages. The Emerald Turtle roared, its long tongue spraying saliva everywhere. It angrily stomped down where he was standing, gouging a hole into the ground. Haru's small body was flung far away, just like that. Even while standing at the brink of life and death, he still indulged in wishful thinking. If I catch this monster, I will receive a huge number of kill points. The turtle used its claw to stab toward the back of Haru's neck. Startled, he hurriedly used a defensive layer to block it. Barrier. Haru's barrier remained intact for the moment. But of course, that barrier was nothing but a tiny shrimp before the turtle's claw. The claw smashed through the barrier and knocked him flying off the map. He still believed in Haru's strength. He avoided the attack by using the barrier as a stepping stone. Park Ai-hun's expression was tense, but the barrier is not sturdy enough. The Emerald Turtle is not an easy opponent to handle, even for a six-circle mage. Without hesitating, Haru used magic to set the turtle ablaze. Mountain fire. Then he quickly landed on the ground and stared at the smoke in front of him. Seeing that there was no sound, Haru became cocky. Did it work? The Emerald Turtle was no pushover either. It stood towering in the thick smoke, completely unharmed by his spell. Haru was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. No way. His only option was to run for his life. This is not easy at all. Even a fifth circle mage cannot defeat this monster alone. Seeing its opponent flee desperately, the turtle chased after him. Haru was extremely confused as death drew near. Is it because it has mana inside its body that it is faster than I expected? That unconscious thought made him freeze for a few seconds, hesitating. It has mana inside its body. But the reckless Haru still dared to turn back and confront it. I think I have something I need to test. He knelt down and transmitted mana into his legs, strengthening them. Yet before he could finish channeling it, Haru was sent flying by the turtle. All he could do was run headlong. A powerful force capable of felling a giant tree with a single charge. If I take a hit from it, even once, I will not be able to recover. The Emerald Turtle repeatedly struck directly at where he stood, throwing Haru into such a panic that he could only shout, "If I keep running like this, I cannot win. I have to fight back one more time." The turtle prepared to launch its final blow to finish him off. At that moment, Haru suddenly used a defensive layer to restrain its power. Barrier. Of course, the creature's enormous foot still put him in a miserable position. What kind of strength is this? Haru began using all his life force to make the barrier stronger. I underestimated it. I cannot even block this attack. Resonance. He gritted his teeth and held his ground. The Emerald Turtle lost its composure and began roaring ferociously. This is a head-on confrontation. Right after this attack, it will be unable to move until it recovers its strength. Haru seized this opportunity to cast magic. Now, circle. The barrier disappeared. He swiftly ran straight beneath the turtle's hard shell. Haru used all his mental strength. I remember reading this in a picture book when I was little. A double attack from an emerald turtle puts tremendous pressure on its joints. Right now, after it attacks, when it cannot move until its joints recover their strength, is the perfect moment. He flew into the air and prepared to strike the turtle. Then Haru used magic to create an icy sword and drove it straight down. This is my chance. I spear. The people from Oberlist Academy were so shocked they could not close their mouths. They froze, their eyes fixed on Haru as he cast his magic. His ice spear stabbed straight into the Emerald Turtle's back, making it cough blood and triggering an interruption. The Emerald Turtle writhed in pain as blood poured from its mouth. Then Haru finished off the reptilian monster. He still had not recovered from this classic victory. I won. The system began to appear from his watch. System notification. Haru has received 1,000 points. That made him extremely pleased. Great. Dazzling sunlight filtered through the tree canopies. At the same time, at the mansion of the magic god, the head of Hao Xin and Sukhayan were watching Haru's battle intently on television. In-hyuk smiled with satisfaction. He said smugly, "Although the Emerald Turtle is weak against the ice element, I still do not understand how he managed it with only third circle magic. Do you?" Sukhayan was also completely stumped by the question. My apologies. I do not know either. But Sukhayan still spoke clearly about what he understood. It seems so. And of course, there would also have been resistance. Food sources are extremely important in survival tests. He has very good judgment. In-hyuk grew smug again. I did not raise him to be weak like that. That is certainly true. At the same time, Haru was carrying back several kilograms of emerald turtle meat in both arms. Sukhayan hesitated. Family head, may I ask one thing? In-hyuk did not understand either. What is it? Sukhayan asked seriously. Why is young Master Haru acting so boldly? Clearly, if you consider the surveillance actions of young Master Jihan and Miss Se, you would realize that those actions are extremely harmful. In Hyok did not hesitate and declared with absolute certainty, all of those actions are deliberate. Sukhayan replied respectfully, yes. As In Hyok spoke, he proudly watched his youngest son grilling turtle meat. In the past, when his magic was still restricted, Haru was naturally excluded from the family's competition. As a result, his status in the family recently became quite miserable. Then In Hyok declared boldly, but now is different. Even he himself could not understand his son's power. Haru has, I do not know how, but he has obtained a powerful strength. He has also improved considerably in the field of magic. In Hyok spoke of the time Haru came to see him. 2 months before the Olympiad, he requested protection from harassment by his older siblings. His account made Sukhayan, who stood beside him, widen his eyes in surprise. To show himself off as prominently as possible. To do something extraordinary if he was capable of it. He planned to draw the world attention and raise his status within the family, building up his influence as quickly as possible. In Hyok looked proud, and after those 2 months of protection, he must have become certain that Jihan and Sei's surveillance was no longer a serious problem. Meanwhile, Haru was cheerfully cooking the 4th-class reptile meat. Let's sprinkle on some seasoning. In Hyok remained proud on his side. He truly is decisive. In the still night, surrounded by mountains and forest, faint moonlight shone down from above. Haru sat on a fallen tree trunk, and nearby was a chunk of meat over a crackling fire. On the first day of the survival training course, from 11:30 p.m. to 1 a.m., all confrontations were strictly prohibited. Holding a cooked piece of meat in his hand, he frowned and thought to himself, I know they set this for safety reasons. But if we make everything this easy for the students, it differs from the original rules, and their skills will not improve much. Haru's gaze turned serious. In some countries, outdoor training schools have rules stricter than the academies, and this needs to change. He glanced aside, pulled on his cloak, and smirked. Well, this time, we are allowed to bring magical tools. So it is a good thing I can recover my strength with Master's cloak. Without thinking any further, Haru turned his attention back to his dinner. All right, that should do it. A little later, he happily rubbed his stomach, holding a bone that had been picked completely clean. I ate too much. Suddenly sensing something, he whipped his head around warily. From behind the bushes, Suchan suddenly burst out. Haru! Walking beside him was Adela. Haru was just as surprised. Suchan and Adela. The 3 of them sat around the fire, and he asked, So, how did the 2 of you end up coming out of the forest together? Adela smiled faintly and answered, We fought until past 11 in the morning. We did not quarrel at all. I was overwhelmingly defeated. Haru rubbed his chin and glanced at Suchan. So the match stopped at 11 in the morning. I suppose you crawled over here because of the delicious smell. Suchan immediately snapped his fingers in praise. You're right. Both of them drooled, their eyes full of craving. Suchan hurriedly asked, It smells amazing. So when are you going to give us some? Haru said helplessly, Aren't you leaving, Adela? Then he frowned and reminded them, This is my meat. The 2 of them simultaneously stared at him with sparkling eyes. Hey, which part is yours and which part is ours? None. Haru closed his eyes, not wanting to look at the other 2's pleading faces. Haru could only answer helplessly, Fine, I was just going to throw it away anyway, so you might as well try some. Hearing that, the 2 of them jumped up and cheered happily. Suchan eagerly held a huge chunk of meat in front of him. It smells so good. Adela happily held a smaller piece of meat carefully placed on a leaf. Thank you for the meal. Suchan smiled with his eyes and took a big bite. She also calmly enjoyed it with relish. Haru asked softly, Isn't it delicious? Praise immediately rang out. Yes, it really is delicious. After being complimented, he folded his arms and lifted his face proudly. Suddenly, Adela noticed the meat in her hand and spoke doubtfully. This meat? Isn't this honey bear meat? A honey bear was a bear-type monster that lived in the forest and tasted good when roasted. Haru was a little surprised, but he quickly replied, Huh? No. Adela looked straight at him and voiced her guess. There are only 2 types of monsters in this training area that can be eaten. She frowned and spoke seriously. Honey bears and emerald turtles. Besides those, the other monsters are all poisonous or have no flavor, so they cannot be eaten. Adela looked at him in disbelief and suspicion. No way. Did you hunt an emerald turtle? Haru casually pointed and answered loudly, Yes. On the 3rd day, over in the west. Suchan chewed with his cheeks puffed out. His eyes widened in shock. Really? I've only seen emerald turtles online. How did you hunt it? Haru leaned away and frowned as he reminded him, Hey, don't talk while you're eating. Suchan kept eating the meat enthusiastically. As expected, you're amazing. Only Adela remained silent. Her voice grew several degrees colder. I have never heard of a mage below 5 circles hunting an emerald turtle. Haru still replied with a faint smile, It is. But very quickly, Haru swung his hand upward and shouted loudly, Explosion, fire! Immediately, a blazing red gale shot straight up through the silent forest. The two of them were left dizzy and suffocated by the powerful wind. Adela cried out in shock, Third circle magic! The gale gradually vanished, and the whirlwind slowly died down. Her eyes went wide as she shouted in disbelief, No way. Magic transformation, 6th circle. Haru's expression did not change at all. He calmly lowered his hand and glanced over. He quickly turned his head to avoid the admiring gazes of the other two. Oh, how amazing. It really can be eaten. Haru thought to himself, with Master's magic, even though it is only 3rd circle. The two of them excitedly moved closer. Suchan asked curiously, I guess I have no choice but to keep it a secret. Wow, how did you win? Did you aim for the emerald turtle's head? Haru said softly, No, I just pierced through it from above its shell. Suchan stood close and interrogated him. Does that even make sense? Haru folded his arms and gave a strained smile. That is what happened. His voice rang out. It was being broadcast live from one of the Academy's drones, so you can watch the recording after it ends. Haru smirked. No, I think I will watch it first, right? Suchan's face went blank, not understanding. Beside him, Adela looked very interested. Haru raised an eyebrow at them. Tomorrow, we will fight fair and square. Suchan cheered excitedly and happily. Oh my, there's no way we can beat you. Adela only smiled faintly. Very well, then good luck. Her hair fluttered confidently in the wind. I also have something I want to show you. A barrier faintly appeared around the forest. Very soon, the second day of the survival test arrived. In a large room, a group of people sat observing the situation. One of them spoke. 2 hours remain. The survival circle has shrunk, and now only 4 people remain. Who will stand at the top of this survival battle? A new day arrived, a beautiful morning with gentle sunlight pouring over the mountains. Haru walked leisurely through the forest with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a surging flow of mana rushed toward him. Sensing danger, he glanced toward the source of that energy. Haru swung his hand and immediately released mana. Wind shield. The two great forces collided, creating a huge explosion in midair. The corners of Sanguk's mouth lifted as his voice rang out calmly. So we are back to the supernova stage? In an instant, he sprang off a tree trunk and leaped up lightly. Then he dropped down from above, aiming straight at Haru below. Haru stepped back and dodged the fatal blow falling from above. He stared in alarm at what had swept past him. Zulfust. He bent backward to avoid his opponent's sweeping kick. Haru steadied himself on the ground, gritted his teeth, and looked up at the person before him. He felt worried inside. That was only the beginning, and close-quarters combat is exactly what I was hoping for. A roundhouse kick came in within a hair's breadth, too fast and too powerful. Sanguk stood against the sunlight, his gaze confident. Haru, meeting me here is bad luck for you. Haru thought to himself, a close combat mage, Sanguk. Then he smirked with interest and replied, Sorry about that, but I think it is lucky. Returning to an earlier time at a large academy. Sanguk turned and walked away, leaving someone lying sprawled on the ground in pain, faint groans coming from him. Haru looked up from behind several girls who were going wild over Sanguk. As expected of Sanguk, body enhancement magic is the strongest. Sanguk only tilted slightly, his eyes meeting Haru's. For 2 years, he's been one of the 2 best fighters here. Back in the present, facing Sanguk directly, Haru could not help but admire him. As expected of body enhancement magic, his gaze turned serious as he looked at the excited opponent before him. He is not someone who can simply be defeated easily. Haru clenched his hand into a fist and summoned a powerful flow of mana. If that is the case, then I will too. He stepped back, swung his hand, and prepared a punch. Body enhancement. I will fight him in close combat. Seeing this, Sanguk also immediately summoned mana and laughed with interest. A direct and fair battle? Phoenix. At that moment, at Oberlist Academy's outdoor training grounds, in the assessment room, CO he looked up at the large screen and assessed. It seems Haru and Sanguk have both chosen to fight using body enhancement magic. Lihan rested his chin on his hand, somewhat doubtful. This match is clearly advantageous for Sanguk, isn't it? Over the past 2 years, his combat ability has clearly been among the best. He even won the International Junior Body Enhancement Magic Championship. Chang-Su continued in a serious voice. However, if we consider yesterday's Emerald Turtle match, Haru's ability cannot be measured. Haru nimbly tilted his body to avoid Sanguk's punch. His eyes widened as he activated inwardly, Demon Eye. Immediately, he calculated for himself. I can see the flow of his mana. The mana is gathering to strengthen his fist. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Haru lowered his head and glanced at the legs kicking toward him. No, it is moving down to his knee. He quickly created a barrier to block the kick. In other words, breaking kick technique. Haru pressed his lips together as he looked at the cracks that had appeared in the barrier. As expected, that kick is powerful. But if I use a magic barrier, I can push him back. Sanguk stepped back slightly, looking in surprise as the barrier before him shattered. He froze and marveled inwardly. He destroyed the barrier too? Sanguk stared in surprise at his opponent, who was summoning mana. I have never seen this magic before. Is this really the return of a genius mage? He smirked excitedly. So the rumors were not nonsense. Sanguk leaned back and lightly dodged Haru's attack. This is getting interesting, but I have my pride too. He gritted his teeth, revealing a confident appearance. I will not lose in close combat. Realizing the moment he had been waiting for had arrived, Haru raised his hand high and gathered a powerful source of mana. Now is my chance. His oppressive fist shot forward. Sanguk's eyes went wide as he raised his hand and blocked the powerful punch. Haru was stunned in disbelief. What? In the assessment room, CEO, he, and Lihan shot to their feet in panic and exclaimed in unison, "He blocked that punch." Haru flipped backward to avoid Sanguk's kick. He frowned suspiciously and carefully observed the person before him. Did he see through that technique? His battle instincts are not bad. They are even excellent. If I pretend to attack with fire element magic, even if he uses defensive magic, his 2 hands will not escape injury. For an instant, the image of Sanguk's arms burned appeared. Thinking that, Haru stepped back to gain momentum and charged forward. Sanguk was startled and stared blankly as Haru continued attacking. Zulfust. He immediately curled his body and tried to use his arms to block the attack like before. Haru raised an eyebrow and laughed teasingly. Are you planning to defend again? He swung his leg hard and kicked Sanguk, shouting a reminder, "Your side is wide open." Sanguk gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows in pain. The body enhancement on his arms was a feint, and he made it a kick. Sanguk looked at Haru's smirk in disbelief. But when did he use body enhancement magic on his leg so quickly? With one hand, he clutched the side that had been struck, feeling the sharp pain. Honestly, it seems my ribs are broken. But Sanguk showed no worry. Instead, he bared his teeth with interest despite being soaked in sweat. But I'm a warrior. I can endure this much pain and leave everything to instinct. He quickly returned to a battle-ready stance. Attack. Attack is a warrior's instinct. Seeing that, Haru only warned him coldly. If you rely too much on strength, your body will break apart. Sanguk paid no attention and directly jumped high, pointing a kick toward him. But with just one counterattack, he was sent flying backward. Aren't you getting a little too excited? Sanguk angrily gritted his teeth, trying to keep himself from falling. Just as his feet barely steadied on the ground, he suddenly sensed a great force rushing toward him. Haru swung a powerful punch straight into his chin, causing his opponent to fall backward. His body lost balance and crashed hard to the ground. Haru shook out his hand and looked at Sanguk, who lay on the ground with his eyes unfocused. According to Haru's earlier calculations, in that instant, Sanguk had focused all his mana under his chin to minimize the damage. Sanguk lay motionless on the ground, letting out a few small groans. His chin, which had taken the full force of the punch, was bright red and steaming. Haru laughed, pulling at his shirt to wipe away a few drops of sweat from his face. As expected, his battle instincts are excellent. He glanced at the new notification on his electronic watch. Not just his offensive ability, but his defensive ability too. He really is not easy to deal with. The sky was in late afternoon then, with gentle golden-orange sunlight, and in only a moment it gradually turned to night. The barrier surrounding the forest lit up again and continued to gradually shrink. Haru touched the watch on his wrist and thought, only 3 people left. His gaze immediately became wary. Now, there are only 2. Before him was Adela. She smiled faintly, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Good evening. It is a beautiful night tonight, isn't it? In an instant, her expression turned solemn as she faced him. In the city on a beautiful morning, sunlight shone down on a luxurious high-rise building. In a dark room, a large screen was replaying the scene of Haru, skillfully using magic power in his battle against Sengoku. Seowa could hardly believe it. Impossible. In an academic test broadcast nationwide, something like him had actually ended up becoming the final survivor. Ash clenched his fist and roared angrily. We shouldn't have left him alone. He's clearly getting more and more out of control. Seowa bit her nails, looking anxious. At this rate, Haru will become a candidate for succession again. No, that cannot be forgiven. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Right, brother? The person beside her merely remained silent, not bothering to answer. Receiving no response, Seowa grew flustered and glanced over, her voice lowering. Brother, say something. He took down the emerald turtle all by himself. Thinking of the scene of the emerald turtle being defeated, she felt unwilling and frustrated. How? How did he defeat the emerald turtle? It was a test broadcast live, so not only the internet, father must have seen it too. Our entire family as well. Seowa slammed her hand hard on the table in anger. Jian, sitting beside her, sighed helplessly and only then spoke. Seowa, please calm down a little. Okay. She clutched her sweat-soaked face, her expression distorted, and shouted, No, no, no. How am I supposed to stay calm in this situation? Suddenly, Seowa stopped, her brows furrowing tightly. This is... Jian tilted his head against his hand and threatened in a low voice, I don't say things twice. As if her trauma had been touched, she trembled and said quietly, I'm sorry, brother. I'll shut up, brother. Please, don't punish me. He curled his lips into a laugh. Then Jian smiled gently, walked over, and stroked Seowa's head as if showing concern. What are you talking about, Seowa? Seowa's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out from fear. Why would you punish me? He wore a smile, but it was bizarre and terrifying. We're siblings, after all. As if she had been granted mercy, Seowa collapsed to her knees on the ground, her voice trembling. Thank you, brother. Jian turned around and said in a low voice, Haru, that bastard has always been so cunning, snatching away every good opportunity. He raised a hand to his face and smiled sinisterly. We're siblings, but if he keeps stirring things up like this, I can't just leave him be. At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly erupted in the forest. Adela bent forward and summoned magic power. Moonlight Bullet, I won't fall for your traps this time, because today I watched your battle dozens, even hundreds of times. She recalled their previous duel and thought to herself, in that match that day, you pulled the sun over to your side, didn't you? But tonight's battle will be different. Under the pale, blue moonlight, the entire forest flashed with a mysterious glow. Adela pointed and created a small magic circle, her tone firm and certain. I won't give you a chance to counterattack. Very quickly, her magic circle blocked the tremendous amount of mana from the explosion. Haru leaned aside and nimbly dodged the arrows. He glanced at an arrow that had just grazed his shoulder and made it bleed, then realized a continuous barrage of moonlight bullets. The number of shots was different from a midterm evaluation. Haru thought helplessly, it's impossible to dodge all of these. On the other side, while casting magic, she spoke. Mages who focus on control and technique are weakened against simple long-range barges. Adela's sharp, quick gaze was filled with confidence. She stretched out her hand and shouted, This is your weakness. I will surpass you in skill, in effort, in everything. Another huge explosion erupted from Haru's direction. In the dust, he gritted his teeth and tightly furrowed his brows, while Haru created a shield to block the streams of mana flying toward him. He said, "Weakness or whatever." His eyes lit up and the corner of his mouth rose. "This is still just using sheer force to drive me into a weak position. What exactly did you analyze, and what decision did you come to?" Adela raised an eyebrow and laughed proudly. Haru continued struggling to withstand the powerful consecutive attacks from the arrows, inwardly praising her. Of course, even throwing every resource she has into this battle. He raised a hand to his face and smiled sinisterly. "We're siblings, but if he keeps stirring things up like this, I can't just leave him be." That was not something just anyone could do, as expected of the heir of the prestigious Sinbui family. And this, Haru swung his hand and asked loudly, "Adela, when did you reach the fourth circle?" With one hand hidden behind his back, he had already summoned mana and gathered it together. Deep ice. She stopped attacking, her hair fluttering in the haze. As expected, you noticed immediately. Haru quietly released mana, calculating in his head. "I need to conceal my attack with a smokescreen." That mana slowly approached Adela from behind. Without the slightest wariness, she calmly answered, "I reached the fourth circle 4 days ago." Oh, and not only that. Adela slowly closed her eyes, and her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. She spread her arms and sensed the air around her, her hair blown up by the wind. Behind her, that mana arrow flashed like moonlight. Adela slowly stepped forward. Now then, without even opening her eyes, she casually waved her hand. "I won't fall for such an obvious trick again." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly tilted her body to dodge and, in the same motion, swung her hand to destroy that source of magic power. Adela opened her eyes wide, her pupils slightly changed. Haru was momentarily shocked and stunned. "That's Mind's Eye. Not only the fourth circle, but mastery of Mind's Eye too? Isn't this going a bit too far?" Mind's Eye was a secret magic possessed by Adela's prestigious maternal family in France, the Stetter family. It was a divine eye of detection, similar to the ruby eyes of Kong Yin, the master of the Blue Tower. The current Adela combined the power and flexibility of the Sinbui family with the explosive power of the Stetter family, making her far too formidable. Haru covered his mouth amid the dust and inwardly exclaimed, "This is what you call a monster in human form." Adela immediately summoned several magic circles. "Now, I will fight with everything I have." Her sharp gaze was full of determination. "I'm not stupid enough to hold back against you." Adela cast a chain of magic spells, launching them at Haru. "That magic you used to defeat the Emerald Turtle. When exactly are you planning to use it?" Haru looked up at the large points of light in the air. He calmly raised an eyebrow in challenge. I was just about to use it." Very quickly, his own eyes flashed with light inside his dark red pupils. Demon Eye, Adela's Moonlight Bullet. Light Attribute Mana, 27.74. Dark Attribute Mana, 71.33. Water Attribute Mana, 0.93. Cast consecutively 12 times using the Selling and Berlin formulas, concentrated through the spiral structure of the Fredania equation. Haru covered his face with one hand and swung the other forward. Interruption. In an instant, his power blasted all the arrows away in multiple directions. Adela was shocked, her eyes widening in disbelief. The moonlight bullets changed trajectory and missed right before touching the target. "What did you do? What the hell was that? How?" Haru merely curled his lips into a faint smile. "Well then, from your point of view, what do you think I did? Could you see it with Mind's Eye?" That night, under the bright moonlight, the entire Mage Council mansion was lit up. Someone holding a glass of wine asked in alarm, "In Hyok, what kind of magic is that?" He stood up in disbelief. "What exactly is that absurd magic capable of interfering with spells?" The person who had just spoken in shock was Sang Cheon, chairman of the Mage Council and Adela's father. The two of them were watching the battle between her and Haru on a large screen. In Hyok answered in a low voice, I don't know either." Sang Cheon asked doubtfully, "Haru didn't tell you anything?" In Hyok closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Nothing at all." Sang Cheon slowly sat back down in his chair. How surprising. So even Haru has times when he hides things from you. In Hyok curled his lips into a smile and tilted his head against his hand. For more than a year now, he stopped being afraid of anything. While watching the large screen, he continued, "Now he's hiding a lot of secrets from me." Sang Cheon became slightly somber then answered softly, I understand. After being away from home for all those years, Haru must have changed a great deal. In Hyok still had his eyes closed, looking troubled. He's changed a lot. Sang Xion placed one hand on the table and wondered, then isn't it true that men need to travel more if they want to mature? Then he rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. To be honest, I thought he had just gotten lucky in the recent midterm evaluation. Seeing In Hyok's knife-sharp gaze shoot straight at him, Sang Xion gave an awkward laugh to smooth things over. Well, saying this in front of you is a little embarrassing, but I thought that kid, Haru, would shine brightly for only a moment before fading out. In Hyok slowly shifted his gaze. You're not wrong to say that. I understand. In the end, Haru is still an unusual child. Sang Xion looked at his daughter casting magic on the large screen and continued. Back then, when the boy beat Ardella, it wasn't entirely because his magic power was stronger. He won thanks to his own strategic mind and technique. He watched Haru counterattack at the same time. Soon enough, people will dissect every piece of information about Haru. And once they discover that, the boy's weaknesses will be exposed. He'll soon be at a disadvantage. In Hyok agreed, yes, especially when Adela is a master at analyzing information. Hearing his daughter praised, Sang Chion's voice filled with pride. Exactly. My daughter's analytical skills are absolutely top-notch. But then he lowered his head and let out a sigh. However, on the large screen, Adela narrowly dodged Haru's counterattack. I may have underestimated that boy. Sang Xion softly called the person beside him. In Hyok, his gaze quietly dimmed a little. I have always been grateful to Haru. When my daughter first lost sight of her goal, her eyes were completely empty and lifeless. But now, her eyes are shining brighter than ever. Sans smile de gentille. I'm truly grateful that Haru returned. Adela has also begun to regain her motivation. In Hyok merely watched Haru in silence. Then he turned to Sang Xion and smiled slightly. Yes, I suppose it is something to be grateful for. Under the bright moonlight that day, an announcement rang out. The survival battle is over. Survivors, please stop fighting immediately. Haru stood blankly amid the swirling smoke. He raised one arm, wanting to shield himself from the dust. His gaze was full of caution. The surroundings gradually cleared, revealing the figure of the person opposite him and the cracks in the ground caused by their duel. Adela propped herself up on one leg and breathed a sigh of relief. Haru raised an eyebrow and said confidently, "What a shame. If we'd had more time, I might have one." She refused to back down and answered arrogantly, "No way. No matter how you look at it, I was the one with the advantage." The two silently stared at each other with murderous intent. Suchan hurriedly ran over with a smile to mediate. All right, enough. You two calm down. Under the moonlight, the area had returned to its original quiet appearance. He spoke excitedly. Let's head back together. The next day, on a beautiful morning at the academy, Adela firmly declared to the person in front of her, I was the winner yesterday. Haru crossed his arms, looking unconvinced. Dream on. As usual, I was the winner. She asked back, dissatisfied. Since when is that usual? Adela still held firmly to her conviction. Bit by bit, I finally figured out your tactic of shifting trajectories with magic power. 5 minutes would have been enough. Haru calmly replied, 5 minutes would have been enough for your mind to be drained dry. You would have lost. Sitting between them, Suchan could only silently listen to their endless argument. He helplessly furrowed his brows and spoke up. Seriously? Hey, if you want to argue, go back to your own rooms and argue. Do you know how annoying it is to do this in my room? But the two immediately turned their heads and shouted in unison, What do you know? Stay out of it, you 26th place loser. Suchan nearly cried as he pointed toward the recording in the distance. But this is my room. I just wanted us to peacefully watch the recording of the survival battle together. Very quickly, cheers rang out, with a whole pile of food on the table. Let's party. How could we not have yogurt? I even prepared pizza, fries, and drinks too. He laughed excitedly while crying. Just for you guys. Of course, the two of them had already sat properly in their chairs in an instant. Haru crossed his arms and complained, Suchan, you're blocking the screen. He froze, deeply wounded. The sound of joking echoed throughout the room. The room once again sank into a noisy, cheerful atmosphere. Come on, hurry up. We have to rewatch it from the beginning. Huh? Why is it 14 hours long? That's way too much. 14 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Above, faint light shone down on the brightly lit high-rise buildings, creating a beautiful night scene. In the room, Haru and Adela were still sitting properly in their chairs. Only Suchan had collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. Half asleep, he muttered a few vague words in his sleep. Information analysis monsters. In the silent room, Adela suddenly let out a soft laugh. Huh. Haru looked over in confusion. What are you laughing at? Adela gently picked up a blanket and approached the sleeping Suchan. I'm laughing because it's just too funny. She turned around and gently sat back down in her chair, having to watch a 14-hour analysis video. Haru also laughed helplessly. It really is ridiculous. He looked at Suchan, who was sleeping peacefully in silence. Honestly, I thought he'd give up halfway and run for his life. Adela smiled gently. You have a truly good friend. Haru rested his chin on his hand and answered proudly. To me, he's the best friend in the world. A super good friend. Her gaze lowered slightly, and she spoke in a quiet voice. I'm sorry, Haru asked, a little surprised. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Adela answered gloomily. For an entire year, I pretended not to know you. I wanted to keep my distance, yet I also wanted to hold on. But now, I feel that every decision I made back then was wrong. I'm sorry. He smiled lightly to comfort her. Why are you apologizing? I was the one who rejected the signals you sent. Haru softened his voice and looked down at the person on the floor. I was the one who chose to keep my distance, so don't worry about it. Well, at first, I also chose to keep my distance from him. Suchan sudden lisat, bolt apretin alarm. What? Is what you said true? Adela was startled and asked in concern. You're awake? Since when? Haru sighed helplessly and answered in his place. He's been awake for a while. It's fine. Haru closed his eyes and rubbed his wrist. Right now, I'm no longer the same me from a year ago. I have new power. And the two of them froze for a moment, their eyes widening in confusion. He clenched his fist and raised it before his face. I also have reliable friends. There is something I want to show you too. As soon as he said that, Haru summoned an abundant amount of mana in an instant. Adela's mouth fell open as she exclaimed, That's it. Suchan's eyes and mouth opened wide, leaving him speechless. Haru smiled proudly as he looked at the powerful magic in his hand. Moonlight Bullet. Suchan approached in disbelief and asked suspiciously, So your magic transformation can even target the opponent's magic formula? Haru calmly pointed at his own eyes and replied, That's right. My demon eye can see magic formulas too. The two were utterly shocked. Adela frowned and covered her mouth. Demon eye. So that's how you knew my secret technique. Haru adjusted the magic power in his hand and explained calmly, Yes. Normally, secret techniques aren't passed outside the family. This is something I analyzed and deployed on my own. He tested the magic again and shrugged. Of course, I had to observe it many times at close range to see whether it could work. Adela hesitantly asked further then, When you pierced through the emerald turtle shell? Haru pointed with a serious expression. That was also done with magic transformation. I interfered with its shell and reduced its durability. That shell was actually created from magic. Suchan cheered with delight. As expected, you really are a monster. Beside him, Adela still watched Haru in contemplation. Haru lazily rubbed his chin. I don't need to explain again how I bent the trajectory of the moonlight bullets, right? Only then did Adela speak. If the condition for using interference magic is having to completely understand the opponent's magic, then it wasn't that you didn't use interference magic from the beginning. You couldn't. Haru nodded and laughed in praise. Exactly. You catch on fast. In this match, you focused entirely on using Moonlight Bullet, and that allowed me to analyze the mana. Of course, if you used it together with other spells, I would be in trouble. She crossed her arms and sighed, not realizing that using Moonlight Bullet itself was a fatal danger. As if something had occurred to her, Adela quickly voiced her question. Does that magic have any other weaknesses? Haru put his hands on his hips and answered slowly, Well, the calculations for analyzing mana are pretty complicated. You extend your hand and manipulate a small amount of mana, so I can only interfere with magic right in front of me. In actual combat, there isn't enough time to calculate everything, so all I can do is slightly alter the trajectory. Adela looked at the small stream of mana leading into her body and continued. Then what about rotating an opponent's magic 180 degrees and sending it back? Haru closed his eyes and shrugged. There isn't enough time, so that's impossible. Hearing that, she looked slightly dejected. Really? That's such a shame. If you could reflect it back, the effect would be incredible. She lightly touched her chin. Well, even now, it's still an extremely powerful spell. Behind them, Suchan raised his hand and shouted, wait a second. He stormed over with a fierce expression, grabbed Haru tightly by the shoulders, and yelled, You, sit still and listen to me. Rein it in. Why? Why are you so casually revealing everything about such an overpowered spell? Haru asked in surprise. You don't understand? Adela followed up. You didn't know? Bombarded with questions, Suchan stared blankly and asked back, Huh? What are you two talking about? I don't get it all. The two of them spoke seriously in unison. The Olympics. Suchan's mouth fell open in shock. Haru solemnly placed a hand over his chest. I'm going to take you all to the Olympics. Please help me. Suchan was so moved he nearly burst into tears, calling out his name in a raised voice. Haru. Suddenly, he raised a hand as if to stop him, but Haru pointed at him and said, Oh, Suchan, go ahead. Suchan rubbed his neck awkwardly and began, I can understand Adela, but I don't have the skill to participate in a major tournament like that. Even third years from the academy will be participating. Worried, he raised 3 fingers. I mean, if it were only second-year students, maybe, but there are 7 classes of third years. Getting a student slot will be pretty hard for me. Haru frowned in agreement, then replied, Don't worry. It'll be fine. He smiled ominously and declared in a low voice, No matter what happens, I'll make sure you get to participate. Suchan flinched in fear and stepped back. Adela looked toward the two of them and smiled faintly. There are a lot of limitations, but interference will be like a joker card. She thought to herself, if it's a match where this spell can be used, a decisive match, defending your own magic stone while bombarding your opponent's magic stone with cannons, attacking the opponent's base, and stealing their flag, a siege battle. Haru turned toward her, crossed his arms, and replied, Exactly. In decisive matches and siege battles, that magic is practically cheating. Adela looked briefly surprised. That much? In that case, do you have any other hidden cards? The corner of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile, and he answered with complete confidence. Of course. In the night, beneath the bright moonlight, every room in the academy was brightly lit. Haru stood in his room, with moonlight spilling in through the window. Wearing his magic robe, he flipped through the book in his hand. Found it. He extended his hand and channeled mana into the page he had just found. Shall we go? Very soon, Haru vanished from the room, leaving only a few rose petals drifting in the wind. Mimiya was sprawled on a chair reading a book. When she saw him arrive, she spoke up. Oh, successor. He slowly removed his hood. There you are, Mimiya. Mimiya lifted her face and pointed teasingly at him. You're later than I expected. Don't tell me you didn't get first place. Haru immediately answered confidently. Of course I got first place. The score from the start of the battle with the Emerald Turtle was the deciding factor. He placed his hands on his hips and looked cheerfully at the person before him. Do you remember that I have to win a gold medal in a competition? She replied at once. Of course. The Olympics, right? Haru raised an eyebrow. That's right. I also told my friends about it, and about interference too. Mimiya pointed as she thought, then asked suspiciously, Really? But didn't you say it would be better to master interference before telling them? You told them a little early. Haru crossed his arms and said calmly, No, I told them at exactly the right time. Mimiya shot up from her chair in alarm. No way. Thinking of how Haru had lightly manipulated magic, she found it somewhat hard to believe. You've mastered interference? But very quickly, her expression changed to one of excitement. Successor, you're amazing. As though he had been waiting for this opportunity, he turned toward her. So, Haru extended his hand forward and made his request. Could you find me a few books on the field of destruction? He clenched his fist in secret, his gaze firm. Third circle, spell master, destruction. It's time to enter that field. A phone rang. It was a call from the Blue Tower Lord. By now, dawn had begun to break outside, and Haru had returned to his room. With one hand on his hip, he answered the phone with the other. Yes, Tower Lord. The voice on the other end could not hide his amusement. I watched your assessment video. That really surprised me. I didn't expect you to defeat the Emerald Turtle by yourself. Haru laughed and answered modestly. I just got lucky. On Kong In's side, hearing him being so humble, he pointed out, Think about it. You fought evenly with Adela, who has reached the 4th level. How did you break through the Emerald Turtle's shell? He let out a hearty laugh. Oh, right. And I also saw Adela's moonlight bullet deviate from its trajectory. Haru helplessly looked at the person on the phone as he spoke with a proud expression. At first, I thought it was a mana distortion field, but it actually wasn't. Haru could only give an awkward smile and answer sheepishly. Tower Lord, I'm truly sorry, but I can't share the details of my magic. Kangen laughed for a long while again. I got too excited again. My fault, my fault. You don't need to answer. A mage has the right to keep their secrets. Hearing those words, Haru's expression changed slightly. Kangen returned to a serious demeanor and spoke softly. But Haru, your magic really is excellent. I'll look into it myself. While standing and waiting for the research room door to open, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, I contacted you about the magic element item you requested before. Haru fell silent for a moment. Is it good news or bad news? On the other end, Kangen's voice remained steady. Of course. The door gradually opened. Inside, the magic element items had been neatly placed by the researchers in a large space. He said proudly, it's good news. Everything is ready right now. Now then, let's get serious. Seeing the scene on the other side, Haru was stunned and hurriedly asked, really? Isn't everyone overworking themselves? You could take your time. Kangen winked and laughed, reassuring him, not at all. Everyone here is a devoted craftsman who can't resist a new mana stone. Haru smirked and thought to himself, as expected, they must be squeezing themselves dry. Kangen spread his arms and turned the phone screen toward himself. Anyway, you don't need to worry about the creation. Haru's voice echoed from the other side. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Kangen seemed satisfied and was about to hang up. All right, until next time. Suddenly, Haru stopped him. Wait a moment. He hurriedly stated his intention. I have a request. Kangen glanced aside, remembering Smith's wicked smile, and asked, a request? Is it about compensation for the old Wolf Smith incident? Aruri replied solemnly. No, that matter depends on how you see it, Tower Lord. Hearing that, Kangen could not help becoming interested. As he walked deeper inside, he continued Haru's words. Is that so? How interesting. I wonder what kind of proposal you'll make this time. Let me hear it. Haru looked straight at the person on the phone and made his request with a serious expression. For this year's Olympic exam, I need artifact craftsmen from the Blue Tower to be dispatched as engineers for the national team. Mimia's mouth fell open in shock as she exclaimed, What? You're going to fight a 5th level mage? Haru flipped through the book in his hand and sighed in frustration. That was the Tower Lord condition. He gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut as he thought back. Did I underestimate this too much? Returning to the conversation after Haru made his request, Kangen asked in an even voice, You want our craftsmen to become official engineers for the Olympics? Haru answered firmly, Yes. He laughed brightly, but his answer was merciless. I refuse. Haru raised an eyebrow helplessly as he heard the crisp laughter coming from the phone. As expected, this was not an easy request to accept. Kangen returned to his calm demeanor, the corner of his mouth curving upward. That's what I would like to say, but still smiling, he casually set out his demand. If you, Haru, win a one-on-one match against a 5th level mage, then we'll talk again. Haru was briefly surprised, then immediately agreed to the condition. Fine. His voice came from the other side. You know that among the students participating in this year's Olympics, there are 2 5th level mages, right? It's not that I doubt your abilities, Haru, but Kangen's gaze became sharp as he discussed the benefits. Mobilizing our craftsmen requires an enormous amount of money. It would be difficult to take on such a major commitment for honor alone. Haru stood with a hand on his hip and silently listened to Kangen's words. Show us solid proof that you can win the gold medal at the Olympics. Mimiya crossed her arms and looked at the person before her. So, do you have a plan? No matter how I think about it, as the current successor, defeating a 5th level mage is impossible. Haru closed the book in his hand and looked over at her. That's why I've now received a grace period of about 10 days. Mimiya pointed at him and tilted her head in confusion. You're planning to master a countermeasure and settle the match within that time? He replied at once. If I have a countermeasure, I can make it work somehow. She placed her hands on her hips and teased him. But mastering it in just 10 days won't be easy. Her voice carried a hint of puzzlement. Still, do you really need to go this far just to get the Blue Tower mages to send engineers? As Haru searched through the piles of books on the floor, he answered calmly, Of course. Otherwise, there's no point. Haru smiled faintly and looked over. The only people in the country who can adjust and customize artifacts approved for the Olympics. He lifted a whole stack of books in his arms. Belonged to the Blue Tower. Mimiya raised her head and continued. That place really is amazing. Haru explained softly. 10%. There's at least a 10% difference in performance between artifacts made by ordinary craftsmen and artifacts made by those craftsmen. On top of that, the only people currently capable of adjusting light magic element artifacts are the people of the Blue Tower. Mimiya pointed with a bright smile, her eyes becoming more interested. So the difference in artifact performance determines the win rate in the tournament. In that case, we really do need their support. Haru moved toward the other piles of books on the floor and searched through them. We have to get them involved. This book and this one too. Mimiya hurried over, lifted the hem of his robe, and asked, Then when are we going to the third trial stage? Shouldn't we hurry? Holding the pile of books in his arms, he stood up and answered, I'm planning to read all the books you prepared for me before I go. She put her hands on her hips and smiled lightly. Really? Oh, great mindset. Mimiya closed her eyes as if giving her approval. All right, when you enter the third trial room, send them my regards and tell them I'm doing well. Haru looked after Mimiya's back in confusion. Your regards? Do you know someone there? Mimiya did not turn around. She left only 2 words behind, then picked up the stuffed rabbit and walked away. A secret. Holding the stuffed rabbit in her arms, she smiled and spoke gently. It's no fun if you know in advance. Night had fallen. In the city, high-rise buildings shone brightly with lights across ribbons bearing the symbol of the Shin Magic Group. The host's voice echoed out. Today, to all our honored guests attending the anniversary celebration of the Shin Magic Group, we hope you enjoy this wonderful event. In the banquet hall, the guests all raised their glasses and exchanged greetings. One voice carried a note of praise. As expected of the chairman, the young man spoke in a tone of admiration. At this point, one could say that the chairman is almost certain to become the next head of the Shin Magic family. Jian smiled and answered humbly, You're too kind. I was simply lucky. He put on a reverent air. Everything I have now is thanks to all of you. The guests around him raised their glasses together in congratulations. The future of the Shin Magic Group is certainly bright. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from behind, making the young man who had just praised him freeze in place. Of course, more than that, the young master is building quite a reputation for himself. Jian coldly swept his gaze over, his eyes filled with killing intent. The other man raised his voice and spoke loudly. Everyone saw it, didn't they? Who would have thought he could defeat an emerald turtle all by himself? Once a genius, always a genius, right? Jian briefly tightened his grip on the wine glass in his hand. Did everyone see him fight Adela, who has reached the 4th level? He faced the Saint Guardian family's secret moon-type mystic spell and withstood it all by himself. It was truly astonishing. The man's voice continued. After seeing that, who would dare call him unworthy of anyone anymore? If his face had been covered, everyone would have thought it was a real magic duel between adults. The people around them began whispering among themselves. They started showing interest in the person named Haru. I'm really looking forward to his participation in the Olympics. Jian seemed to have been forgotten and could only silently listen as that name was mentioned again and again. The family head is also extremely satisfied with Haru's performance. Haru is... That Haru. His face darkened, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. At this rate, it seemed the position of heir might be taken by his younger brother. In his mind, he screamed endlessly, so noisy. Jian recalled moments from the past. That guy. They keep saying whatever they like. I hate it. Haru's happy smile when he managed to control mana. The thing I hate most is you. Damn it, Haru. I thought I knocked you down, but now you've come back again. Suddenly, someone looked around in confusion and asked, Where did the chairman go? When did he disappear? No one knew. All they could see on the floor was the wine glass, long since fallen and shattered. He strode angrily toward the large doors. Irritated, Jian reached up and loosened his tie. This was bad. This could not happen. Standing on the windy rooftop, he roared in fury. That bastard. That damn bastard. But then Jian covered his mouth with his hand, his gaze sinking low, and the corner of his lips curled into a sinister smile. He has to die. In a spacious room, Haru sat in a chair at the center, absorbed in reading. Around him were towering stacks of books piled high. He calmly turned each page with complete focus. The room was extremely quiet, with only the rustling of pages. A while later, Haru slammed the book in his hand shut and exclaimed, "Done." Mimiya, who was sitting on the floor drawing something, turned around at the sound and asked, "You finished reading?" He quickly replied, "Yes. If this is everything, then I think I'm done." Mimiya stood up and spread her arms wide before the towering piles of books. "So you've read all the books on destruction magic? Then, successor, do you understand destruction magic better now?" Haru answered decisively, but mercilessly, "Not at all. Not one bit. Of course I don't understand it yet." She muttered helplessly, "Well, at least you've gotten past the level of vague understanding, right?" He pondered as he examined the book in his hand. "I can grasp the structure to some extent." Mimiya cheerfully held up her drawing and comforted Haru. "It's normal that you can't understand it. If you tell someone without wings to flap them and fly, there's no way they'd understand, right?" She instructed him seriously. "Right now, because you haven't met the conditions yet, there's no way you can understand destruction magic." Haru stared wide-eyed at her messy drawing. "The drawing is a bit chaotic, but I can understand it." When Mimiya heard his evaluation, she frowned and pouted, looking displeased. "It's a masterpiece." Haru grew serious again and lightly touched his chin in thought. "Those conditions, in other words, to fulfill them, I have no choice but to enter the third trial page." Mimiya spread her arms again, praising his deduction. "That's right. All the answers are in the third page." Haru stood up, put his hands on his hips, and looked at her in confusion. "By the way, is the person you asked me to say hello to the one who teaches destruction magic?" Mimiya crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, deliberately dodging the question. "Well, if you're curious, go see for yourself. You finished reading all the books, haven't you?" he asked coldly, trying to probe further. "Then tell me this. Is there some kind of restriction preventing you from talking about the third trial?" Mimiya gave a faint smirk. "It isn't a restriction." She closed her eyes, remembering that friend of hers. "It's a promise. We made a private promise to each other." Countless cute, adorable pink items began pouring out of the book one after another. Haru approached the table, unable to understand. "What kind of promise did you make that you can't say a single word about the third trial?" He reached out and picked up a book from the table. "Ah, so that's the reason." When he infused magic into the book, it slowly opened and flashed with a powerful light. On the page, where strange characters were written, small branches gradually appeared. Within that third trial page, they grew rapidly and thickly, stretching toward Haru. Haru looked down in panic as the branches wrapped tightly around his body, and then he heard, "You'll understand soon enough." He squeezed his eyes shut and sensed the space around him changing. Haru's eyes flew open in shock at the sight before him. "Where is this?" He looked around in doubt at himself, standing in the middle of a vast forest surrounded by lush canopies. A forest. He stared around blankly. And it's no ordinary forest. All the trees are absurdly huge. Where in the world am I? Haru put his hands on his hips and covered his mouth, finding it hard to accept. He had expected to be thrown into a strange space like last time, but there were no instructions, and he couldn't hear his master's voice either. No way. Haru stood alone in the poetic, verdant forest. He immediately and decisively began walking through it. Could this entire forest be the trial page? Haru stood on a cliff, observing from above the deep blue sky and dazzling sunlight. Below him stretched enormous treetops, vast and boundless. A forest this immense. He clenched his fist, turned around, and strode forward with excitement. This really is absurd. Master's magic is truly beyond imagination. Haru looked into the misty forest before him. No matter how far I go, there's no end. Before long, he had gone deep into the forest and reached a small river. What kind of test is this exactly? Suddenly, his skin prickled, and he felt a massive tremor ripple through the surroundings. Haru looked around uneasily. An earthquake? No. Haru stood still as he noticed himself being swallowed by a huge shadow behind him. Something is staring at me. He froze, then slowly turned his head. Before Haru stood a gigantic monster, staring intently at him. It gently swayed its tail and slowly approached the tiny human before it. Haru's eyes widened in disbelief, a flash of terror passing over him. This makes no sense. He glared as it drew closer and let out a tremendous roar. It's this close, and yet I couldn't sense anything at all. Haru stumbled backward in panic, slipped, and fell into the cold water below. Soaked from head to toe, he surfaced from the water, horrified and speechless. That thing. He carefully studied every feature of the monster's body. Slit pupils, reptilian traits, then the thick scales on its back. Scales like armor, hard as a crocodile's. Haru sat on the ground and watched the massive thing slowly approach, its claws and fangs sharp as swords. No doubt about it. Disaster class, unranked a Drake. Haru looked up, unable to believe his eyes. I thought it was just a mythical creature. Defeating this thing is the test. He stared at the creature, glaring down with cold, sharp eyes. Take that thing down. His body went rigid against his will. Impossible. I can't move. Haru felt helpless. Even a faint breath from it was enough to make the mana in the air tremble. This is on a completely different level from any monster I've ever encountered. To this thing, I'm nothing but a lump of mana, the finest prey. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and asked himself, can I escape? His hand, submerged under the water, tried to move, but there was still no sign of it budging. The monster's sharp gaze seemed to have already locked onto its delicious prey. Haru looked up at the huge shadow in despair. No way. Even with my current speed, I couldn't outrun a Drake. But the bigger problem is that my body won't move. Haru grew tense. I don't dare let my guard down for even a second. If that thing charges now, I'm dead. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Wait, that Drake? It showed no intention of moving closer, only standing there and staring at Haru. Why isn't it coming any closer? He swallowed and voiced the question in his mind. Is something stopping it? Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. Impressive. Haru immediately became alert and whipped around to look. That person approached, walking lightly across the surface of the clear lake. Pale blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her voice carried praise. Even when facing a monster far beyond you, you did not abandon hope. Your will is very strong. Elven ears peeked out from beneath her long hair. Even in such a desperate situation, you remained calm and composed. Haru turned his head and stared blankly at the girl approaching from behind him. You have passed. You can move now. Haru snapped back to himself and hurriedly asked in surprise, who are you? She smiled softly, placed a hand on her chest, and introduced herself gently. My name is Elena L. Greenwood. I was once known as the guardian deity of the forest, a great mage, and an old friend of Jay. Haru froze for a moment. No way. He stared in astonishment at the graceful figure behind him. A god. Elena turned her head slightly. Let me deal with this first. Haru looked up cautiously at the person before him. She spread her arms, revealing the barrier she had already set in place, and did not forget to offer praise. Even while being tempted, you did not enter my territory. That is worthy of praise. Elena waved her hand gently, mercifully, since you bear no ill will, even though you damaged my garden. Her voice remained soft and composed. I will still forgive you. So, she blew lightly on the powerful mana in her hand. Return quietly to where you belong, remnant of a fallen lineage. Magical power swept up the leaves, creating a cool, rustling sound. Haru froze as he watched the scenery around him begin to change. The forest is resonating. He couldn't help but admire Elena, as she seemed to become one with the forest, as though it were trying to say that she was the true ruler here. She extended her hand toward the monster. If you cannot understand my words, then return to dust. Elena raised her eyelids slightly, revealing an emotionless gaze. Right after that, the monster roared in agony, as if it had just suffered a terrible punishment. Haru's mouth fell open in horror. Where did all those wounds come from? He stared dumbly at the unbelievable sight before him. There wasn't even any sound. All he could see were after images, as though something were slashing into the dragon's body at tremendous speed. Haru's face turned pale, his eyes round as he watched. What the hell did she just do? The monster's body was now covered with wounds large and small. But very quickly, the wounds on its body began to heal again. The monster lowered its body before Elena, as if in gratitude. She closed her eyes and spoke gently. That is my final warning. Go. As soon as Elena finished speaking, the monster wisely turned and left. Haru raised his brows as one surprise after another struck him. The wounds healed instantly. He looked at Elena in admiration. That was a disaster-class existence, and this person can face it so easily. Who exactly is she? Elena glanced lightly toward the person who had been silent all this time. She turned and asked after him. Are you all right? Haru quickly replied, Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. She calmly extended a hand toward him. You seem a little surprised. With a gentle smile that seemed to radiate spiritual power, she said, Now, please follow me, successor. Golden sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell upon the treehouse, creating a dreamlike scene. A hot cup of tea, still giving off a soft trail of steam, was placed on the table. Elena introduced it softly. Try it. This is the herbal tea Jay liked very much. She added in a gentle voice, You will feel calmer after drinking it. Haru accepted the cup and answered sincerely, Thank you. He closed his eyes, lifted the cup, and slowly took a small sip. Suddenly, Haru's eyes flew open in shock, as if he had just discovered the truth of life. He held the teacup in his hands and murmured in admiration, What is this? This tea. It made my mind clear instantly. Elena laughed happily as she watched Haru drink the tea with delight. Looking at the empty teacup placed on the table, Elena asked, How was it? She tilted her head slightly. Was it to your taste? Haru held a hand to his chest, refreshed and full of admiration. Yes, this is the best tea I've ever had. Elena was pleased and asked kindly, I'm glad you liked it. Do you feel calmer now? He hesitated slightly. I'm sorry for acting a bit rudely. Her eyes curved in a soft smile. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Elena reassured him in a gentle voice. The fact that you did not give up before a dragon was already quite impressive. Haru rubbed his chin and thought with a serious expression. So, it really was a dragon. I wouldn't have been able to escape it either way. She explained calmly, Though it is the strongest creature in this forest, it does not dare approach my territory. Elena lifted her chin and smiled softly. But it seems it was tempted just now. He raised his head in confusion. Tempted by what? She pointed at him and answered, The dense, pure mana within your body is like rich prey to that dragon. Elena rested her chin on her hand and sighed helplessly. In its eyes, you looked like an excellent tonic. Hunger and craving overwhelmed its fear of me. Seeing that Haru had been silent for a while, she asked, Do you have any more questions? He seriously voiced his doubts. Is this place really inside the book I dress? Haru inwardly marveled. It feels so real. It doesn't feel like I'm inside a book at all. It took 15 minutes to walk from a dragon to Miss Elena's house. Just how wide is this forest? Its scale was completely different from the previous trial pages. But that question kept echoing in his mind. Where exactly is this place? Elena looked seriously at the person across from her and spoke in a low voice. This place, she answered softly, it spans pages 214 to 232 of the book I dress. The third trial page. Haru's eyes widened in shock. Then, unable to contain his surprise, he shot up from his chair. That dragon was an illusion created by magic? Elena tilted her head in thought. Who knows? It is neither real nor false. Haru looked confused. What do you mean? Elena answered. This space was created by recreating things from the past. The world inside I dress reproduces the greenwood forest that once existed. Elena raised her hand as she explained, her expression calm. You can understand it as a copy of the original world. That is why it is neither real nor false. Haru frowned in confusion. So they built this world based on things from the past. He still found it hard to accept and placed it inside a book, right? But how? She merely smiled softly and replied, I do not know either. The only ones who understand and can do that are Jay and his successor. That means you. When you reach Jay's level, you will understand how it works. Haru asked, Then why did you create this space? Elena answered just as gently, Because I wish to teach you a special kind of magic. Hearing that, Haru began to freeze in astonishment. What kind of magic? Elena did not immediately explain and only answered briefly, yes. Her eyelids suddenly grew heavy. Noticing the expression on the other person's face changing, she became slightly uneasy. Elena spoke, answering his questions. The secret art of a third circle magic master in the Byroner style. An essential magic for comprehending destruction. Eyes that see through the essence of magic. Only then did her eyes shine brilliantly. Eyes that seemed to see through all things. Golden eyes. Hearing that, Haru froze for several seconds. That is the Byroner style mystic eye. The holy eye. Elena gently pointed at her divine eyes. Correct, but my holy eye is still incomplete. The only people who can fully control the holy eye are J and you. Successor. Seeing Haru still standing there foolishly, she enlightened him. Jay entrusted me with the task of awakening that magic. And for that reason, I exist, even if only as a preserved memory. At the same time, in the city where Hao Xin was staying, the car carrying In Hyok was slowly rolling forward. Sitting inside, he spoke to Cheon Hyok in his patriarchal tone. Report. Yes, sir. I will report on the matter you mentioned earlier. Cheon Hyok seriously brought up the situation among the children of the family. Young Master Jean Hyok and Miss Miji show little interest in young Master Haru. He delved into the core of the issue regarding the formidable older sister. And surprisingly, Miss Seoa also does not seem very interested. Cheon Hyok glanced at In Hyok. It appears your order had a considerable effect. Indeed, Seoa has become somewhat gentler, but I do not think she will simply leave Haru alone. Perhaps she is merely being cautious because she knows your shadows are watching Haru. His face began to darken. What about Jian? Of course, the cunning young master's Hollywood-level acting had fooled Cheon Hyok. Young Master Jian also seems somewhat wary, but stops there. Even at the banquet held earlier, there were no suspicious signs. In Hyok listened to his words with doubt. Is that so? Then his voice became softer. It seems the two of them have learned to separate personal feelings from common interests. Even so, In Hyok remained cautious. In any case, do not let your guard down until the protection period ends. Watch them very closely. The scar-faced Cheon Hyok did not dare be negligent. Yes, understood. And he hesitated and fell silent. There is top-secret information, so I will block sound first. In Hyok agreed to the suggestion. Very well. Cheon Hyok's face became as expressionless as a brick wall. This is a report on whether anyone in the family is colluding with the Black Tower. He presented his report clearly. First, among the elders dissatisfied with young Master Haru's return, as well as high-ranking officials of each branch, we investigated a total of 32 people. Just hearing that much made In Hyok's face grow taut as a bowstring. Cheon Hyok continued. Regarding the Black Tower, they are clean. In Hyok began to ponder. That means if it is not related to the Black Tower, they may not necessarily be innocent. Cheon Hyok then showed In Hyok the individuals placed on the suspect list. That is correct. Among the 32, 5 are extremely suspicious. If anything becomes murky, our men should be able to sniff it out. In Hyok examined it carefully for a while, then hesitated. These people. After that, he frowned and declared, I will handle them myself. Back where Elena and Haru were performing magic, her voice was gentle. Then, from now on, both of them had entered a ready stance. We will begin training to master the Holy Eye. Though he was slightly frightened, Haru was still very resolute. Yes, please do whatever you think is best. Elena looked at Haru affectionately. As expected of Jay's successor, you are exactly like him in this regard. Then she covered his eyes and whispered into his ear, now close your eyes. Haru felt confused. Like this. Elena answered kindly, yes, that's right. From now on, I will pour my mana into you, successor. She began activating her mana, moving it into Haru's body, slowly, carefully, and I will explain the Holy Eye. Elena explained in detail as she worked. Normally, information about the Holy Eye can only be accessed after reaching the 4th circle. You can find it in another book. Haru was stunned. The 4th circle? He began thinking of the magic books that had helped him. Even though he had read the books about destruction in the library of Idris and the library of Mimiya, there had been no information at all about the Holy Eye. So that meant, unless one reached the 4th circle, they would not be able to see anything about the Holy Eye. Haru pressed her. Could the other book lady, Elena, mention be? Do you mean Mimiya's library? Elena also looked surprised. Oh my, you know about Mimiya's library? Haru seized the chance and began to grow overly confident. That's right. I also have a message for Mimiya. Elena remembered Mimiya ese request. If she goes to the 3rd trial page, please tell her this for me. I'm doing well. It must have been a private promise between the two of them. But because this conversation had distracted her, Haru had to remind her. Lady Elena, you're rushing. Did I say something I shouldn't have? A moment later, she finally finished the process of sending mana into Haru's body. Only then did Elena let out a sigh of relief. Ah, I'm sorry. So you have met Mimiya. That is wonderful. But then she smoothly swerved back to the main topic. Let's talk about Mimiya at a more relaxed time. For now, let us return to the subject of the holy eye. Elena spoke it gracefully. The reason the holy eye is revealed at the fourth circle is not actually that important. That is also the reason I am in the third trial page of Idris. Even Haru himself could hardly believe what he had heard. Lady Elena, her voice began to sink into sadness. Yes, because Jay left me here, he entrusted me with the task of explaining everything. She spoke helplessly. Of course, there's also the issue of how much information can be recorded in the book. Honestly, he truly knows how to work people to exhaustion. Just listening made his head spin. The amount of information that can be recorded. Mimiya had said something similar as well. Haru began analyzing it like a detective, just adding a trial page into the magic formula to verify the successor already requires an enormous amount of mana. It exceeds the capacity of an ordinary grimoire. Therefore, the library of Idris contains only the necessary information, while the rest was gathered into a separate book. Mimiya ese library. Her gaze grew sorrowful as she spoke of her story with Jay. Then she continued pouring mana into him to complete the process of mastering the holy eye. Elena encouraged Haru. Now then, everything is ready. Open your eyes, successor. He was shocked by how similar the two streams of mana were. Lady Elena's mana is perfectly synchronized with my infinite circle. I can't even tell which mana is mine and which is hers. This strangely bright field of vision made Haru break into a cold sweat. Lady Elena, something feels very strange. She answered gently. Yes, it feels a little unfamiliar, doesn't it? I have sealed your optic nerves with mana. Haru was so shocked that his mind went blank. You seal my optic nerves? She gently soothed him. It is still too early to be surprised. The holy eye is a sixth sense, completely separate from the usual five senses. Elena advised him. In order to train that sixth sense, the other senses are nothing but unnecessary distractions. She placed her hand on Haru's shoulder, making his entire body tremble. Touch, smell, taste, they gradually faded away. And in the end, even his hearing slowly disappeared. Haru was unaccustomed to the monstrous power brought by the holy eye. Yes, I have begun. I can't feel anything anymore. Suddenly, he collapsed to the floor, while Elena stood upright and spoke calmly. Successor, I now invite you to step into the world of death. He lay sprawled on the floor without moving at all, and then his thoughts began to run wild. A world where the five senses have disappeared. Without sight, there is nothing to see. Without hearing, there is nothing to hear. Haru's nerves overreacted again as he imagined losing all five senses. Without touch, I can't even tell whether I'm standing or sitting. His thoughts went too far. With smell and taste gone as well, my body has become numb to any external stimulus. Haru turned a tiny matter into a mountain. Is my body still functioning normally? No, from the beginning. Am I even still alive? The more his thoughts exaggerated the situation, the more afraid he became. Haru recalled the scene of using darkness control magic to fight Sahiyu. I am scared, terrified. This is completely different from merely having darkness cover my eyes. It feels as if I have been swallowed by a wave of solitude, where I cannot sense anything within an endless night. That very thought made him shudder. Yes, this is hell. Unexpectedly, Haru clenched his trembling arm tightly. But he exhaled. This is only training. Then he remembered what she had said earlier. Elena said the mind's eye, the ability to see mana, is a sixth sense unrelated to the five senses. Only then did Haru's mind begin to recover. He jolted up from the terrifying nightmare. Then he closed his eyes to examine his mind's eye. That means I should still be able to see mana even in this darkness. Look at the mana. Haru forced both his mind and body onward. Focus. The house where the two of them were staying suddenly lit up with spiritual energy. Elena stared at him in astonishment. How? She did not take her eyes off Haru, who was concentrating on examining his mind's eye. Clearly, someone as experienced as Elena knew well the despair others would feel when deprived of their five senses. No one could remain calm after all their senses had been sealed. After 1 minute, they began to go mad. After 2 minutes, they thought of death. After 3 minutes, they took their own lives. That was the fate of those imprisoned by the sense-sealing spell. She began to feel guilty for what she had just done. I understand better than anyone how terrifying this magic is. I only intended to let him taste a little little of it, then release it immediately. Elena also remembered her own starting point. Moreover, the way I acquired this magic was by experiencing it step by step. I slowly grew accustomed to it. But the successor has had all 5 senses sealed for more than 3 minutes now. She looked in amazement at Haru lying motionless on the floor. And yet, he was completely normal. Elena calmly analyzed the situation. No, on the contrary, this forest is resonating with his mana. If that is the case, I think we can continue as planned. The streams of spiritual energy surrounding the house grew more and more brilliant. Even now, she still could not stop being surprised. Incredible. After that, Elena used mana to examine Haru's physical condition. His breathing was very stable. The magic circle had stabilized. His condition was perfect. The fact that nothing abnormal had happened to his body only made her more uneasy. This is the successor chosen by the Library of Idris. Jay knew it in advance. Elena began to fear Haru's ability, the fact that he could endure the sense-sealing spell. He suddenly called out, "Elena, can you hear me?" That made her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Haru's eyes were wide open. "Can you release the sense-sealing spell?" Elena was scared out of her wits and quickly undid it. "Yes, I will do it." He immediately returned to normal, then sat up and sighed in relief. "Finally, I can breathe again." Seeing Haru move, she hurried over and put on a concerned expression. "Are you all right? If you suddenly move like that." Elena still had not recovered from the shock of this miraculous strength, so she asked in detail, "How did you overcome the sense-sealing spell?" It must have been an unimaginable terror. Haru grew somber as he spoke of that nightmare. A world where all 5 senses are sealed. Just thinking back on it made even her feel horrified. He shut his eyes tightly and described how he had calmed himself. "But I kept telling myself over and over that this was only safe training. I desperately brainwashed myself." Haru confessed. "Self-brainwashing. I suppressed my fear and focused only on seeing mana." Elena was surprised. That was all. That is not something one can overcome simply by brainwashing oneself. He still admitted it. "Yes, you're right. In truth, I almost gave up halfway." That nightmare had left Haru more haunted than ever. Even though he knew it was only training, if the body refused to accept it, it would not obey reason. It was only a brief moment, but that darkness stretched on like eternity. A hell called solitude. Even so, he still came to his senses and overcame those fears. When I felt despair and death, when my concentration was about to collapse, suddenly a thought crossed my mind. Haru furrowed his brow. "Even so, this is still better than 1 year ago." He bitterly spoke of the defeated version of himself from 1 year ago, the moment he learned he was not suited to magic. Haru recalled his fall, the day the path of becoming a mage was denied to him 1 year earlier. Then he was cruelly expelled from House Shin, abandoned by his family, and even by his father. That was why this despair was nothing. Back then, I was already living in hell. Even so, compared to losing everything and sinking into despair, isn't this still better than 1 year ago? The light outside in the real world illuminated the entire forest. Elena was still troubled by what had just happened. The sense-sealing spell was better? He answered firmly, "Yes." Haru was resolute. "The sense-sealing spell is only a trial for me to move forward." His determination left her speechless. "You must have." Now Haru felt completely relieved. "I'm fine now." He gently touched his own eyes and cried out happily. "In any case, all of that is in the past now. Now, I'm grateful that I've found my own special path." Seeing Haru so innocent like this, Elena began to shed tears. This sight reminded her of her friend, Jay. Without realizing it, she whimpered through her tears. He turned back with a bright smile. "Elena, thank you." Elena was surprised. "Huh?" Haru immediately explained. "In the darkness where all my senses were sealed, I saw your mana." He was sincerely grateful. "Your mana was truly gentle. Thanks to that, I felt at ease." Haru was puzzled. "Is it because I was influenced by you?" Elena reflected on his compliment. Gentle. Those words reminded Elena of her dear friend Jay. That nostalgia made her even more choked up. "I never expected to hear those words again, Jay." The light yielded its place to the mysterious night. In a small, sparkling house where Elena and Haru were training for the upcoming Great Mage battle, the two of them reached their break time. Holding a cup of tea, he confided, "I have been going back and forth between Mia's book and this place." Hearing that her acquaintance was safe, she felt completely relieved. "I see. I'm glad to know Mia is doing well." Elena spoke with relief and sincerity. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to hear this good news. But the self-important Haru refused the spotlight this time. It was nothing. I only delivered a message. Mimiya had also felt relieved when she received Elena's good news from him. Elena brought up the topic. If you have met me, Mia, then surely you have heard about me in Greenwood Forest. But Haru knew nothing about this unfamiliar forest at all. No, not at all. She said she had to keep a promise and told me nothing. After hearing that, Elena felt guilty and blamed herself. So Mimiya still remembers that promise, but I can no longer keep it. Sitting across from her, Haru stared blankly in confusion. Lady Elena, seeing his bewildered expression, she spoke politely. I'm sorry. I suddenly made the atmosphere heavy. Haru quickly comforted her. It's all right. Elena took this opportunity to ask something. By the way, she smiled and spoke indirectly, making Haru freeze. You mentioned the promise. It seems Mia likes you very much. Her characteristic sorrowful gaze helped Elena complete the act. Am I wrong? Haru also became awkward under that gaze, so he could only scratch his head and change the subject. No, our relationship isn't bad. Ah, so what exactly was that promise? She tactfully refused the question because she did not want to reveal it. It seems you're very curious about it. I'm sorry, but that is a secret. Elena kept her mouth shut. It is a promise known only to us. I cannot tell you in just a second. Haru was determined to dig out the information to the end. In that case, he stated it with certainty, as firmly as driving in a nail. Since Mimiya made a promise with you in the past, Mimiya must also have been a real person in the past, just like you. Hearing that question, Elena became somewhat flustered and avoided the topic. She has not told you? As expected of Mimiya. I do not think I can answer that. I cannot reveal Mimiya's secret. Haru finally let her go without trying to ask further. If you cannot tell me, that is fine. If it is an oath, then it certainly cannot be broken. Elena was grateful for his understanding. Thank you, Junior, for understanding us. Darkness swept in, bringing with it the light of the full moon. Haru trusted Elena completely. I will head back first. From now on, I will be counting on you. She promised him. I will train you until you have completely mastered the Holy Eye. But clearly, he still had many unanswered questions. Before I go, can I ask one more thing? Elena looked at him kindly. Of course. Haru stared at her and asked, Lady Elena and Mimiya, what is the relationship between the two of you? She answered without hesitation. We are friends. Then she spoke of the mission that had bound the three of them together, along with Tanner's magic protection cord, just like constellations. Even if we are far apart, there is always a bond between me and her. At the same time, Mimiya's library sucked Haru inside again. He laughed loudly. I'm back. The little girl lying on the floor was also surprised. What? That fast? Haru calmly explained. I have school tomorrow, so I had to come back early. Mimiya grumbled. Did you train properly? He puffed out his chest confidently. Of course. Suddenly, Haru's two pupils shone brightly. Holy Eye. In his eyes now, there was only Mimiya and the mass of mana surrounding her. Looking at the mana floating around you, I guess you trained very hard too. Mimiya had no idea what he meant and froze. Huh? Haru sat down and laughed in her face. I am joking. It seems it still isn't very stable, but I definitely trained the right way. Mimiya felt that something was off. Strange. After finishing that training, you shouldn't be this healthy. Just by placing his hand on his cheek, Haru could already sense Mimiya's mana. Amazing. Your true mana is both cold and steady. Hearing that, Mimiya looked openly pleased. Is that so? Actually, I'm a very cold person. A little while later, the two of them sat down at the table and talked. She worried about the health of the person across from her. You went through training that sealed all 5 senses, and yet you were still all right? Haru was calm. I'm Yufine. Mimiya prodded him to her heart's content. Did Elena go easy on you because she is too soft-hearted? Suddenly, she pointed at his face. Or was it because of the forest magic? Hearing this for the first time, Haru asked in confusion. Forest magic? What is that? Mimiya was surprised by that foolish question. You didn't receive trauma cycle treatment? Haru answered calmly. But I don't have any trauma. She cannot believe her ears. Something is very strange. Then she suddenly shouted. You trained in that insane magic and didn't suffer any trauma at all? You must have used some trick, right? Mimiya's barrage of questions made Haru sigh helplessly. Just what method did you use? Hurry up and tell me. Then Haru immediately recounted everything. He told her about the events that had happened 1 year earlier, the same things he had told Elena. After hearing the story, Mimiya was so stunned she could not close her mouth. What? Something like that really happened? Those bastards. If it were me, I would have. Haru had not finished speaking yet, and so, until 1 year ago, I had always been lost. And besides, you told me about how painfully you lived inside the magic circle. Because everyone had placed their expectations on me, my reaction became even more intense. And then I lived in the darkness of despair. But now I see it as magical training that made my abilities even stronger. Even if my senses are sealed, it is not a major problem. Mimiya finally understood. So the reason I have always sensed such haunting energy from you is because you have grown used to it? Then she sympathized with him. I see. Haru was a little flustered. I thought Mimiya would brush it off, but nothing happened. Yet her expression was serious. He remembered what Elena had whispered to him earlier, so that you may understand us, and we may understand you as well. Haru had only thought of her for a few seconds, yet he started babbling nonsense in front of Mimiya. Is it hard, Lady Elena? Well, a little. Seeing him ramble like that made her wonder. Is this guy crazy? Then she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you said the training was going smoothly, right? Do you think you can make it in time? Haru answered confidently. Yes, of course I can. His will blazed. I cannot believe those years of despair made me realize what a fortunate mage I am. There is no more time to hesitate. As the successor of a legend, I cannot stand still. Not long after that, Haru returned to the Oberlist Academy dormitory. He carefully placed the 2 magic books on his desk. Then Haru sprawled out on his bed and thought about the conversation from earlier. According to Lady Elena, he clearly remembered that her miraculous eye, the Holy Eye, was a demon eye that would develop together with the Infinite Circle. Then he began analyzing it. With a first circle, I can see the color of mana. With a second circle, the Holy, I can recognize the discontinuous structure of magic formulas. Haru pondered and touched his face. And with a third circle, I will be able to see through the essence of magic. Once I fully master it, I will be able to see mana whenever I want. He immediately cast magic right there in his room. In other words, I have to use the Holy Eye even more freely. But Haru was still hesitant. I can do it, right? Then he took out his phone and checked the news. All right, today there is a message from a master of the Blue Magic Tower. The Tower Master sent him information about Korea. Haru, the 5th Circle mage you will soon face has been decided. I have attached their profile. I look forward to watching a good match. Haru thought to himself. So my opponent, the 5th Circle mage, has been decided. Haru carefully studied the face of the senior who was about to fight him. He was shocked. This is... In the indoor magic training ground, Sucha was exhausted after training all day. Are they even human? Adela decisively unleashed several of her terrifying spells. Her blasts aimed straight at Haru, who was standing there. But he was not so easy to deal with. He immediately cast barriers one after another to block Adela's blasts. She wondered. So, in a message from the Blue Magic Tower Master, they even sent you a strategy guide? Haru seized the chance while his opponent was distracted and launched several circle spells. Fortunately, Adela managed to defend herself in time. He emphasized once more. I told you, didn't I? That is not a profile. It is a strategy guide. Even as he spoke, Haru kept firing blasts, forcing her to dodge again and again. If that is the case, this strategy data. Adela looked up at the sky and saw one of his magic birds preparing to attack her. Could it be? She closed her eyes, ready to take the hit. But the bird did not attack Adela. Instead, it flew around the training room. That left her frozen for a few seconds. The bird flew behind Haru. He spoke. That is exactly what I want to talk about. I do not understand their intentions either. Haru held out his hand to help her up. Adela, what do you think? She answered faintly. Can I see that profile? He did not hesitate either. Sure. A moment later, Adela looked at the phone with a confused expression. It is real. This is more like a strategy guide than a profile. Haru nodded. Yeah. Sucha also ran over from somewhere to watch. I want to see too. Even she could not help admiring the strategy guide as she read it. The data analysis is perfect. Adela pondered Kong's purpose. Instead of focusing on analysis, concentrate on upgrading your skills. Perhaps this is the Blue Magic Tower Master's way of showing concern. Hearing that, Haru got ahead of himself. Maybe, but since I am at a disadvantage, they are giving me a bit of special treatment. Sucha said innocently. In any case, it is a good thing, right? We do not even have time to practice. He half-heartedly agreed. right? But Haru started beating around the bush again. Forget it. Training is better than speculating. All right, break time is over. Adela went along with him too. All right, Suchek implant. Break time is over already. I have not even caught my breath yet. Let us rest for 5 more minutes. Haru guided her like a father teaching a child. You have to train in this condition to build endurance. All right, Sucha. 1 hour of running. She boiled with anger and cursed inwardly. Haru, you villain. Suddenly, an explosion rang out right behind Sucha's ear, freezing her in place. She shouted furiously at the two of them. You idiots, we are indoors. The timid Sucha's face darkened when she saw a large hole in the training room. Why do you keep using magic in the indoor training ground? The sky had reached the time for a shift change. At Oberlist Academy, at the academy dormitory, Adela had also returned to her room by then. She sprawled out on her bed after an exhausting day of magic training. Adela could barely speak. I still have to change before sleeping. Good night. She closed her eyes in exhaustion. Haru's streams of moonlight bullets kept lingering in her mind. His moonlight bullets were faster and stronger than mine, too. The thought made Adela jolt awake. Wait, hold on. She must have been terribly annoyed at Haru. This is so irritating. I have worked so hard, yet I still cannot catch up. Adela suddenly sat up. I cannot keep going on like this. I have to work even harder. Her competitive nature made her even more stubborn. I came this far through technique. At the very least, I cannot lose to Haru's moon-type magic. Adela kept tormenting herself mentally. I cannot sleep now. I need a cold shower to wake myself up. Yes, I need to review today's training materials. The forest where he often returned to train was also submerged in the deep night. Haru closed his eyes and calmed his mind after the long day. I cannot believe that I already no longer need the sense-sealing spell. Elena quietly walked over to him. Lady Elena. She cheerfully pointed to her holy eye. It seems you have completely mastered seeing through mana. Haru answered calmly, yes. If I look for too long, I still get a headache. But now I can look whenever I want. Elena grew excited. Then shall we practice a new spell? This time, you will use the holy eye to observe my magic circle. She explained in more detail. When you observe it, you will understand the essence of the magic and see a gap, a flaw through which you can break the spell. Haru was confused. A flaw? Elena said firmly. Yes, every spell has a weakness. She looked at him calmly. Use that flaw to close in and break the magic circle. Then she quickly cast this unfamiliar form of magic. It was the destruction spell Break. Haru's mouth fell open. Breaking a magic circle? Elena calmly explained its function and power. Yes, break means opening the holy eye wide to nullify magic. She told him gently, try it. I am sure you will understand right away. Elena gently pushed the break magic circle in front of her closer to him. Haru reached his hand toward the magic circle. The holy eye began to shine brightly, leaving him stunned. What is this? Although he examined it carefully, Haru still felt helpless before the break magic circle. The mana carried an aura that was both powerful and warm. But no matter how I search, I cannot see any flaw in the magic circle. He steeled himself. A flaw? Elena said firmly. Yes, every spell has a weakness. She looked at him calmly. Use that flaw to close in and break the magic circle. I have to find a flaw in this magic circle. Elena stared at him as if trying to hypnotize him. Activate the holy eye. Now analyze the structure of the magic circle. Haru obeyed the lady. Yes, holy eye. At that moment, he was clear-headed enough to remember what he had accumulated through magic theory. A perfect formula does not exist. Haru searches memory of Mimiya's book. In Mimiya's book, there was a passage about magic nullification. He began analyzing the principles of the break magic circle. Since no spell is perfect, flaws are certain to appear. Haru used his reason to dissect the issue. See through the essence of magic, listen to the sound of mana, and find the flaw in the spell. He suddenly felt dizzy for a long while. And then, Lady Elena continued casting the break circle. Haru swiftly used magic to restrain that magic circle. From that moment onward, magic was no longer magic. Destruction, breaking, and nullification. A castle rose majestically against the deep blue sky. The meeting chair spoke sternly. That is all for today. This concludes the preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympics. In-hyuk lowered his head and remained deep in thought for a long while. After stepping out of the meeting, Kong-in called his name from behind. Lord In-hyuk. He smiled brightly. I did not expect the head of the Mystic Divine clan to attend this meeting in person. In Hyok's face looked as if he wanted to devour someone alive as he spoke through gritted teeth. I should be the one saying that, Blue Tower Master. You are the one who has no reason to attend this meeting. Kong answered calmly with a radiant expression. I'm only participating as a sponsor. In Hyok wondered, a sponsor? The corner of Kong In's lips lifted slightly, and his gaze suddenly grew deep. That is right, or to be more precise, a potential sponsor. In Hyok frowned until his brows almost met. It sounds as though the Blue Tower is planning to dispatch artisans. Kongin remained composed. I'm still considering it. As I said, I'm only a potential sponsor. In Hyok did not even bother looking at his face as he spoke. The fact that you're even considering this is surprising enough. In Hyok suddenly turned and asked, but the Blue Tower likely cannot deploy craftsmen at present. Kongin also glanced at the other man's sidelong. Fortunately, everything is proceeding smoothly. We have concluded that this Olympics is worth the effort. In Hyok found it difficult to understand. Worth that much? Kongin proudly spoke of him. The Korean team, led by Haru, may create a miracle and bring a gold medal back to Korea. Hearing that, In Hyok looked blank. Hadu, Kongin smiled slyly. I'm sure you're looking forward to it as well, and so am I. In Hyok lowered his head. I see. Then that means Haru made a similar proposal to you as well? Kongin had been waiting for that, and his eyes curved shut in delight. I knew it. You realized it immediately. In Hyok put on that displeased expression again and spoke suspiciously. Then what exactly did he propose to you? At those words, the corner of Kongin's lips curved in an unreadable way. He recounted Haru's self-confident manner. He said he would win the gold medal at this year's Olympics and asked me to send an engineer. What about you? In Hyok was skeptical. He said he would win the gold medal and asked me to provide him with every possible support until then. Suddenly, the smug face of his son appeared in his mind. He had completely changed compared to a year ago. He seemed very confident. Kongin gave a faint smile and asked quietly, did you accept his proposal without any conditions? In Hyok answered Kongin's probing with a calm voice. That is right. In any case, providing support will not be too difficult later. But are you truly considering dispatching manufacturing artisans just because of a child's promise? Kongin laughed inwardly. As expected, that overwhelming presence runs in the family. He straightened his chest and stated his condition to In Hyok. That is right. As long as Haru satisfies the condition I set, I will gladly invest. In Hyok glanced at him sharply. What condition? Kongin took the opportunity to present the difficult wager he had given Haru. He must defeat a fifth circle mage in a one-on-one match. That is the condition I gave him. In Hyok was not easy to handle either, and he looked at him with a keen gaze. Not bad. Kongin smiled. Will you come to watch? In Hyok replied politely. Would be all right if I came? Kongin welcomed him warmly. Of course. You are more than welcome. The scene changed. A green forest covered in glittering spiritual power appeared before Haru. After struggling all day, he lay sprawled on the ground, panting with his mouth wide open. I am exhausted. Elena stood beside him, holding a teacup, and gently encouraged him. Well done, successor. As she walked toward the small table set up in the deserted greenwood forest, she spoke softly. With this, the entire training course is complete. Haru slowly sat up. Yes, he expressed his respect to her. You are the one who worked hard, Lady Elena. I was able to come this far thanks to you. Seeing Haru's gratitude, Elena looked at him affectionately. I hope I did not push you too hard simply because this was our final training session. Haru slowly stood and gave her a bright smile. Thanks to Master's cloak, I could endure it. She gently poured him a cup of tea. Drink some tea. It will help dispel your fatigue. Haru took the teacup, feeling deeply courteous. I will enjoy it. Thank you. Elena praised him. This is where you differ from Jay. Jay truly hated anything that required physical strength. She smiled as she told Haru about that irritable man. He was the type to solve everything with magic. So whenever something required strength, he would always grumble and complain. Holding the teacup, Haru's half-awake, dazed eyes made him look like a little old man listening to a story. For a mage of Master's caliber, I suppose that is understandable. Her voice rang out as light shone down through the ancient trees. Successor, thank you for keeping up with me. This marks the end of your training with me. Elena approached and spoke to Haru from the heart. Teaching you has been a very enjoyable experience for me as well. This should be something to celebrate, but I feel both relieved and a little sad. She lowered her head gloomily. From the moment I began waiting for you, successor, I must have known that the day of parting would eventually come. Haru's eyes widened foolishly in shock. Huh, you mean? Elena waved her hand, creating a powerful current of life force around them. That life force carried leaves and a faint sparkle of heaven and earth, making her look even more radiant in the morning sun. When my role is complete, the page of destruction disappears. It is time for me to leave. Elena remained as graceful as she had been at the beginning as she whispered to him, I will disappear together with this forest. This is a promise I made to Jay. After hearing this farewell, Haru could not hide his shock. He stared at her wide-eyed, frozen for several seconds. Elena's voice was gentle like a passing breeze. Please do not make such a sad face. Just as this world quietly dissolves, it proves that it was something created. Now it is time to say farewell, successor. Hearing that, he panicked and shouted, Without you, Lady Elena, I would never have dared dream of mastering the skill of destruction. Elena placed a hand over the left side of her chest and closed her eyes as if speaking her final words with pride. I am very glad that you are Jay's successor, someone truly capable of inheriting his magic properly. What a relief. The corners of her eyes grew moist. If I have one regret, it is that I will not be able to watch you grow any further. Haru rushed forward, wanting to hold Elena back. She could only sadly and helplessly take his hand as she whispered her final instructions. No matter how many difficulties or trials you face from now on, never give up. Elena's hand gradually blurred like smoke. She closed her eyes, choking with emotion. And please take good care of me, Mia. She gets lonely easily and may be a little troublesome. Haru's throat tightened. He gripped her hand firmly and accepted her request. Yes, of course. The life force that had seemed to bring life now remained only as a farewell. His voice trembled. This is a final goodbye. I can feel something I have never experienced before. A pain, an indescribable ache, an unavoidable sorrow. Elena looked at him with tender eyes, sharing his joy through choked sobs. And at last, congratulations. You are now a third circle master. With those words, she vanished into the glittering life force. Only the eye-dress book remained, shining brightly in midair. Haru had been teleported back to his room. Then, holding eye-dress in his hands, he murmured to himself. I immediately opened eye-dress, but the page about destruction had completely disappeared. His tears fell as he sobbed. Now Elena's image exists only in my memories. Thank you, Lady Elena. Haru recalled what had just happened as if it were a dream, then said to himself, the days I spent training in that forest, I will engrave them in my heart, together with this final farewell. They are what will help me keep moving forward. The radiant currents of life force gradually faded as well. The blue tower training arena rose majestically like a giant castle in the middle of the city. Standing inside, Kongin smiled mysteriously. The duel between Haru and the Fifth Circle Mage is about to begin. Sitting beside him, Sucha suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, as if something were caught in her throat. In-Hyuk was also present at the arena. With a tense expression, he asked, what do you think his chances of winning are? Sucha, as if he had struck a nerve, answered in a panic, why would you? This ridiculous guy keeps overstraining my nerves. Am I going to get dragged into this? She looked down at the arena and thought, if only Adela were here. But right now, she's down there helping Haru. Sucha fidgeted as if someone were chasing her. Hurry up and get here already. What are you waiting for? At last, the incredibly handsome Haru appeared in the arena after days of harsh training with Lady Elena. In-Hyuk asked Kongin, do you think he has a chance of winning? Kongin waved a hand, wearing an obnoxiously cheerful expression, and judged Haru in a contemptuous tone. I'd say around 10%. Hanguk stood below on the arena floor with a triumphant smile. In-Hyuk, seated above, turned to speak with Kongin. My view is a little different. Kongin laughed loudly. Oh, really? Then how many percent would you give him, sir? In-Hyuk frowned and replied, at most, 2%. Kongin, acting up again, dragged Sucha into their awkward conversation. That's a harsh assessment. What about you, Sucha? She could only stammer blankly. Huh, you mean me? Kongin glanced at her slyly and answered, that's right. If you set friendship aside and think objectively, what do you think Haru's chances of winning are? That question made Sucha sweat profusely. She looked down at where Haru stood to avoid meeting his eyes. I think. Then Sucha spoke louder than usual to hide her fear. I still think his chances are around 50%. Kongin, not satisfied with the answer, leaned closer and pressed her. Half. That's quite a generous number. What's your reason? This time, She was not flustered. She answered without hesitation. The reason? To be honest, I don't have any specific reason. It's just that if Haru gives it everything he has, I think it could become an even match. Every word Sucha spoke carried the pride she felt for a friend. He is still growing at an astonishing speed, and he hasn't even shown all his strength yet. Kangin seized on that opening and asked teasingly, "Are you saying Haru still hasn't been fighting seriously?" Down on the arena floor, the referee signaled for them to prepare. All the magical barriers had been checked. The match would begin now. Adela hurriedly urged Haru, "Let's go." He hesitated. "Huh, oh right." Hanguk looked down and smiled. Adela entered the spectator area with a heavy heart. Seeing that the person she had been hoping for had arrived, Sucha rushed over, her face drenched in sweat as if she had just bathed. "I'm saved, Adela. Good work." Adela was startled. Did something happen? On the major arena floor, only Haru and Hanguk remained now. Haru's eyes shone with fierce determination, while the man facing him still wore a triumphant smile. The referee shouted loudly, "Now, both of you, take your positions." Hanguk curled his lips arrogantly. He mocked his opponent. "I never thought the day would come when I would have to face the genius of the Mystic Divine clan standing before me like this." The referee signaled, "Ready." Haru stepped closer and said humbly, "Please go easy on me, senior." As soon as he finished speaking, he glared with chilling, killing intent. The referee raised her hand and shouted, "Begin." Hanguk spoke in a tone that sounded as if he were yielding to his opponent. "I'll let you make the first move, Junior." Haru did not bother being polite with him either. "Then I'll gladly accept your kindness." He called out, "Divine Will." A magic circle appeared in front of his face. Then came Windblade, Fireball. Haru thought triumphantly, "Since he gave me the first move, I'll put everything into this opening strike." Hanguk tilted his face toward the sky. "So this is the adaptive magic I've only heard rumors about." "Interesting." Seeing his smug expression, Haru gave him a few words of warning. "Don't you think you're being a little too relaxed?" Hanguk answered as if victory were already in his grasp. "Because this is a situation where I can't afford to be relaxed." Haru lowered his head and threatened, "That confidence. Let's see how long it lasts." Using his spiritual power, he launched a strike toward his opponent. Fire. Radiant streams of life force, in two colors of ice and fire, wrapped around one another and surged chaotically toward Hanguk. Hanguk countered calmly. How astonishing. These intertwined spells are the crystallization of the harmony between ice and fire. They all look like the same kind of magic, but some twist slightly along different trajectories. They look distinct, yet they blend together, making them impossible to stop. He slowly controlled his magic and thought, if a fifth circle spell came flying in like that, it really would be terrifying. Then Hanguk's hand gently formed rows of numbers. He looked straight at his opponent with half-lidded eyes. Haru's streams of magic attacked Hanguk head-on. It was fifth circle, non-attribute defensive magic. But Hanguk was not an easy opponent either. He quickly created a powerful layer of defense to protect himself from that ray of spiritual power. Magic shield. In an instant, all of Haru's magic vanished. Haru moved nimbly while thinking. Even fifth circle magic is easily blocked by magic shield. But the weakness of magic shield is that it completely isolates the caster. Right now, Hanguk can't stop me from closing in. Realizing that weakness, Haru charged forward at lightning speed, so fast that Hanguk had no time to be startled. Only now did Hanguk begin to grow wary. "Seeing me expose an opening like this, was your plan from the beginning to rush straight in after I used magic shield?" Haru said proudly. "Even if you know that, there's nothing you can change." He quickly closed the distance to suppress the magic shield. Anguk estilacti superior. Are you sure about that? Haru gently placed his hand on Hanguk's magic shield. In only a few seconds, the fragile magic shield could no longer withstand the pressure from him. Interference. Hanguk was suddenly thrown backward. Sucha, sitting in the spectator area, also grew excited. There's a crack in the fifth circle shield. That stream of life force continued to surround Hanguk, causing the crack to spread wider and wider. Seeing this, Kangin was shocked. Impossible. Meanwhile, In Hayek had kept an icy expression from the start of the match until now. Haru, certain that he would win, took the chance to taunt his opponent. Too late. I predicted the moment you would interfere with my magic and set it to accelerate the spell projectile immediately afterward. The two overlapping trajectories of wind and fire merged into one and slammed into the magic shield like a missile. Blazing Storm. Haru's Blazing Storm magic successfully shattered the magic shield within seconds. Adela sprang to her feet in shock. The magic shield. Sucha was also stunned, her mouth hanging open. It broke. Haru smiled contemptuously and mocked him. If only you had been careless for just a little longer, senior. Suddenly, Hanguk's characteristic arrogant voice rang out from within Haru's Blazing Storm. That was the moment Haru's stream of magic churned into daze. It's fine to relax, but you must never let your guard down. The moment the magic shield broke, Hanguk had already created a new magic shield. Overconfidence is what the Tower Master taught me to watch out for. Haru stepped aside cautiously to create a completely new absolute shield the instant the previous one shattered. Is this the level of fifth circle magic? Standing behind the magic shield, Hanguk looked at him with sharp eyes. He threatened his opponent while creating a powerful stream of magic. All right, Junior. This time, I'll make the first move. The arena was now surrounded by white smoke and a tense atmosphere. Seeing that Hanguk seemed about to act, Haru thought to himself, just as expected. The information instantly appeared in his mind, perfectly matching the data the Tower Master had sent. Haru remained calm, recalling it while thinking of a way to respond. After a moment, he raised his eyes to look at Hanguk and guessed. In that case, his next move will be his special technique, Fire Attribute Magic, and close combat using body enhancement. As soon as Haru finished thinking that, he saw Hanguk charging toward him with a fire sword, preparing to attack. Haru clenched his hand into a fist to counterattack. He's interested in my magic. As he moved, Haru analyzed cautiously. In order to observe me more closely, he isn't aiming for my vitals. Above all, Hanguk obviously won't attack half-heartedly just because of that remaining consideration, but he won't go easy on me. If he strikes, there's only one answer. A right punch, and all of it was within Haru's expectations. Haru reacted quickly, lowering his center of gravity to dodge. Unfortunately, because Hanguk was too fast, the blade grazed his upper arm. Haru no longer had much time to think, so he decided to end it quickly. He clenched his fist and put all his strength into it. Then he struck decisively, punching Hanguk straight in the stomach. Hanguk's face clearly showed pain, as if he were about to swear. He frowned, then quickly retreated to avoid the next attack. Hanguk rubbed his stomach and gave a strained smile. You reacted well to that speed. Hearing that, Haru answered honestly. I've trained quite a lot in close combat. Hanguk withdrew the fire sword from before and began summoning flames in his hand. You're right. Haru watched every movement and thought. Although close combat is his specialty, he still analyzes his opponent's strength and adjusts his stance. He really isn't ordinary. At that moment, Hanguk suddenly spoke, cutting off Haru's train of thought. The future is truly frightening. A third circle mage with close combat skills at this level. He walks slowly while gradually gathering fire energy in his hand. From here on, Hanguk immediately raised his magic and declared boldly, I will fight seriously too. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames in his hand erupted. Fire rain. At this moment, the supreme privilege possessed only by mages who had reached the fifth circle appeared. It was a wide-area destructive spell that only they could perform, and it was the kind of spell a third circle mage could neither block nor dodge. Hanguk knew that perfectly well and provoked him. So, how do you plan to stop this? Torrents of fire rained down onto the arena. Haru was not afraid. Instead, he possessed an incredibly powerful determination. This match ends with this move, and the victory will be mine. With that, he began summoning his own magic, slowly resonating it together and feeling this power. Once he had sensed enough, Haru immediately shouted the technique, Water Shield, to avoid Hanguk's rain of fire. Seeing him block the attack of a fifth circle spell, Hanguk was stunned. A third circle spell? Impossible. It was not only him. The others watching the match could not believe it either. Is that also a kind of adaptive magic? Adela cried out excitedly. Fire, rain, and water shield are colliding. Sucha beside her was also overly excited. I can't see anything. What's happening? Seeing Haru's power become so great, Kong was puzzled. Water Shield is definitely a third circle spell, right? But it's functioning like something beyond the fourth circle. In-Hyuk looked at the scene and fell silent for a moment. A thick mist enveloped the arena floor, making it very difficult for Hanguk to determine his opponent's position. Damn it, my vision. He calmly analyzed the situation. But in this mist, he can't see anything either. So, from where does he plan to launch a surprise attack? Haru was now using his technique. Holy Eye open. With mist this thick, of course he also knew he could not see anything. Even if I can't see, Mana will tell me. The thought had only flashed through his mind for an instant, but Haru had already determined his opponent's location. The red mana of the fire sword. There. Thinking that, he quickly charged in to attack. Hanguk sensed a sound and turned to look. Then he immediately swung his hand in a slash. Got you. However, what he cut was only air. At the same time, Haru behind him unleashed the spell, Lightning Rope. Seeing Haru right behind him, Hanguk began to panic. When did he get this close? Hurry, Absolute Shield. No, the Absolute Shield has already been broken once. It's too risky. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Then, Hanguk unleashed a new technique. Haru keenly noticed it. That is yellow mana. He is gathering each system now to create a sturdy barrier. Then Hanguk slammed his hand hard against the ground and poured all his strength into the technique. Earth Shield. Seeing that, Haru immediately devised a plan. Stop him before he raises the wall. In an instant, a stream of lightning struck down, destroying the Earth Shield before it could be completed. Hanguk was standing right there, so he was affected to some degree by the lightning energy as well. Without taking time to rest, Haru cast his next technique. He raised Fire Attribute Magic and wrapped it around his fist. Looking at the techniques Haru had just used, Hanguk could not help but think worriedly. He's too fast. Seeing the magic power in Hanguk's hand, Haru's eyes gradually sharpened. Blue mana. He quickly dodged the attack. Unfortunately, it still grazed him. Water Light Pillar. Although injured, Haru did not back down and continued charging into attack with a powerful critical strike. Very soon afterward, the Shock Force technique and Water Shield collided with each other. After the shock wave passed, it left behind a dense mist. Hanguk began to feel irritated and thought, damn it, my vision is blocked again. Faced with this thick mist, Hanguk found the situation troublesome. This has started to get annoying. The next second, he immediately used new magic. But your little tricks end here. Haru watched seriously to see what Hanguk was trying to do. After a moment, Haru suddenly smiled meaningfully. With the Holy Eye, I see through the essence of spells, listen to the sound of mana, and grasp the openings in magic. From that very moment onward, magic is no longer merely magic. Haru stepped forward while reaching out to summon his own magic. Haru's previous magic commands immediately fluttered through the air, startling Hanguk. My magic disappeared. As his consciousness gradually faded, Haru still stubbornly held on to his objective, and at the same time, he spoke. The moment you are certain of victory is the most dangerous moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Haru immediately used the technique Wild Rain together with wind. The outcome was already perfectly clear. The referee sprang to her feet and raised her voice. The winner of this match is... Then she took a long breath and shouted loudly, Haru! After the battle, the arena was left with fairly serious damage. At this moment, in the waiting room of the Blue Magic Tower training hall, Haru seemed utterly exhausted. I'm so tired. As he walked toward the changing room, Kong suddenly spoke up. Haru, that was truly an earth-shattering match. Haru did not want to reply and slammed the door shut. Half a second later, he flung the door open, brimming with excitement. I could hardly believe my eyes the entire time. Kong began rambling. I wonder why you were acting that way. But then I realized it was all preparation for the final magic nullification. It felt like watching a perfectly designed chess game. Even now, thinking back on it gives me chills. Look, I've got goosebumps. Then he naturally slung an arm around Haru's shoulders and asked, so what was that final technique? And that final storm burden too? That was fourth circle magic. How did you overcome the limitations of memorization? Haru put on an innocent expression and asked back, if I told you I modified memorization with a transformation spell, would you believe me? Hearing that, Kong answered decisively, of course not. If it were third circle magic, I might be able to understand it. Then his voice rose again. But fourth circle is a different story. You didn't merely overcome memorization's weaknesses. You erased them completely. He smiled, pointed at Haru, and declared, that is a total contradiction. After hearing that, Haru could only remain silent, unable to refute him. Kong continued analyzing. Your magic activation speed is nearly instantaneous. And then there are those improvised spells that break every conventional rule. His gaze grew deeper and deeper. You even destroyed your opponent's magic. Seriously, what kind of magic are you using, Haru? Seeing that Kong understood everything so clearly, Haru fell into thought for a moment. After a while, facing Kong In's gaze, Haru hesitantly opened his mouth. That is, sometime later, at the Blue Magic Tower headquarters. Inside Kong In's office, Sue suddenly turned around and reported, "Tomorrow I'll handle transferring the bronze technicians to the Olympics committee." After hearing that, he merely smiled and reminded her, "All right, coordinate with the contractor so it doesn't affect any other projects." Suddenly, Kong set his coffee cup down on the table. Then he spoke in a meaningful tone. "Sue, what do you think?" She frowned and asked back, "What do you mean?" Then he said enthusiastically, "Do you really think we can win the gold medal at this Olympics?" Hearing that, Sue answered without hesitation, "I don't think it's completely impossible." Kong immediately reacted. "Oh, yesterday, you said even a bronze medal was still out of reach." Sue flinched at that. "The situation has changed since yesterday, hasn't it?" He narrowed his eyes suggestively. "Hasn't it? You thought it was astonishing too, didn't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of Sue typing on the keyboard also came to a stop. Understanding what Kong was referring to, she tacitly admitted it. "Yes, it really was impressive." He suddenly chuckled. "You were so absorbed you even forgot you were a judge." Sue could only feel embarrassed. "Please stop teasing me." A moment later, Kong became serious again. "But really, what kind of magic is Haru using?" Sue did not answer the question directly. "Didn't you observe the entire match with a ruby eye?" He admitted, "I did." Remembering the scene from then still bothered Kong "But even after seeing it, I still can't explain it. What's more, he used steam to hide from my ruby eye. When I think that he even hid the trick he used to conceal his magic from me. It's frightening. And of course I understand that he broke the formula of Hellfire magic. But how exactly did he do it? I have absolutely no idea how he broke the magic formula." Hearing that, she thought to herself, even with the ruby eye, one of the 3 strongest reconnaissance magic eyes currently known, I still can't grasp what kind of magic it is. He stroked his chin and spoke. "This is making me incredibly restless." I asked him directly in the waiting room. Thinking back, Haru had calmly asked in return. And then Haru had said, "Do you remember what you said? That a mage has the right to keep his magic secret." Then he gave a conciliatory smile. "I can't reveal my magic to you." Kong recalled it in frustration. "Yes," he refused. "He said it was a secret. He even told me to figure it out myself." Sue suddenly had an idea and asked suspiciously, "Is there any possibility he did something illegal?" He immediately cut off that thought of hers. That isn't it. His man's purity and structure are far too clean. Kong reached out and picked up his tablet. "The only thing I realized." He hesitated for a moment, then recalled what Haru had said earlier. "If I told you I modified memorization with a transformation spell, would you believe me?" Kong thought. Does that mean the magic Haru uses is not transformation magic, at least? Not allowing curiosity to overwhelm his reason. He stood up and said to Sue, "In any case, this year's Olympics will definitely be worth watching." Kong suddenly became cheerful again and turned to ask her, "Do you want to go get something to eat?" Seeing that, Sue had no choice but to follow helplessly. Then she added in a dissatisfied tone, "You're going to pay me extra for overtime, right?" The next day, at the dormitory of Oberlist Academy, an alarm suddenly rang in Haru's room. He looked at the clock for a moment, only then realizing that his whole body was stiff and aching. Haru sat up and guessed, "I think I slept for about 8 hours. Maybe because I used resonance and dissipation, fatigue no longer fades as easily as usual. Once I use resonance, I can't use mana at all." His gaze shifted to the coat on the chair. "So even Master's cloak becomes useless. That's quite a serious problem. I'll have to be more careful from now on." After thinking that, Haru did not know what to do next, so he kept sitting on the bed. Tired, he rubbed his forehead a few times. Suddenly, a message notification from his father appeared on his phone screen. His father instructed him, "You may have pushed yourself a little too hard in yesterday's battle. I've arranged medical leave for you. Spend the whole day resting and adjusting your condition." Seeing those messages, Haru froze slightly. He thought to himself, after yesterday's match, father left without saying a word. So I was worried that he might be upset about something. But now Haru felt somewhat relieved. That's good then. At that moment, he gradually fell into thought. Have I regained a little of father's trust? No, not yet. The truly important part starts now. There isn't much time left until the Olympics. A while later, at the library, Mimiya walked over and greeted him. Successor, you came. How did the match go? Haru gave a strained smile and answered, Of course I won. It was an incredibly easy victory. She did not believe him and asked, Are you sure it was easy? Your face looks like you're about to collapse. Haru sighed and told the truth. Honestly, it wasn't easy at all. If I had made even one small mistake, I would definitely have lost. And thanks to the information from the Blue Tower Master, I was in an extremely advantageous position. So even though I won, I don't feel satisfied at all. Then his complexion improved, and he made a request. So, Mimiya, bring me a book. One about the fourth infinite circle, specifically the expansion circle. Hearing Haru's request, she immediately summoned magic. Fourth infinite circle, expansion. Very soon, all the books he needed appeared. I gathered a great many magic books for you, successor. Haru was stunned by the enormous number of books. Then heard Mimiya instruct him, so please read all of them. Sometime later, as a gentle breeze blew through every corner, a class was taking place somewhere in Oberlist Academy. The teacher's voice rang out in the classroom. Now then, chapters 5 through 10 have been assigned. Write about the attributes of magic and your answers to the questions in them. If you look carefully at the materials, it won't be difficult. Hearing that, Haru picked up his pen and wrote a few words. Suddenly, he paused slightly and pondered. The expansion circle. As if an idea had come to him, Haru took up his pen and drew a few lines. The expansion circle is more fundamentally different from the previous circles. In moments, he had finished drawing several strange-looking circles. The calculation circle, the resonance circle, the intervention circle. Then Haru drew the final stroke with his pen. It was formed from layered structures like flower petals. He stared at it for a while before slowly analyzing it. In that case, because the expansion circle is surrounded by 3 magic circles, and those 3 magic circles rotate on a stable axis, the result is that the entire magic circle becomes stabilized. When that happens, the efficiency of the magic increases. And when the magic circle is stabilized, the magic's weaknesses are reduced and energy absorption increases. Of course, the number of resonances and the duration of resonance also increase. The negative effects of spell resonance will also decrease. In addition, the burden of using dispersed incantations will be reduced. Thinking that far, Haru smiled. The same goes for the Holy Eye. However, he also knew it had a downside. But because this is a completely new circle compared to the previous ones, it won't be easy to create. Recalling what he had read earlier, Haru became even more certain. That's right, that is the biggest problem. According to the book I read in Mimiya's room, it takes at least 1 year to create the expansion circle. Just thinking about it was enough to make his head ache. Of course, the more magic circles there are, the harder it is to create. Haru's gaze drifted into the distance. But this really is too much. Right now, I can't even calculate the time needed to construct the spell. A long while later, inside Oberlist Academy's training ground, he stared intently at the clock and spoke. 5 minutes left. Suchan was panting heavily after running for a long time. Adela, beside him, was also tired, but she knew how to control her breathing more evenly. As soon as Haru saw that they had spent just enough energy, he shouted, All right, rest for 10 minutes. After hearing that, Suchan quickly sprawled out on the ground and complained, I think I'm going to die. Seeing that, Adela walked over and asked with concern, Are you all right? Her eyes shone with determination as she gently encouraged him. Hang in there. Suchan's mind was full of question marks at that moment. Adela continued, reassuring him. Didn't we say we would try even harder? Seeing her act like this, he suddenly remembered something in surprise. It was the night of the battle with Haru. At the time, Haru had said, Everyone, I just finished a duel, so I'm exhausted. Can we do that later? After hearing that, Suchan reacted fiercely. What the hell? I don't care how tired you are. You said the evaluation had to be done on the same day. That's what you said. Adela, standing beside him, was also very worried. But I think today is a bit too much. Can't we rest and do it tomorrow? But Suchan stubbornly stuck to his decision. No. Suchan began reasoning with him. Training while tired is the most important thing. Skipping that is like skipping 30% of training. Then he brazenly walked over and flicked Haru's shoulder. That is something our teacher, Haru, always says. You haven't forgotten, have you? Haru's face darkened so much that he nearly wanted to punch him. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and said, "You're right. I've been too lazy. I shouldn't forget my original mindset. To prepare for full-scale training tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it." Suchan sensed something was wrong, and his face turned pale. "I think it would be best if you rested today after all." Haru dragged him along while suppressing his anger. "All right, let's start with the first exercise. We'll take it one step at a time." Suchan sensed that the situation was bad and began calling for help. "Adela, Adela." She could only ignore him and answer, "Congratulations." Sometime later, at the familiar Oberlist 24 convenience store, Suchan walked while sighing. "Even if he is my friend, when I evaluate him objectively, a genius is still a genius." Adela agreed. "That's right. He really is amazing." Then she heard Suchan add, "He really is insane." Just because his opponent skipped the first step, he completely changed his strategy and created a new one on the spot. Hearing those words, she could only fall silent for a while before slowly opening her mouth. "Is that so?" Suchan did not think too deeply and turned to ask, "Was Haru like that when he was a kid?" Adela took a sip of milk, then answered calmly, "Well, he was a little younger than he is now." Suchan asked uncertainly, "You mean he was always mentally immature?" She did not deny it. "That's right." Suddenly, Adela's memories came flooding back. "Back then, I thought he was too obsessed with training. It also seemed as though he overestimated his own abilities. At that time, she had watched Haru from afar. Of course, I also tried harder in order to keep up with him." Leaving those wandering thoughts behind, Adela immediately smiled. "But now that I'm following in his footsteps, I've come to understand many things. Honestly, I'm enjoying it even more." In any case, Haru's magic seemed to appeal greatly to her. "I think I'm more interested in his magic now than I was before." Suchan suddenly thought of something and leaned down to ask, "Wait, that guy, the very master of perfection, had a period like that?" Adela answered calmly, "That's right, at least before he entered Oberlist." Suchan inwardly came to a conclusion. Then Haru's judgment of being incompatible with magic might not have been a curse, but a blessing, right? As soon as Suchan finished speaking, she turned to look at him in confusion. Seeing Adela's expression, he grew flustered. "Don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything bad by it. You know how, in comics or movies, geniuses often have that unique arrogance." Suchan expressed his thoughts. "I think that arrogance slowed his growth. But Haru has always kept moving forward, learning and understanding many things. He keeps changing and becoming more complete." She seemed to understand what he wanted to say. In other words, because he experienced failure, he became as complete as he is now. "Is that what you mean?" Suchan kept walking and firmly confirmed it. "Exactly. That's how I see it." Haru might get angry if he heard this. Suchan suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and expressed himself cheerfully. "Well, he found his own path. So that is something we can say means he's doing well in many ways." Hearing those words, Adela was stunned for a moment. Suchan turned around and said brightly, "Adela, let's do our best too." Suchan added, "We have to show him that we're on the same path of growth as he is." Then Suchan raised his hand with determination. "Let's do our best and prepare for the Olympics." She finally understood everything he meant. Yes, let's do our best. Returning to reality at the Oberlist Academy training ground, Suchan was lost in the past and unconsciously spoke. That's how it all happened. Haru walked over, making him snap back to his senses. "Huh? What?" Haru held out a water bottle in front of Suchan and encouraged him. "You did well." Suchan's face flushed red. He smiled bitterly, not forgetting to tease him. "You made me sick, and now you're giving me medicine?" Haru handed him the water while retorting, "Hey, when did I make you sick? I gave you a dose of medicine with a prescription attached." Suchan accepted the water bottle. "Yes, thank you. You really are a talented doctor." Adela, standing right there and witnessing the scene, suddenly felt warmth bloom in her heart. Suddenly, Haru spoke, cutting off her train of thought. "Adela, it's time for special training." She ran over and answered, "Okay." At Oberlist Academy, the training period had already passed. In the indoor training ground, Suchan and Adela were resting when Haru suddenly called out, "Adela, sorry if I'm interrupting your rest. Can we talk for a moment?" Hearing that, she turned her head and looked at him in confusion. "Talk." The two of them began walking toward the back of the training ground to talk. Haru spoke first. "Now that the team participating in the Olympics has been confirmed, I'm thinking of revising our training schedule." Then he informed her, "Starting tomorrow, we are officially allowed to be absent from classes." Adela hurriedly answered, "Yes, That's right. Haru hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although the Academy has its own training program for the Olympics, I don't think 8 hours is enough. He held up his tablet and slowly raised it, drawing out his words. So from now on, Haru issued his instruction. We'll study and discuss combat tactics in the mornings. She immediately looked doubtful. Study tactics? He explained seriously. Yes, exactly. We'll analyze each Olympic event. Haru weighed the matter and reviewed the new rules added this year to find a path to victory. Adela suddenly wondered aloud. That sounds good, but why are you only telling me? Haru gave a wry smile. Suchan is already worn out from physical training alone, so even if I told him now, he'd be too exhausted to take it in. She thought that's true. Haru informed her that Sue of the Blue Magic Tower had already been handling the analysis of contestants from other countries day and night. A few minutes later, he concluded, so we'll begin tomorrow. Just remember that. Adela called after him. Wait, she asked worriedly. It's fine for us to come up with tactics ourselves, but will the third years really follow our strategy? When Haru heard that, he smiled with utter confidence. There's a way to solve that problem. The next day, all three of them had gathered at the outdoor grounds of Obelisk Academy. Seeing how calm Haru and Adela looked, Suchan asked awkwardly, "Aren't you guys nervous?" Hearing that, Haru said, "Not really." Adela was even calmer. "Why would we be? Is there any reason to be nervous?" Suchan broke out in a cold sweat and tried to explain. What do you mean, why? Everyone thinks of them as third years. You know, that arrogant, scary, hard-to-approach feeling. Haru thought for a moment. The title of senior does have that kind of feel to it. Adela agreed as well. Not for me. Hearing that, Suchan's head nearly exploded. What? Why not? How is that possible? Then she crossed her arms and declared boldly, "Because I'm going to defeat them." As soon as Adela finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Wow, the little girl is even more full of herself than I heard. The three of them looked in the same direction at the same time. Standing there was a young man with faintly blue hair named Shinwoo. Next was a rather unfriendly young man named Jin Suk. And last was the girl who had just spoken, Hyun. She stepped forward provocatively. "Hey, Junior, try repeating what you just said." Adela pretended not to know. "What did I say?" Hyun repeated every word. "You said you'd defeat us if we faced each other, or something like that. Say it again." Adela raised an eyebrow and replied, "If you really want to hear it again that badly, then right now, there isn't a single third-year student who could defeat me." Suchan nearly spat blood when he heard that. "Honestly, this classmate of ours is a lost cause. I'm really sorry." He turned toward Adela and scolded her. "Adela, are you crazy? What good comes from making enemies of the seniors?" She calmly shrugged. "I'm only stating the truth." Suchan hurriedly covered Adela's mouth while warning Haru. "Haru, you better not start causing trouble too." Haru quickly answered, "Of course I won't." Then he put on an innocent expression. "Seniors, there you are. I've been waiting for you." Haru paused for a moment before lowering his voice. "Excuse me, but what would you say to a match between the second years and the third years today?" Suchan froze stiff. "Hey." Haru looked them over and thought, "I'm sorry to the seniors, but in order to take full command of the team." Haru grew serious. "I need to subdue these seniors first." Shinwoo found the proposal interesting and smiled. "You mean second years against third years, right?" He spoke in a mocking tone. "In other words, the three of you second years against the three of us?" Hyun suddenly cut in. "I'll go. These insolent sprouts need to be pruned early." Seeing that they had misunderstood him, Haru shook his head. "No, well, I mean, as Haru explained coldly, all the second years against the third years. In other words, 3 against 7. All the third-year students, they were stunned when they heard that. By then, Suchan seemed as though his soul had left his body and could no longer hear a word. Shinwoo got straight to the point. "What is your objective?" Haru murmured. "My objective?" Shinwoo implied quietly. "With your personality, you wouldn't provoke us like this for no reason. There must be some purpose behind it." Haru stared at him and thought. Shinwoo, the second son of the mystic divine Shin clan. I met him a few times when I was little. Has his calm and cautious personality not changed at all? A moment later, Haru said casually, "Well, what sort of intention could I have? I just think sparring is the best way to assess one another's skills." Suddenly, Jin Suk charged forward like the wind and shouted, "You arrogant brat." He naturally understood what Haru was trying to do. "You want to crush us with your skills?" Shinwoo found that reasoning plausible as well. "I see. So your objective is to overwhelm us and take command of the team participating in this Olympics." Hyun, standing right there, was shocked to the core. Jin Suk slowly walked up to Haru and sneered. Isn't that right? Am I wrong? Having had his true intentions seen through, Haru fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Hyun raised her voice. That arrogant attitude of yours has gone too far, Junior. No, all of you. There's a limit to patience. Hyun swung her hand. Fine, I know you and Adela are very capable, but this isn't right. There's a limit to how disrespectful you can be toward your seniors. She flared with anger and growled. Yes, if it were a one-on-one match, you might be able to win with your skills. Hyun found it absurd. But 3 against 7? Are you joking? No matter how strong the 3 of you are. She suddenly pointed at Suchan. There's no way you could defeat nearly twice your number with a useless guy like that on your side, right? After a pause, she unexpectedly offered a deal. I'll say this nicely one last time. If you apologize now, we'll let it slide. Shinwoo nodded along while warning him. That's right, Junior. You really went too far this time. Every word entered Haru's ears and irritated him. Haru deliberately provoked them. Honestly, you're all so noisy it's annoying. When Shinwoo heard that, he smiled meaningfully. Suchan, standing right beside him, trembled. Haru, you really have lost your mind. Haru looked toward them and spoke boldly. Aren't you the useless ones here? Shut your mouths and fight. Then a challenging smile appeared on Haru's face. My esteemed seniors. In an instant, the atmosphere there became suffocating because of him. Jin Suk frowned and spoke. I didn't want to ruin the mood from the start. That's why I tried to mediate, but he's really getting on my nerves. He turned back and raised an eyebrow at Shinwoo. Shinwoo, are you all right with this? Shinwoo had been thinking about something, and when asked, he answered in an unreadable tone. Yeah. Jin Suk stepped arrogantly in front of Haru. Fine, let's do it. 3 against 7. But just playing it straight would be boring. His face showed a challenging look as he set a condition. If you win, we'll follow your strategy, just as you said. But if we win, Jin Suk was about to say more when Haru brazenly cut him off. Sounds good. Let's do that. Seeing how decisive Haru was, Jin Suk grew irritated. I haven't even said what happens if we win. Haru merely smiled. You can wager whatever you want. With a confident expression, he said, if you tell me to quit, I'll quit. Though, in any case, that won't happen. When the third-year students heard that, they felt their heads start to ache. Hyun, on the other hand, looked like she was about to explode. That bastard. Haru ignored it and walked over to Suchan and Adela. And one more condition. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Hyun while speaking. If we win, Hyun stiffened when Haru suddenly looked her way and made his demand. He pointed straight at her face, wearing his own deep, inscrutable smile. Apologized for calling Suchan useless. A short while later, in the grand arena of Oberlist Academy, the Academy's internal system began setting up the stage, a mountain at night. Haru warmed up his arms and legs for a moment, then asked, Ready? Adela immediately answered, Yes, I'm fine. On the third-year side, they seemed to be discussing strategy when an announcement suddenly rang out. The siege match will begin in 5 minutes. Everyone, take your positions. This 3 against 7 match was a shortened siege battle based on international rules. Each team had designated a location, and the goal was to capture the flag placed there. Haru's gaze turned toward the flag. We should end it here. Suchan, at that moment, showed an innocent expression as he looked at the opponents. Seeing that his expression looked somewhat strange, Haru asked, Is something wrong? Suchan could not hide his worry as he said, Do you really have to go this far? Haru looked puzzled. What do you mean? Suchan stood up and honestly expressed himself. I mean, you deliberately provoked the seniors. Did you really need to turn this into an emotional fight? He hesitated. Even without all this, it felt like everyone was already ready to follow your lead. Haru's eyes gleamed with determination. It isn't enough for them to simply listen to me. They need to obey my orders. He remained calm. You understand better than anyone what kind of battle I'll be leading from now on. Suchan was timid. But if you push them this far, what if they resent you? After saying that, even Suchan himself was worried about everything. Haru looked at the beads of sweat on Suchan's face, understood clearly, and spoke to reassure him. It's all right. There's a way. He energetically took hold of the flag. If we win with overwhelming strength, there'll be no room left for resentment. Suchan was helpless. I really am an idiot for asking that. Meanwhile, Hyun's anger seemed to have erupted. Haru, what a pain. Huh? He said they could wager anything because he knows he won't lose? That damn bastard. Seeing his teammate lose control like that, Shinwoo turned to her and called out, Calm down, Hyun. There are only 5 minutes left. She began chanting to herself. Yeah, 5 minutes. Calm down. calm down, calm down. However, in the end, Hyun could not overcome her rage. I can't. Huh? Apologize for calling him useless? She found it ridiculous. Why should I apologize for calling a useless guy useless? Jin Suk spoke. This is driving me insane. Seeing the situation, Shin Woo could only sigh. I want to calm them down, but there's no time left. Suddenly, Jin Suk murmured. That's right. Jin Suk thought deeply. That's right. Even I can't hold back my anger. This was ruined from the start. If it's come to this, I'll use that anger itself. He cracked his knuckles. Anger pushes a person's strength to its limit. It is the best stimulant for performance. 5 minutes passed, and an announcement rang out. The battle begins. The countdown echoed everywhere, carrying Hyun's and Suchon's nervousness with it. Shinwoo and Adela were the complete opposite. There was not the slightest ripple in their eyes. When the final sound of the countdown rang out, it marked the beginning of a fierce battle. Jin Suk's expression now looked as though he was greatly looking forward to this match. Just as the sound rang out, game start. Haru seriously took his stance. The group of third-year students began to split up. Hyun shouted passionately, "Move out, let's fight." On this side, Haru looked at Suchon with trusting eyes. "I'm counting on you." Suchon immediately answered, "Yeah." On the outside, he said that, but deep down, Suchon still felt a little worried. The sky grew darker and darker, and 5 minutes quickly passed. Hyun was now up in a tree, observing the enemy's location. Hyun connected to her allies. "I found their flag." Jin Suk exclaimed. "Excellent. Who's guarding it?" She smiled contemptuously. "I only see one person. That useless guy is there alone." After hearing that, Jin Suk did not believe it and asked again, "He's guarding alone? Is someone hiding nearby?" Hyun lowered her voice. "I'm not sure. I don't see any signs of movement." Jin Suk warned her, "Don't let your guard down." He was full of suspicion. They may be using him as bait for a trap. She answered, "Understood. I'll attack carefully." As soon as she finished speaking, Hyun immediately jumped down from the tree and landed in front of Suchon. "You're guarding it alone?" She looked at him with contempt. "Useless trash." Suchon was stunned for a moment before speaking. "Yeah, well, it just kind of turned out this way." Hearing that, Hyun asked directly, "So you knew I'd be the first one to show up?" He answered very frankly, "Yeah," and at the same time took a defensive stance. After hearing that, she slowly stepped forward. "How did you know?" Suchon's voice seemed to deepen. "Haru said the gorilla would come." He recalled what Haru had told him. He was certain Senior Hyun would attack as soon as it began. Hyun could no longer bear listening, and every muscle in her face twisted. Back then, he added, because she has a hot temper, they'll assign her to offense instead of defense. Hyun frowned. "So you deliberately pissed me off for that?" Her expression instantly darkened. "They knew I would come, and they still left only you here to defend?" Hyun lifted her head and shouted, You arrogant brats." Without wasting words, she swiftly summoned fire-type magic. Fire Shooter. The flames quickly advanced towards Suchon. That fire-type magic raised a brilliant blaze amid the deserted mountain. Hyun carried an extremely confident air. Fire Shooter is a fourth circle spell. It isn't something someone like you can block, you useless trash. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was stunned by the scene before her. In that critical moment, Suchon's memories suddenly surged back. "Suchon, you know your role is the most important one in this match, right? Are you going to run away after being looked down on?" Suchon began summoning magic to counterattack. "Of course not. Now that you've said that, I can't hold back anymore." Seeing her magic blocked, Hyun shouted in shock. "He blocked it? What? How?" Back to the time at the training ground. Haru said firmly, "Suchon, you may think of yourself as a damage dealer, but you absolutely aren't one. A damage dealer is a role that inflicts damage through attacks." Then Haru emphasized, "You're a born tank." After hearing that, Suchon was utterly stunned. "Me? A tank?" Haru continued, "You know that mages have primary elemental attributes, right? Blue Magic Tower Master Kong possesses the water attribute. Above all, Jam Filler the Red Tower mainly uses fire magic. And Hiju also specializes in fire magic. Using a compatible attribute reduces mana consumption while increasing a spell's power and efficiency." After saying that, Haru declared with certainty, "Suchon, from what I can see, your attribute is non-elemental." Haru paused for a moment, and more specifically, it specializes in defensive magic. As his thoughts came to an end, Suchon put his own defensive technique into practice. Hyun's fire-type magic seemed completely unable to pierce that defense. Hyun began to grow irritated. "TCH, you've been hanging around Haru and Adela." She provoked Suchan, shouting in his face. And I think you're starting to get the wrong idea. Compared to those two, you're still nothing but a third-rate side character. Hearing that, Suchan's self-esteem sank. Again, useless. I know very well that compared to those two, I'm nothing. Suddenly, Suchan's expression changed, but he completely trusted his own magic. If that is the limit of your attacks, I can still hold out. The words reached Hyun's ears and drove her mad. You brat. Suddenly, two more people appeared from behind the bushes. They spoke in unison. Support Hyun. She was now extremely irritated and shouted. Stop acting tough, you useless piece of trash. Hyun jumped high into the air, preparing to attack that shield. I'll shut your mouth forever. I'll crush you to pieces. She closed in on the shield and unleashed her technique. Take this five-fold impact. Suchan was now using every ounce of his strength to protect the flag. His face was drenched in cold sweat as he tried to complete his mission. Hyun changed her stance and attacked, unleashing blow after blow. One more strike. After punching and kicking for a while, she finally sensed something was wrong. What the hell? Why is this shield so hard? Hyun swept her eyes over it, observing and analyzing. It looks like a third circle spell, but I've never seen this type before. Judging by the number of them, she thought to herself, but there are three of us. If we attack together, he won't be able to block us. Then Hyun smiled confidently. This battle is ours. Suchan, who had been silent for a long while, suddenly muttered, 1666. He was holding off 3 attacks at once, yet he still remained calm. 1326. In an instant, a flash of light burst through the gaps between the trees. Jasik sensed it and turned his head to look. Before they could do anything, all 3 of them were startled by birds made of wind. They scattered across the night sky. Looking at the birds hovering above, she guessed, wind cutter. Where did that come from? Where? Suchan was not surprised by the sight. 1677. Hyun seemed to realize something and called out a warning. Haru, everyone, be careful. Haru, everyone, be careful. Fury boiled inside her. That arrogant Haru is hiding somewhere nearby. She, Jae-sik, and Hannah began searching the surroundings. Where? Where on earth is he? While their attention was diverted, he had already been monologuing for a while. 2183. Very soon afterward, she was attacked from behind. Hyun's expression at that moment could not hide her panic. She proceeded with extreme caution and only belatedly realized it. Adela's moonlight barrage. Seeing the situation reverse spectacularly, Hyun panicked. Jin-suk, all 3 of them are here. Send reinforcements. Receiving the warning signal, he grew suspicious. Hyun, stop joking. Then who exactly are the people here? Standing in front of Jin-suk right now were Haru and Adela. He frowned and watched them warily, remaining on guard all times. No matter how Jin-suk thought about it, something felt wrong. Damn it, because of the commotion over there, we sent 2 people, including Shin-woo, to support Hyun. This is seriously too chaotic. Haru raised his eyes toward the site of the melee. Suchan was still holding firm. Now, listen. She was completely flustered. Jin-suk, hurry. They're all here. Jae-sik was also getting restless. I can't read the trajectories of the spells. What the hell is going on? He instantly took a defensive stance in case of a surprise attack. Things were just as confusing on Shin-woo's side. Jin-suk, where exactly is Haru? Where should we go? The person beside him spoke up. Just turn back. He said urgently. Haru and Adela are right in front of me. Hyun retorted. You idiot. They're here. I'm being attacked right now. Jin-suk shouted. Haru, what the hell did you do? Watching this scene, Haru chuckled. There's no need to stall for time. Everything will be over soon anyway. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I've been completely baited. If it were only Haru, I could hold out and buy time. Jin-suk's gaze darted toward Adela as he thought grimly. But Adela is here too. A tense atmosphere enveloped the place where he stood. Jin-suk carefully assessed the current situation. This situation is like facing 2 pairs of cold, sharp eyes directly made him seethe. It was like being hunted by 2 beasts, a dragon and a tiger. Haru gave Jin-suk no more time to think. He immediately summoned magic. This match, Adela, right beside him, also began moving into support position. Standing before the enemy flag, he declared clearly, victory is ours. Shin-woo hurried over, but it was already too late. Jin Suk, having been knocked down by Haru, he sat there clutching his face and cursed, "Damn it." Understanding the situation, the third-year students seemed unable to believe they had lost. Jin Suk raised both hands and spoke urgently. "I feel like an idiot. We surrender. We surrender." The flag of the second-year team was almost completely intact. Hyun, defeated, lay panting on the ground. "Damn it." At the same time, the system on Suchon's side announced that the team had won. He jumped up and down in delight, full of excitement. Victory! After the friendly match ended, with victory going to the second-year students, everyone gathered in the conference room of Oberlist Academy. The three of them coldly looked at the third-year students. Under the invisible pressure spreading through the room, the atmosphere was stretched tight as a bowstring. Shinwoo, Jin Suk, and Hyun sat below with complicated feelings. Hot-tempered as she was, Hyun immediately grew restless. Then she jabbed him with her elbow. "This is so annoying. Hey, Jin Suk, what the hell were you doing? You just handed everything over like that." Hearing that, he got irritated. "Then why don't you try protecting the flag against those two?" Hyun grumbled. "Even so, you should have held out until Shinwoo came back, shouldn't you?" Jin Suk began reasoning with her. "If you hadn't mistaken Haru and Adela for being on that side, this wouldn't have happened." She also calmed down and thought it over again. That really was an attack from Haru and Adela. Shinwoo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "You two stop. There's no need to argue pointlessly. This incident isn't your fault." He looked toward the three people standing up there and silently affirmed it. "Our opponents simply did well." Hyangman of the third-year team was momentarily left speechless. Jae-sik and Hannah were just as stunned. On this side, Jin Suk also had to acknowledge that. Whenever Hyun thought about the fact that her team had lost, anger surged up again. Jin Suk was left rigid and speechless by Shinwoo's words. Shinwoo raised his eyes and asked seriously, "Adela, what trick did you two pull?" Haru quickly answered. "I'll explain what you're most curious about first," he stated firmly. The only person guarding our team's flag was Suchon. She flinched as if she had realized something. "So you're saying Suchon used Wind Cutter or that strange moonlight bullet?" Haru slowly denied it. "No, of course not. All the spells that pinned down you seniors were indeed cast by me." He could not believe it. "What did you say? You were clearly right in front of me. Are you saying you cast spells from our formation area all the way to your formation area?" Haru raised a source of magic power to make the answer clear. "More or less, yes." All of them stared in shock at the magic in his hand. Moonlight bullet. Hyun stood up and slammed the table. "That's a secret art of the Mystic Magic Society. Adela, don't tell me you broke the taboo and leaked a secret art." Haru calmly explained. "I'm saying this so there won't be any misunderstanding. This is not leaking a secret art or anything of the sort. This is a spell I personally analyzed and deduced." Shinwoo found this impossible and asked doubtfully, "Analyzed a secret art? Do you really think that's possible?" Haru's eyes shone brightly as he replied, "Yes, it is possible. I have eyes that can read magic formulas." Seeing this, Shinwoo was stunned to the core. "Divine eyes." Jin Suk spoke in disbelief. "That makes no sense." Then Haru warned them in advance. "You shouldn't be surprised just yet." Haru began casting magic. Using the divine eyes, I analyzed Moonlight Bullet. And as soon as the match began, I fixed Moonlight Bullet onto Wind Cutter spells all over the area. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at the person beside him. Then Suchon. He began counting out strange numbers. 1, 2. In the next instant, magical effects spread over a wide area. Jin Suk and Hyun were shocked at the sight. She closed her eyes and focused her mind on something. The magic Haru had cast until now turned into blue light floating in the air. He withdrew the magic and explained, "I used the magic power I had already dissolved into the air to cast long-range spells." Haru thought to himself, "This is a modified version of the spell I used when I fought Han Guk from the Blue Magic Tower." Hyangman cautiously raised a question. "Then how did you aim?" Jae-sik had the same doubt. "Right, your spells definitely flew straight toward us." Suchon spoke up to answer. "That was thanks to the numbers I mentioned earlier." Shinwoo analyzed it inwardly, then understood in astonishment. "Coordinates?" Hearing that, Haru smiled and said something like that. "The first number is the identifier code of the fixed spell. The second number is the angle used to adjust the spell's trajectory." Haru began explaining every detail of their questions. And then he thought, "I've explained to everyone the magic I shared with Adela and Suchon." After hearing everything, the people seated below temporarily had no idea what to say. Haru thought to himself. And of course, I haven't revealed anything about Beitler magic. After a short while, he concluded, that is the entire secret behind my magic. Haru began calculating. Now the third-year students know about my abilities, as well as Adela and Suchan do. Since everyone is on the same boat called the Olympics, I think this will be more convenient for me, and it will also help persuade the third years. He stressed each word solemnly. I'll say it once more. My goal is victory. In other words, the gold medal. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the room immediately froze. Haru showed his determination. And to do that, I need full cooperation from you seniors. I believe this friendly match proved just how useful my strategy can be. Then he suddenly lowered his voice. I apologize for speaking rudely. Then Haru unexpectedly bowed. Please follow my lead. After seeing that, she did not know what more to say. Without the slightest ripple in his eyes, he declared bluntly, in return, I will bring victory to all of you. Every word Haru uttered made Shinwoo sink into thought. Hearing that, Hyun felt her mind begin to stir. In the end, she came to an agreement. Fine, I don't like it, but I'll follow your instructions. Hannah found Hyun's decision strange and was stunned. What? Hyun turned around and asked, why are you so surprised? She answered hesitantly, you're seriously shocked, aren't you? Hyun declared confidently, no. In any case, I lost the bet. So no matter what, I have to follow that kid's orders, don't I? Otherwise, I'd have to give up my spot on the national team. Suddenly, she stepped in front of Suchan. And also, Hyun reached out her hand and said admiringly, I'm sorry for calling you a loser earlier. I saw your defensive magic. It's pretty solid. After hearing that, flowers bloomed in his heart. Suchan happily shook her hand. Your deal was impressive too, senior. The conversation between the two sides gradually moved on. At Oberlist Academy, mealtime finally arrived, so they went down together to the dining area of Oberlist Academy. Haru carried his meal tray over, pulled out a chair, and praised them. Everyone, you all look quite good for third-year seniors. He sat down and said, before we seriously plan our Olympic campaign, I'd like to ask everyone for a small favor. Adela looked at Haru in puzzlement. A favor. Suchan beside her also blurted out a question. What is it? Haru scooped up a spoonful of rice and replied, it's about evening training. Can you continue without me for a while? There's something I want to do alone. She picked up a carton of milk. Alone? Are you planning to train your mana? Or something? Haru gave a random excuse. Well, yes. I've started to vaguely see the wall of enlightenment. At the same time, he thought, this is just an excuse. Suchan exclaimed in shock. The wall of enlightenment? Adela was just as stunned. Don't tell me you mean the wall to the fifth circle? Haru did not answer right away. I can't tell these two about Beitler magic. Although I previously announced to the world that it was variable magic, the power of third circle Beitler magic is on par with the power of fourth circle magic. He hesitated for a moment, still declaring that I've reached the fifth circle. Then he thought cautiously, as expected, I need more time to structure fourth circle Beitler magic. I have to use the wall of enlightenment as an excuse to buy time. Suchan was now suspicious. Reaching the fifth circle at 18? Adela, he's talking nonsense, right? She said softly, if he can do it, he'll be the youngest person in the world to reach the fifth circle. Then she looked at Haru with sparkling eyes full of absolute trust, without the slightest doubt. That would be amazing. Seeing that, he froze. Yeah, well anyway, that's why I don't think I'll be able to take part in evening training for a while. She picked up a carton of milk. Alone? Are you planning to train your mana? Or something? Haru gave a random excuse. Well, yes. I've started to vaguely see the wall of enlightenment. At the same time, he thought, this is just an excuse. Suchan exclaimed in shock. The wall of enlightenment? Adela was just as stunned. Don't tell me you mean the wall to the fifth circle? Haru did not answer right away. I can't tell these two about Beitler magic. Although I previously announced to the world that it was variable magic, the power of third circle Beitler magic is on par with the power of fourth circle magic. He hesitated for a moment, still declaring that I've reached the fifth circle. Then he thought cautiously, as expected, I need more time to structure fourth circle Beitler magic. I have to use the wall of enlightenment as an excuse to buy time. Suchan was now suspicious. Reaching the fifth circle at 18? Adela, he's talking nonsense, right? She said softly, if he can do it, he'll be the youngest person in the world to reach the fifth circle. Then she looked at Haru with sparkling eyes full of absolute trust, without the slightest doubt. That would be amazing. Seeing that, he froze. Yeah, well anyway, that's why I don't think I'll be able to take part in evening training for a while. Sorry, I hope you'll understand. Adela smiled. If that's the reason, I can understand. If you want, you can skip evening training entirely. Suchan also winked at Haru. That's right. Starting tomorrow, don't come. I give you permission. Haru's throat suddenly went dry. You guys, for some reason, they seemed happy about this. Then Haru said, don't worry. I'll often take attendance for your body balancing fitness tests. Suchan was unwilling to accept that. What? You? That's so underhanded. After quite some time, the sky had already grown dark. At the building of the family that stood at the top of the mage world, In-hyuk looked at the computer and muttered, the horn of an 8-horned beast, the heart of earth fire, and the eye of Leviathan. As expected, they're all extremely expensive materials. He raised his eyes and asked, what exactly are you planning to use them for? Haru said seriously, they are absolutely necessary for me to achieve my own magical accomplishment. Haru recalled the time he had been reading books in the library. I originally received a hint about becoming a fourth circle mage from Mimiya Spring. He sat there flipping through page after page without resting. After thinking for a while, he asked, Mimiya, isn't there any book that explains circle expansion in a way readers can understand instantly? She naturally closed her eyes and answered bluntly, there isn't. Seeing Mimiya's carefree attitude, Haru grew suspicious. Is she actually trying to help me or not? Then try buying me one more book. The tall stacks of books seemed to have gone down somewhat. He was about to pick up the next book when he suddenly stopped. Haru frowned and stared intently at the book. Then he looked around that book. Magic Medicine. He quietly evaluated it. This book must be quite old too. Mimiya, that girl, keeps piling books here and piling more books over there. As Haru flipped through the pages, he suddenly discovered something. Here it is. Hearing the commotion, she was startled. Hey, what the heck? He smiled brightly at her. As expected of Mimiya, with this method, everything becomes possible. The starry sky shone brightly, and the clouds gradually dispersed. Haru thought, a formula for creating a type of magic medicine capable of absorbing an enormous amount of mana. If I have this magic medicine, perhaps it will shorten the time needed to achieve circle expansion. Returning to reality, he said something completely unexpected. Right now, I'm standing before the wall of enlightenment. In-hyuk was surprised. Does that mean you're about to reach the 5th circle? Haru confirmed it further. Yes, those ingredients are absolutely necessary for me to break through with my magic. Of course, he knew he could not gather everything he needed on his own. I can gather almost all of the ingredients myself, but for the rare ingredients that aren't available on the market, I have no choice but to rely on your influence, Father. His father's eyes were cold and calm. He sank into silence as he looked at Haru. Haru faced In-hyuk with a determined expression. Seeing that, In-hyuk immediately compromised. It doesn't look like you're lying. So these ingredients are definitely for making a magic medicine. Haru quickly replied, yes, that's right. In-hyuk asked further, where did you get information about this magic medicine? I've never seen this formula before. Haru answered honestly, I obtained that information from an ancient book. Soon after, In-hyuk fully believed Haru's words. An ancient magic medicine. Fine. If what you say is true, I'll gather them for you. Haru could not hide the joy on his face. Thank you very much, Father. In-hyuk did not respond, and instead gave an instruction. First, you obtained an ancient cloak, and now it's an ancient magic medicine. He added, I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're certainly extremely lucky. Haru stiffened when he sensed a different implication in those words. He hesitated, unable to speak. Well, about that. After that, his father began asking him about his magic, about the spells he had used in the duel with Hanguk, and even about the questions from the Blue Magic Tower Master, asking him one by one. Naturally, Haru said he could not answer. His father was probably suspicious as well, but Haru had expected that. Haru realized, well, I mean that cloak, and then the magic medicine from an ancient book. It would be stranger if he didn't suspect anything. In the quiet night, only Haru's thoughts remained. If this keeps up, I'll probably have to tell Father about my magic soon. The next day, at the ancient magic medicine market, the place was extremely lively. Dressed simply, Haru looked around. This is definitely the place. Monster Material Street. A shop owner suddenly called out, Hey student, we have red slime extract here. Haru assessed the place cautiously. I have to be careful when buying monster materials here. Meanwhile, the man kept calling out, Come on, super cheap. A shopkeeper next to him also made an offer. Young man, freshly peeled Jacob High today. Amid enticing sales pitches like today only. Buy one, get one free. Come on, and premium quality here. Haru remained firm. If I weren't someone with extensive experience, it would be very hard to tell what was what. That's why there are so many fraudulent merchants here. As Haru passed by the stalls one by one, someone suddenly called out to him, "Goodness, you there? Student, want to buy some Zenatan spider silk?" Haru stopped and looked at the item in the woman's hand for a moment, while listening to her say, "These are rare goods." Haru smiled slyly. Since when did the silk of a one-horned spider become the silk of a Zenatan spider? When the shopkeeper realized she was being doubted, she reacted fiercely. "What are you talking about? Don't go nitpicking for no reason. I said it's genuine." Haru pointed at the light around the strands and replied calmly, "It gives off a distinctive glow." The woman took that as an advantage and pressed on. "See? Look, you can see it sparkling, right?" Haru exposed her bluntly. "Yes, it is sparkling, like the glow-in-the-dark powder you sprinkled on it earlier." He deliberately provoked her. "Impressive. It must have been hard making that powder." The shopkeeper grew furious. "TCH, go away. Get lost, you damn brat. Get out of here." Haru strode away, thinking, "I must look like an easy mark wandering around by myself." His eyes darted around. "I've memorized all 40,000 spells listed like an open-source library. There's no reason I wouldn't be able to distinguish fake monster materials from real ones." Then Haru suddenly flared up in anger. "Don't underestimate my intelligence." After that, he walked for a while until an old man suddenly called out, "Hey, student." The old man smiled kindly and praised him. "You're young, but you have a good eye." Haru turned around and looked at him in confusion. The old man seemed to want to help and said, "They're all bastards. I really wanted to help you." Then he hesitated, "But that shop is protected by an organization." "I am sorry." Haru replied, "It's all right." He also added honestly, "Only fools would fall for tricks like that." Hearing that, the old man laughed heartily. "You're quite funny." Then he shifted into making an offer. "I'll give you a good price. Would you like to take a look at my shop?" Seeing that, Haru asked, "Yes. By the way, do you have black bull horns?" The old man stepped forward and led him toward the shop. "A shipment just came in yesterday." After a while, he began introducing it. "This is my shop. Wait a moment. I'll bring out the black bull horn for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man shuffled over to the cabinet in the back to search, while Haru stood there waiting. After looking around, the old man finally found the item Haru was searching for and brought it out. "Here it is." The old man added some information. "A flawless S-grade material with purity above 90%. The manometer can't be wrong, so go ahead and check it." Haru reached out and took the manometer, then saw the screen display a purity of 94%. He stared at it for a while, though it was unclear what he was thinking. The old man handed the black bull horn to Haru. "This must be fate. I'll let you have it for 27 million gold." Then he reasoned, high-grade materials like this usually sell for over 30 million. "You're lucky today." Haru's expression darkened as he asked suspiciously, "Since when did the horn of an African buffalo become a black bull horn?" Seeing the ominous aura radiating fiercely from Haru, the old man broke out in a cold sweat. Haru thought it over carefully. "No wonder. I was wondering why the first place was selling fakes so blatantly." Then, after pausing for a moment, he judged, "Now it makes sense. You people were planning a chain scam. You're involved too, aren't you? Well, whatever." Haru exposed him outright. "Those tricks won't work on me anyway. Let's stop wasting each other's time. Show me the real goods." He raised an eyebrow and looked around. "If you actually have real goods here." Perhaps because he had been caught red-handed, the old man seemed slightly flustered. In the end, he stopped acting and tossed his cane aside onto the floor. Suddenly, he lifted his face and looked into the distance as though suppressing his emotions. A thoughtful light appeared in Haru's eyes. The old man chuckled and guessed, "You're not an ordinary kid, are you?" After saying that, he spread his arms and said, "Forgive me. Now, then, please come in." That evening, on a highway that flowed busily between brightly lit city buildings, Suk-hyun was staring at the transaction data for materials and monster byproducts from the old merchant. After looking at it for a while, he spoke up. "Master, the young master has just spent a large sum of money with his card." And Hyuk did not react much after hearing that. He probably bought materials. "Leave it. I gave him that card to use as he pleases." Suk-hyun was puzzled. Why would he suddenly buy monster materials? What exactly is the young master planning? And Hyuk answered. He said he wanted to make an ancient elixir. Suk-hyun was not surprised. He's doing strange things again. but it was quite expensive. I will check the quality of those items. In-hyuk refused seriously. There's no need. That boy mastered every kind of material by the time he was 5. Trusting Haru completely, he asserted, I didn't raise him so poorly that he can't distinguish real goods from fakes. Then In-hyuk suddenly asked, more importantly, what happened with the horn of the octagon monster? Suk-hyun quickly answered, the preliminary contract has been completed. We are renegotiating the price. Hearing that, In-hyuk calculated inwardly. Based on the import schedule, it will take about a week. In-hyuk raised his hand, creating a gentle stream of energy in the silence, while turning to ask, what about the internal investigation I assigned you? Suk-hyun immediately replied, we are investigating. It seems certain that someone has colluded with the Black Magic Tower. Then Suk-hyun reported further. I deliberately leaked part of the report related to the Black Tower and discovered signs of forgery. He paused briefly, then said, but I still haven't found out who it is. My apologies, sir. Suk-hyun explained, for now, we have narrowed the suspect down to high-ranking figures capable of editing top-level family reports. We questioned them, but we still found no suspicious signs. In the end, he concluded solemnly, they were all clean. There wasn't the slightest trace. After hearing that, In-hyuk murmured, no suspicious signs and too clean? Then that very blatant cleanliness might be the evidence. Suk-hyun naturally understood what In-hyuk was implying. In-hyuk suddenly smiled. If they're that clean, digging any deeper before the investigation will be useless. In that case, we'll have to wait for the traitor to contact the Black Magic Tower. Amid the prosperous city, only In-hyuk's low voice lingered. Prepare. At that very moment, in Mia's magnificent library, Haru held a pile of items in his arms and sighed. I'm exhausted. Standing right beside him, she praised him. Successor, you're amazing. You still managed to bring everything back. Mia counted each item and said, now we only need 3 more ingredients to make the elixir. As for the mana-enhancing elixir, when used, it would strengthen synchronization, allowing the body to absorb a greater amount of mana than usual. Just thinking about it made him excited. With it, I'll at least have more mana to control circle expansion. Her eyes remained fixed on Haru. When will the other ingredients arrive? He said, I told father on the way here. He said it would take about a week. Mia thought it over. A week? That's exactly when the competition will take place. Haru found it a little difficult. Yes, but even if we finish making the elixir, it seems I won't be able to use it right away. Then he bent down and pointed to a line in the book. The book says, however, in order to make full use of the elixir's effects, it must be used in a place with a high concentration of mana. After that, the mana circuit must be activated in order to bring out the full effect of the elixir. She raised her eyes to look at him and asked, you've already thought of a place, haven't you? Haru replied happily, that's right. I have a location. Mia was curious. Where? He quickly named the place. Benign Ion Island. Research shows that this island has the highest mana concentration in the country, and recently, the mana concentration has continued to rise. After hearing that, she imagined it in her mind. Excellent. So, when are we going? Haru smiled slyly, his eyes flashing with mischief. I have a plan. The next day, at Oberlist Academy, a voice suddenly echoed. Really? The second-year and third-year students had all gathered there. After hearing his strategy, they kept laughing. Haru smiled warmly. Yes, it's a training camp on Benign Ion Island. They seemed unable to believe it and said in unison, we're going to concentrate a training camp on Benign Ion Island in a week. He extended his hand in confirmation. Yes, 5 days and 6 nights of special training on Benign Ion Island. I asked the Blue Magic Tower Master for special permission to go. Then he instructed them carefully. So everyone should prepare yourselves properly. Hyun suddenly stepped forward and put an arm around Adela's shoulders. Amazing. This sounds so fun, right, Adela? Adela answered awkwardly. Igriegajis. Shinwoo began calculating a plan. We'll probably have to prepare a lot of things. Suchan wondered why. Can't we just go comfortably? Shinwoo looked at him strangely. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear just now? Even the Blue Magic Tower Master prepared the training. Jin Suk, standing beside them, also chimed in. We're just going comfortably. Suchan hesitatif. But, watching this scene, Haru thought to himself, the atmosphere is under control now. Seeing everyone so lively made him extremely happy. The conflict between the second years and third years had also been resolved. After that day's friendly match, Haru had taken charge of managing everyone's training schedule. Moreover, thanks to the support of the Blue Magic Tower Master, trust would naturally begin to form. After thinking for a long while, he suddenly remembered. All right, speaking of which, Haru gave an instruction. We have to go to the Blue Magic Tower to check our mana right now. Everyone get ready. Hearing that, everyone quickly started complaining. Huh? Seriously? Ah, what a hassle. The magnificent Blue Magic Tower headquarters stood right in the city center. In the lobby, Sue received them. Everyone, you've arrived. I am Sue from the Blue Magic Tower. Standing before her were the outstanding students of Oberlist Academy. Sue began guiding them. Those who need to have their mana checked, please follow me. Then she immediately turned and told Haru, as for you, Haru, the Tower Master asked me to tell you to meet him separately. In the long corridor of the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, inside Kongin's office. He held a cup of coffee and lifted his gaze toward the door. You're here? Is the training going well? Standing there, Haru answered politely, yes. Thanks to you, everything is going very well. Kongin asked, there's no discord or any other problem within the team, is there? Haru quickly replied, none at all. They're still a little awkward because we just joined together, but everyone is quickly becoming closer. Hearing that, Kongin felt somewhat relieved. Then that's good. If there aren't any issues, just continue like that. Haru placed a hand over his chest and expressed his sincerity. Thank you, sir. Ah, and thank you as well for the matter of Benign Ion Island. Kongin spoke casually. It's nothing. That much is only a small matter. Renting the entire island isn't anything significant. With a faint smile, he looked at Haru and went straight to the point. You can probably guess why I called you here today, can't you? Haru vaguely guessed. Is it about the sacred relic? Kong immediately nodded. That's right. I want you to prepare to engrave your mana onto that sacred relic. Mana engraving was the process of engraving the owner's personal mana code, obtained through mana testing, onto an artifact in order to optimize it for the owner's mana. At the same time, the test the members were currently undergoing was also preparation for this mana engraving. Kong made a request. I'd also like to complete your mana test before you leave for the concentrated training camp. Haru did not hesitate. Yes. Then after 8 o'clock tonight will work. Then he suddenly grew serious. And since you mentioned mana engraving, does that mean you can already picture what the sacred relic will look like once completed? Kongin smiled and said yes. At the fastest, half a month. At the slowest, 3 weeks. No matter what happens, we will complete it in time for the Olympics. Returning to the mysterious castle from earlier, inside Mimiya's magnificent library, Haru carefully explored and contemplated every word. After finishing reading, he raised his head and asked, Mimiya, I've finished this book. Is there a next one? Then, without making Haru wait long, she immediately summoned magic. Tajda, ancient books quickly fell in front of him. Haru reached out and picked up one book while casting a spell. Mimiya smiled. Take the next book. So how is it? Are your preparations going well? He asked back. Preparations for what? Circle expansion or the Olympics? She replied, both. Haru stroked his chin and spoke. There's no problem with the Olympics. As for circle expansion, it's still the same. There hasn't been any further progress. Hearing that, Mimiya wondered, is connecting the expanded circle that difficult? He sighed. On the contrary, theoretically, I've completely mastered it. The problem is that the mana in my body is far too insufficient. She looked at the magic vial floating beside them and guessed. Then in the end, you still need the blessed mana secret elixir, don't you? Haru said nothing more, silently confirming it. He also shifted his gaze over. Yes, but fortunately, it seems the ingredients will arrive earlier than expected. I heard the regulations have been relaxed. At that point, Haru felt that something was off. Wait, could the regulations have been amended because Father intervened? Mimiya exclaimed, the successor really does have good luck. Knowing the truth, Haru could only give an awkward smile. Is that so? I suppose so. Sometime later, time quickly passed to the following night at the Blue Magic Tower headquarters. Haru panted. Phew. Just then, Kongin came in from behind. Good work. He began asking questions. This is your first time having your mana tested like this, right? How is it? Haru hesitated for a moment, then answered honestly. The test itself was easy and went smoothly, but it took so long that I'm a little tired. Kongin, on the other hand, seemed very pleased. Haha, but you were very fast, Haru. It only took you 1 hour. Normally, it takes around 8. As soon as he said that, Haru seemed unable to believe his ears. What? Kongin took the tablet and said, the fact that you called this test easy is impressive in itself. I'm very impressed by your result, even if it was only a simple test of continuously moving mana. But precisely fixing mana within an error range of 0.3% is absolutely not easy. Haru thought to himself, for someone who has passed the second trial, tests like this are a piece of cake. Kongin examined the data table. In any case, the test results are good, so there is no need to worry about the sacred relic's degree of completion anymore. At this rate, we may be able to aim for a masterpiece. Hearing that, Haru shyly scratched his head. Isn't masterpiece a bit much? Kong and suddenly mentioned a precious item. The Blue Magic Tower has the grade 4, S-rank sacred relic, the Imperial Ring, doesn't it? Then he thought for a moment. Of course, in terms of single attribute, it won't be able to display the same effect as the Imperial Ring. But Haru's sacred relic is being made from elemental magic stones, so it will be a sacred relic with an overall enhancement of 4 attributes. Thinking that far, Kong said, if we consider versatility, it won't be inferior to the Imperial Ring at all. Haru seemed to understand. You mean? Haru's eyes became more energized than ever. My sacred relic will be at least grade 4, S-rank? Seeing Haru's expression, Kong was a little surprised. I think this is the first time I've seen you this excited, Haru. Hearing that, Haru reacted strongly at once. Of course, it's being compared to a royal ring. A little while later, Haru suddenly remembered something. Oh, has the creation been named yet? He was about to say something more when a notification bell suddenly rang. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. Haru immediately took his phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. It was from his father. In-hyuk reported the schedule for the ingredients Haru needed to arrive at port and confirmed that Suk-hyun would deliver the ingredients right as his training ended. After reading it, Haru's face showed unmistakable excitement and anticipation. All the ingredients for the preparation have been gathered. At 8 o'clock the following evening, in Mimiya's library, Mimiya and Haru were excited over the package. They stared thoughtfully at the exquisite ingredients before them. Mimiya examined each item and could not help exclaiming, "They are all in good condition, all carefully selected goods, and their sizes are perfect." With a determined expression, she raised her thumb. "With these, we can begin the preparation right away. First, let's start preparing the ingredients." A little while later, Mimiya observed him and gave instructions. "In case we ruin anything, we should prepare extra ingredients so you can get used to the feel." Haru muttered, "Careful, careful." As soon as he said that, he immediately made a mistake. "Oh no, did I mess it up?" Haru began trimming more carefully. "That much can still be used. Cut a little more and try again." Suddenly, many tentacles appeared inside the magic flask, startling Mimiya. "Deal with them quickly. They're escaping." Haru quickly took a knife and handled the tentacles one by one, finally succeeding. After that, Haru picked up another ingredient. This ingredient is weak to light. He skillfully peeled off the skin and divided one fruit into 3 portions of ingredients under the darkness. Then the next, and the next after that. Haru began to immerse himself in the work. At last, he finished preparing the necessary ingredients. That batch is done. Haru shifted his gaze and stared at the unprocessed ingredients. Now only the most important ingredients are left. Mimiya asked softly, "Then shall we take a short break?" Hearing that, Haru agreed. "Yeah, sure." What remained were the horn of an 8-antlered deer, the heart of a great calamity, and the eye of a water monster, Haru thought. They are extremely expensive ingredients, and above all, I may never be able to find ones of such high quality again. I absolutely cannot ruin them. It was also time for a short tea break. Haru enjoyed his cup of tea with satisfaction. Delicious. A little while later, Haru was energized. "Now, then, shall we get back to it?" Mimiya stood beside him to help as well. "Let's do it." Haru opened the ingredient packaging. First, the 8-antlered deer horn. Haru cast magic on a knife, poured as much mana as possible into the carving blade, and slowly began shaving off its outer layer. Once he had infused enough mana into the knife, he carefully picked up the deer horn and gently shaved it. The sharp blade passed over the rough surface of the horn. Haru was in an extremely tense state. After he finished shaving the deer horn, Mimiya immediately handed him the next ingredient. The heart of the great calamity must be soaked in water mixed with fairy dustwing powder to drain out all the blood. Then maintain the water temperature at 25 degrees. Haru quickly prepared a basin of water and adjusted it to the proper temperature. It was a delicate process that required him not to take his eyes off it for 6 hours. Next, he picked up the water monster's eye while listening to Mimiya's instructions. "You must lightly wrap the water monster's eye in mana. Mimiya lowered her voice and warned him, otherwise it will explode when heated. Haru followed her instructions seriously. With that, all the ingredient preparation steps were complete. Haru looked at the mixture in the pot and reported, "Done." Mimiya did not answer, but slowly flipped through the pages of the book. The next step is soak everything and stir continuously for 10 hours. As soon as Mimiya finished speaking, Haru immediately used all the strength in his arms to stir. 10 long hours passed, and the sun began to rise. Light started to seep through every crack in the windows, illuminating the entire library. The only sound lingering there was Haru's ragged breathing. Mimiya slowly walked over to Haru. Then she praised him. "Well done, successor. It has finally been completed safely." Every drop of magic was carefully stored in test tubes. The result of Haru's 10 hours of effort was the blessed Mana Secret Elixir. At that moment, a large ship was moving across the blue sea. Suchan's face could not hide his excitement. "We're finally going on a group training camp." Suddenly, his gaze landed on the person beside him. Haru silently looked out at the sea. "The weather is great." With this, the preparations to create the expansion circle are complete. Suchan suddenly rushed over and put an arm around Haru's shoulders. "Buddy, anyone who saw you would think you were model posing for a shot." Haru was puzzled. "What?" Then he heard Suchan suggest, "Want to take a selfie?" Suchan took out his phone, opened the camera, and prepared to take a picture. Seeing the sky and sea blend into one, he exclaimed, "The background is absolutely perfect." After taking the picture, Suchan stared intently at it. "It feels like something is missing." Haru reluctantly played along. "What? If you're going to take it, hurry up." Suchan suddenly realized what that missing feeling was. Suchan immediately turned toward Adela and called loudly, "Hey, Adela!" He smiled brightly and said, "Come take one with us." She walked over while wondering a photo. Adela was quickly dragged into the center of the frame by Suchan. Yeah, it would be a crime not to take a picture with scenery like this. She did not quite understand in time. "Oh, is that so?" On the ship, Suchan was the most energetic person there. "That's right, it's a crime." "Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. And so, a photo filled with memories of the three of them was created. Suchan admired his own masterpiece. "That's more like it. Group photos look best with people in them. I'll post this in the group chat." He trotted across the deck while speaking to Haru and Adela. "I'm going to take pictures with the upperclassmen." Seeing Suchan's mood clearly, Adela smiled. "He's always full of energy, but he's especially energetic today." Haru answered calmly, "That's because it feels like we're on a trip." Adela hesitated. "But we're not. We're here to train. Is it all right for him to be that excited?" Haru sighed. "Leave him be. Once training starts, he won't have the energy to stay excited." Adela guessed, "You're secretly excited too, aren't you?" Haru was startled for a moment. "Why would you think that?" Adela smiled faintly. "Because you always look so serious." "Oh, by the way, I heard the mana on Bananayan Island has become denser recently. I wonder to what extent." Haru shifted his gaze into the distance. "We'll see soon. By the way, have you been to this island before, Adela?" She quickly answered, "Yes, 5 years ago. From what I remember, it's the perfect place for training." Hearing Adela say that, Haru felt anticipation in his heart. "Bananayan Island, huh? Now I'm really looking forward to it." And so the ship slowly headed toward Bananayan Island. Another long day passed, and all the students gathered on Bananayan Island for training. Looking around at the majestic scenery, Suchan's heart immediately filled with joy. "We set foot on Bananayan." When they disembarked from the ship, what came into view was a modern Hackton resort. Haru spoke up. "This is the resting area that the Blue Magic Tower carefully prepared." Hearing that, Suchan and Hyun burst with excitement. "How amazing! This place is truly incredible." Inside the resort, there was a food conveyor belt. Suchan was as delighted as a child. "Look, they even have lobster. This is the best." Seeing that, Haru thought to himself, "I once prepared a similar seafood meal before. The only difference was the scale." Over on this side, Hyun was nibbling on a piece of cake when she suddenly turned and said, "Hey, Adela, try this. It's really good." It seemed that Shinwoo and Jinsuk were also immersed in enjoying the food there. After taking their food, everyone immediately went to the dining table. Holding a tablet in his hand, Haru announced, "All right, after the meal, everyone will rest for about 30 minutes. After that, gather at the Bananayan Magic Training Ground at 3:30. After hearing him, They answered in unison, yes. Rest time passed quickly. At the Benign Ion Magic Training Ground, Haru spoke. Is everyone ready? Before we officially begin the training session, there's something we need to do first. Haru projected an image of Benign Ion Island and analyzed it. Because Benign Ion has a significantly higher mana density than other areas, you may feel quite uncomfortable when absorbing mana through your circles. Then he seriously gave instructions. Therefore, everyone, try circulating your mana once. As soon as Haru finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately closed their eyes. Then they slowly sensed and circulated the mana within their own circles. Haru observed them with an unruffled gaze. Suddenly he spoke. For Senior Shinwoo and Adela, I don't have any special advice. Just continue as usual. After hearing him, they answered one after another. Understood. Haru walked over to Jin Suk. Senior Jin Suk, you need to lower your circle's magic output by about 20%. At the same time, Haru turned and instructed the person beside him. Senior Hyun, you're the opposite of Jin Suk. Please increase the output of your magic circle by 15% compared to now. Haru moved his gaze to the others, noticed an incorrect posture, and gestured. On this side, Suchan was still in the process of circulating mana, though with some difficulty. Seeing that, Haru approached and reached out to touch his back. Haru guided him gently. Suchan, lower your output by about 50% and adjust your posture to match your body type. Suchan stared blankly, not understanding. Huh? What? Even so, Suchan's body unconsciously followed Haru's words. As if he sensed something, he turned around and smiled brightly. Whoa, this feels way more comfortable now. Amazing. Haru naturally asked, right? Haru gave a sly smile. All right, now maintain this state for 1 hour. Suchan froze. Good grief. I'd rather you just kill me. However, Haru remained firm. Begin. Suchan Fulmith, you devil. Don't smile like that. 1 hour had passed since they began mana circulation training. Haru stopped the timer. It's over. Immediately, everyone collapsed on the ground. Hyun gasped and complained, my gosh, who circulates mana for an entire hour? Shinwoo beside her agreed. That was truly exhausting. Hyun glanced at the person in front of her and implied, if even he is like that, who could possibly endure it? Adela unexpectedly came over to Jin Suk with a bottle of water. She reached out, handed it to him, and said, drink some water. Jin Suk was startled for a moment, then quickly accepted it and nodded faintly. Thanks, Adela. Noticing the movement, Haru immediately shifted his gaze over. He observed them while silently evaluating. Adela looks completely fine. As expected, the legendary level really is on a different plane. Without thinking too much more, Haru quickly returned to his earlier state. Everyone has now grasped the basics, correct? Then he asked further, does anyone have any questions? However, the only thing that answered him was a sluggish atmosphere. Haru's expression became mysterious. All right, now we will begin the main training session. The content of the Benign Ion training is... He paused briefly, then emphasized each word. Self-training. Jin Suk looked at Haru with a puzzled gaze. Self-training? Haru immediately answered, that's right. Each person should train at their own pace. That was not all. Haru also added, I have conveyed to everyone all the advice I can. Throughout this training camp, please evaluate yourselves and proceed independently. Hyun suddenly wondered, then what will you be doing during that time? Haru replied softly, I also need adjustment training. After saying that, Haru thought to himself, first, I have to get used to the mana density on Benign Ion. That way, the effectiveness of the progression process will increase. Suddenly, Adela remembered something and turned to talk to Hannah. Oh, you said this is your first time coming to Benign Ion, right? Hannah smiled. Yes, I thought you were so familiar with it that you'd been here many times. Hannah thought, the mana density here is even thicker than I expected. Is this place really that amazing? At that moment, Haru made an announcement. All right, today's joint training ends here. He thought inwardly, while I'm at it, I have to make the most of this environment to activate the expanded magic circle. After training time ended, Haru urgently searched for a new magic source. It should be around here. Suddenly, he sensed magic flickering in and out. In an instant, Haru froze and followed the traces. At last, he reached the place where the signal originated. Found it. Before Haru was the legendary ley line source. In naturally high mana regions like Benign Ion, there were spots where mana gathered even more powerfully. These places were also called ley line nodes. Haru took off his backpack and calculated silently. It's also close to the dormitory area, and the mana density here is 5% higher than in other places. Haru took a test tube out of his backpack. I'll start by using 1 to 5/8. It was the secret elixir, the blessed mana secret elixir. Haru could not hide his joy. At last, I can test its effects. Without thinking much more, Haru resolutely drank the secret elixir in gulps. All right, let's begin. As soon as he drank it, the aftertaste left in his mouth made him shudder. It tastes awful. Haru straightened his posture. Well, let's ignore that unpleasant taste and see whether it works. He began absorbing mana, and soon magic circles appeared around him. Haru seemed to feel his body floating. Vatina-style infinite circle deploy. 3 circles. However, not long afterward, pain suddenly surged over him. Oh, the amount of mana flowing into my body is clearly several times greater than usual. This huge amount of mana. I have to concentrate. Haru was aware of the magic circles spinning violently. If he failed to precisely control this circulation of mana, the mana would go berserk. His face was pale as he tried to suppress the pain. He had to endure it. Just 1 more hour. Haru reminded himself, in order to activate the expansion circle, I need to increase my current mana by at least 20%. 30 minutes after the pain had struck, he was still persistently controlling the magic circle. It was stable now, if things continued like this. But after a while, Haru's entire body suddenly twisted in agony, and he began coughing violently. When his eyes landed on the thing protruding from his palm, he was horrified. What is this? 11 o'clock at night, at a luxury hotel in the city. Jihan stood in silence, staring at the phone in his hand. The voice on the other end immediately spoke. You want to deal with Haru? After hearing that, he frowned and asked for an opinion. Yes. Is it possible? Turkeys gave a strange smile. Of course. Anytime. However, he paused for a moment, then continued. To avoid the eyes and ears of the shadow guard led by Sukhayan, there would be conditions, wouldn't there? Jihan suddenly became anxious. What else? Avoid them at all costs. Turkeys warned him that it will be difficult. As I mentioned before, acting while they are watching is not wise. He casually hinted, the reason we of the Black Magic Tower say this is because we do not want our VIP client to disappear. The space around turkeys was crawling with rats. They bared their fangs and kept squeaking incessantly. The rats continued moving leisurely. At the same time, Turkeys' voice rang out again. For now, remain still. When the target is alone, that will be the moment we strike. As soon as he finished speaking, the rats began tearing into one another. Jihan seemed to disagree with the other man's strategy. No, if we do that, we'll miss our chance. His expression grew darker and darker. Do it now. We have to act no matter what. Turkeys laughed and asked in return, why must we act immediately? Jihan's mood was extremely complicated. Sukhayan, he's trying to support Haru. The person on the other end was instantly startled. You mean the right-hand man of the great mage Tangyop family? Jihan analyzed yes. If Sukhayan sides with Haru, I won't be the only one in trouble. Turkeys thought the same. Exactly. He began sweet-talking him. We also hope that you will become the new head of the great mage family. Jihan sat down on the sofa and listened as Turkeys continued. But as I said, killing Haru while avoiding Sukhayan is almost impossible. Jihan replied, I know that. Jihan's gaze gradually became unreadable. However, just because it's difficult doesn't mean there isn't a way. Laughter immediately rang out from the other end, as expected of a VIP client. You understand quite well. Turkeys quickly praised him. Yes, there's indeed a very good method, as you suggested. Then he spoke. Coincidentally, the target is currently on Benign Ion as well, so there is a method that may be effective. Jihan did not beat around the bush and asked directly, what method? Turkeys tapped the armrest of his chair as he thought. That method is... He calmly laid out the plan. Cause a mana eruption disaster on Benign Ion. Turkeys continued imagining it and disguise it as an accident. Hearing that, Jihan grew suspicious. You mean creating an artificial mana eruption disaster? Is that even possible? Turkeys suddenly stood up and declared firmly, of course it is. Given Beninyan's current situation, it is possible. Jihan, on his end, seemed to have guessed it. You mean increasing the mana density, don't you? Then he heard the other man confirm, yes, exactly. I really shouldn't be telling you this. It is confidential information. He smiled slyly. But since you're a VIP client, I will make an exception. On Benign Ion. At that moment, Haru was sitting beside the ley line node, silently thinking a mana overflow. And it isn't just an ordinary mana overflow. He trembled and clutched his chest. Just a moment ago, it felt like I was absorbing mana. But now it feels as if every pore on my body has become a black hole. Haru's entire body felt strange, and of course, he could sense it. I am absorbing mana. Haru began calmly assessing the situation. The rate at which I'm losing mana is too fast. He cried out in pain while feeling doubtful. It shouldn't be able to release this much mana. Haru clenched his hand over his chest and reminded himself, calm down. I have to focus. His face grew paler and paler. It hurts so much I'm about to lose consciousness. Suddenly, Haru remembered what Mimiya had once said. Successor, if the elixir causes your mana to go out of control, you must not lose consciousness. Endure it. Otherwise, Mimiya brought the elixir bottle before him and slowly said, you will die. Back in the present, his current condition was terrible. Haru clenched his teeth and thought, so endure it. Until morning. Endure until the very end. In the blink of an eye, time passed quickly. He was now lying flat right beside the ley line node. Haru slowly opened his eyes. I can't lift my hand. The mana in my body. I can't even sense it. He used every ounce of strength he had to turn himself over. Well, considering I pushed myself this far, that makes sense. Haru sat up and thought, thank goodness I didn't die. It must be thanks to my daily mana circulation training and Mimiya's advice. He stared blankly at the ley line current. But why did a mana overflow suddenly occur? And now I can't feel even the slightest bit of mana from the ley line. Haru fell in a deep thought. I've never heard of a ley line losing its power before. Unexpectedly, before he could think any further, a source of magic suddenly appeared. Very soon after that, 2 long days passed. Now on Benign Ion Island, in the special room of the indoor training facility, Suchan took a defensive stance for a while before hesitantly saying, please go easy on me. Haru warmed up energetically. Yeah, I'll try. Suchan retorted. You say you'll try with that look on your face? Adela had now been assigned as the judge for the match. Begin. Immediately, Haru raised his magic to attack Suchan's shield. First rank, Simu, Mind and Will. Suchan poured strength into his arms as he tried to resist. You lunatic, control your power. Control your power. While using the functions of his magic to their maximum, Haru guessed, even Simu is stable from the very start. The mana output has increased overall, and it consumes less mental stamina too. Then what about the resonance ring? After saying that, he immediately put on the resonance ring. If mental wear has decreased, then its greatest drawback, the limit on the number of uses, has improved. Both efficiency and power have increased by about half a rank. Haru raised his hand in front of his face and blew out a breath. I still haven't used resonance, so I can't be certain yet, but Suchan shouted angrily from his side. Are you trying to kill me? Haru ignored those words and continued casting magic. My stamina and power have definitely increased too. All right, continue. Third rank, interruption. Immediately, a sharp sound rang out from inside the indoor training facility. Suchan was blown away and lay helplessly on the floor. I really hate this. Seeing this kind of magic for the first time, Adela could not help being amazed. Awesome. Haru rotated his wrist while muttering under his breath. Nice. He stared at the ring on his hand. This is actually quite useful, isn't it? What a flashy ring. In the blink of an eye, the sky over Benign Ion Island had turned pitch black. Rows of rooms inside the resort still had their lights on. In Haru's private room, the space was enveloped in quiet warmth. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, Haru plopped down onto the bed, his gaze still fixed on his hand. He clenched his palm. The disturbance magic circle has been controlled and stabilized. The overall pressure has lessened, and the range of the magic's influence has expanded as well. Haru quickly relaxed. If only I hadn't used destruction magic during this training session. Now I can apply magic to combat much more stably. He began closing his eyes, preparing to cast magic. Haru indifferently opened his glowing eyes. Then he widened them, and the divine eye. Because the divine eye developed alongside the magic circle, it has evolved significantly. Haru stood up and walked toward the hallway. Its power has increased, and along with it, the duration has grown longer. I can clearly perceive colors, formulas, and even the essence of magic. His eyes stayed fixed on the scenery around him. But putting that aside, there are also many things that aren't right. Haru put on his shirt and murmured. The mana flow on Benign Ion is becoming denser and denser. He carefully calculated, no matter how I look at it, the rate at which mana is developing in this place is far too fast. If the situation continues like this, it may affect the training. We might have to spend all our time simply adjusting and adapting to this place. Suddenly, Haru turned and remembered something. Oh, he took out his phone and looked up the information. It seems there is a magic research center in the middle of Bananayan Island. Haru looked for a while longer. Tomorrow, I'll make time to go there and investigate. At the disguised Bananayan Central Research Center, a bizarre sound echoed from deep within. Now, by following the staircase, one could get closer to the source of the sound. There isn't much time left. Turkeys placed his hand on the system of the Central Research Center. As long as I slightly turn this mana core axis, he stood before a giant tube containing magic and waved his hand. Boom! Nothing could hide the evil on Turkey's face. Everything is for the Black Magic Tower. The next day, Haru's voice echoed from a distance. Let's stop here for today. Seeing how exhausted they were, he quickly encouraged them. Everyone did very well. Haru put on his jacket, then turned and announced, I have something to take care of. Adela did not understand what was going on. Huh? What? Shinwoo was also curious. Haru, where are you rushing off to? Suchan roughly explained, I think he said something about the Mana Research Center. Shinwoo thought it over. He's going to the Mana Research Center? Jin Suk, standing opposite him, also sensed something unusual. It is strange that the mana density on the island is increasing so quickly. Then he reassured him, still, it may not necessarily be anything serious, so don't worry. At the Bananayan Research Center, an observation station was monitoring the current development of Beninyan's mana. At the same time, it was also a research facility studying the source of the mana surging on the island. Haru looked up at the research building. The only place where I can ask about the abnormal mana changes on Bananayan right now is here. In no time, he had arrived at the research center. When he stepped inside, Haru was immediately greeted by Jessie. Hello, Haru, he said awkwardly. Sorry for coming so late. She spoke gently. It's all right. We're the ones who are grateful you came at this hour. Then Jessie sighed and spoke seriously. Because the situation is urgent, we called you here in a hurry. Haru suddenly asked, this is related to the abnormal mana phenomenon, right? Have you found the cause yet? She immediately reported the situation. At present, there has been no significant progress. Jessie paused for a moment before adding, for now, the leading hypothesis is that the intensity of the ley line has increased. She held a stack of documents in her hand and gestured. The director will personally explain the details. Please wait here for a moment. Haru walked over and sat in the guest waiting room. Suddenly, a powerful dark aura appeared. Turkey's long, slender legs gradually came into view. He walked toward the waiting room where Haru was waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting. The moment that voice rang out, a chill ran down Haru's spine. Turkeys gave a friendly smile. Haha, sorry I'm late. Haru sprang to his feet and stared fixedly at him. Turkeys began putting on a puzzled expression. Is there something on my face? Haru flinched. No, it's just that you look much younger than I expected. He replied politely, thank you. Would you like some tea? And of course, Haru was lying. He had already known beforehand that the director of the Bananayan Island Laboratory was very young. Haru did not take his eyes off him, but this uneasy feeling, if this person claims to be the laboratory director, then his magic should at least have reached the 7th circle. He speculated carefully. The 7th circle is the level of a great mage. Haru looked at Turkey's back and had many doubts. There are fewer than 10 people like that in the entire country. Someone like that is the director here? Suddenly, Turkey's turned around, cutting off Haru's train of thought. Coffee is all right with you, isn't it? Haru answered, yes, thank you. A flood of questions continued rising in his mind. Is he hiding his strength? Or is he an imposter pretending to be the director? He calmed himself and sat down on the sofa. Whatever the case, I'll uncover the truth. Immediately, Haru cast Divine Eye Magic. At the same time, the dark aura he had sensed earlier gradually became visible. Through the Divine Eye technique, Haru saw that this dark aura was currently surrounding Turkey's. Witnessing this unexpected sight made him somewhat horrified. Haru was absorbed in his own thoughts. However, before he could finish thinking, Turkey suddenly called out, Haru. Turkey sighed. I heard you are currently training on Bananayan Island, correct? You must have had a hard time, and now this happened. Haru gave a forced smile. Yes, this island is a wonderful place to train magic, but the training alone is already quite stressful. Turkeys looked at the data on his tablet and advised him the mana density over the past few days is truly a rare variable. Since everything is difficult to predict, you should temporarily suspend any heavy training. At that moment, Haru could no longer hear anything. Sixth Circle Non-Attribute Illusion Magic, False Mirage, a spell that conceals one's identity with a special fog, causing the user to transform into someone else. Haru widened his eyes to see through to the truth. This laboratory director is fake, and this suspicious dark mana. Haru remembered it very clearly. It was exactly the same as the mana that had surrounded Instructor Smith. He was certain that this person was a mage of the Black Magic Tower. Haru felt unbearably tense inside. He belatedly realized, does that mean this is a den of vipers? Haru took a deep breath, regained his composure, and looked at Turkeys, who was calmly drinking tea in front of him. I need to calm down. When he thought of his friends, a bit of hesitation rose in his heart. If they realize that I know something, then not only will I be in danger, but my friends will be dragged into it as well. Turkeys narrowed his dangerous eyes and silently observed Haru. He slowly set down his teacup and said leisurely, so you wanted to discuss the recent changes in Beninyan's mana levels? Haru nodded with cautious movements. Yes, that's right. I need to continue training here. But recently, the mana density has been fluctuating constantly, making mana adjustment during training very difficult. Turkeys held a notebook in his hand and smiled at him. I see. You must have faced many challenges then. As for Beninyan's current mana levels, the official discussion began. The two of them delved into simulation models together and carefully analyzed the details, followed by a lengthy question and answer session. Time passed, and the conversation continued until the night sky began to sparkle with stars. The space outside the laboratory grew quieter. After their discussion, Haru walked to the door and said farewell. Then I'll be going. I'm sorry for troubling you at this hour. Turkeys gently waved his hand as if it were nothing to worry about. Not at all. I truly enjoyed talking with you. Haru slowly turned and left. Turkeys and Jesse continued smiling as they watched Haru's figure leave. But the moment his back disappeared from sight, those smiles vanished, replaced by cold, sinister expressions. Jesse waved her hand and created a cloak. Thank you for giving me your time. Should we now send someone to monitor that target? Turkeys answered as he put on his coat. There is no need. My shadow is already watching him. If we interfere any further, it will only be unnecessary and leave traces behind. His face had returned to its naturally gloomy, vicious expression. In any case, he will not live much longer. Jessie lightly tugged at the hood of her robe and nodded. I understand. She placed a hand on her chest and bowed respectfully. Everything will proceed according to your words, Lord Turkeys. Turkeys curled his lips into a sneer. A dark aura now surrounded him. Then shall we go down to the basement and continue the tasks that must be done? Jessie slowly followed behind him. But Lord Turkeys, unable to hold back, she voiced her question. Why did you come to this laboratory in person? Do you think the target observing them has discovered our plot? Turkeys pushed the door open and stepped inside calmly. That is nothing worth worrying about. Even if he knows, it is already too late. Looking at the massive machine operating with great force, he could not suppress his madness. The mana core has reached its maximum threshold, and by tomorrow afternoon, this entire island will explode. All of them will disappear. The mana core continued absorbing energy. Streams of pitch black, dark lights swirled into the center. Stubborn obsession was clear on Turkeys' face. No matter what power they use, they cannot resist the majesty of nature. The world will soon sink into darkness. He faintly curled his lips into an eerie smile. Everything was currently unfolding exactly according to the Black Magic Tower's plan. At the same time, hurried footsteps rang out on the main road outside. Haru ran, while thinking with a splitting headache. Damn it, what exactly is going on? Why would people from the Black Magic Tower appear at the Magical Research Center? He glanced suspiciously behind him. I'm not being followed right now, am I? Turkeys' image slowly surfaced in Haru's mind. And that research director, if he possesses seventh circle magic, that means he is a high-ranking leader of the Black Magic Tower. Why would someone with that much power be on this remote island? A sudden sense of unease filled his heart. Did he come here to eliminate me under Jihan's orders? Haru tried to speed up as his mind raced through one deduction after another. They must know I'm being monitored by the Shadow Guard. So would they really be stupid enough to risk exposing their identity here like this? Tension was clear on his face. Or is their real target not me? Or are they aiming for some kind of event? Haru recalled the island's primitive scenery, the repeated mana surges that had continued to intensify on Benignion Island. Then he remembered the laboratory and Turkey's figure. The fact that the laboratory director was a leader of the Black Magic Tower showed that the Black Magic Tower was plotting something secret and dangerous on this island. Then he remembered the summons he had received. Jihan's order arrived at just the right time, and our training location just happened to be here. A sharp deduction flashed through Haru's mind. If the Black Magic Tower influenced the mana overflow phenomenon and the ley line frenzy on this island, then this is the perfect opportunity to kill me without leaving any clues. The more he thought, the harder he tried to run, but I still don't have clear evidence of that. Haru finally found the key point of the problem. The most important clue definitely still lay inside the island's laboratory. After considering it for a while, he decided to take out his phone and seek help. First, I need to ask Uncle Sukhayan to investigate that laboratory director. No matter what, he had to get everyone off this island safely. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Haru exclaimed in shock. Ships can't leave the island? A person standing guard complained softly. I already told you. The weather today is too bad. No ship can operate right now. Haru could not help clinging to hope. Then what about mana-powered ships? Only ordinary ships are affected by weather, aren't they? The old man gently shook his head. Mana-powered ships cannot run either. The mana density has been fluctuating too much lately and is unstable. The moment we try to start them, the engines overload and explode. We cannot use mana-powered ships, the person beside him added. And there are no mana ship maintenance engineers here either, so there is nothing we can do. Haru clenched his teeth in anger. Did the Black Magic Tower prepare this thoroughly for the situation? Suchan asked in a low voice. What? The ships can't leave the island. Haru nodded cautiously. That's right. I think we'll have to request a mana-powered ship from Incheon Port to come here. Disappointment flashed across Shin Woo's face. In weather this severe, helicopters are useless too. Jin Suk immediately asked. Then should we go back to the training facility and wait there? Haru thought for a moment, then made a suggestion. Let's return to the dormitory for now. He was still conflicted. I can't say anything to everyone yet, because I'm afraid they'll panic. And so they returned together. Things here were indeed becoming far too strange. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Haru opened it and saw that it was a message from Sukhayan. Its contents said that the laboratory director's whereabouts could not be found anywhere on the island. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A leader of the Black Magic Tower vanished without a trace? Why at exactly this time? A huge question arose in Haru's heart. What are they plotting? Just then, rain suddenly began pouring down. Holding an umbrella, he stood before Sukhayan, his voice filled with urgency. Uncle, how is the situation? Sukhayan gently waved his hand and set up a protective barrier. First, let me set up a rain-blocking barrier. Haru immediately got straight to the point. Thank you, Uncle. How's the situation now? Sukhayan replied. After receiving your message, I immediately infiltrated the laboratory to inspect it. He recalled the moment he and his comrades had gone there to investigate. The laboratory was empty. All important data inside had been completely erased. We searched the entire island starting last night, but we found no trace of that man. After hearing that, Haru frowned slightly and thought, strange. Did he achieve his goal here, or did he leave because of something urgent? Either way, he disappeared from the island far too quickly. Sukhayan continued his report. Young master, there's clearly something abnormal about that laboratory. Haru looked at him with a serious gaze. You think so too, don't you, Uncle? He began sinking into thought. Of course, this strange rain may also have been caused by the mana overflow phenomenon. I still can't conclude that the Black Magic Tower withdrew because they completed their goal on this island. After thinking for a while, determination appeared clearly in his eyes. I have to investigate the laboratory again myself. Sukhayan immediately reacted. But we already checked it. However, he suddenly stopped when he remembered In Hyuk, and he could not help quietly praising him in his heart. He always wants to do everything with his own hands. He truly resembles his father. Sukhayan bowed his head and accepted the order. Understood, young master. We will go with you. Haru smiled happily. Thank you, uncle. Suddenly, he screamed in pain. Damn it. Seeing this, Sukhayan could not help worrying. Young master, the rain still continued pouring down, while Haru writhed in agony. What is this sound? Seeing that he was not all right, Sukhayan rushed over. Young master, but the strange sound kept pouring into Haru's ears. It was the sound of mana fluctuations, completely different from the clear fluctuation emitted by his Vatina-style infinite circle. Those sounds seemed to be trying to tear him apart and torture him, as if mana forces were clashing with one another, growling and opposing each other. The sound was coming with tremendous force from the direction of the laboratory. Sukhayan gently patted Haru's back. Young master, are you all right? Haru held his head and replied, I'm fine. More importantly, didn't you hear that sound just now? Sukhayan looked outside suspiciously. Sound? I only hear the wind and rain. Haru could still sense the mana forces opposing one another, and a question arose in his heart. Am I the only one who can hear this groaning of mana? Why is it screaming? Is it trying to warn me about something? Unable to wait any longer, Haru suddenly activated his ability. Divine Eye. Haru's gaze turned straight toward the research building wrapped in magic on the opposite side, and shock filled his heart. What is this? Haru began making deductions. Is this the formation surrounding the laboratory? The inside is filled with unstable mana. Even the slightest touch could cause it to erupt instantly. He recalled what he had observed, dense mana in the air, and the chaotic movement of mana that he could see. Haru could not help worrying. There is a terrifying amount, enough to destroy the laboratory's protective barrier and the center of the mana. At that moment, Haru finally realized what was abnormal. There was no mistaking it. This was a mana eruption disaster. It was the sign that preceded a mana explosion. He angrily blamed himself. Damn it, why didn't I realize it right away at first? Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed out into the rain. Uncle Sukhayan, I'm going to laboratory right now. Sukhayan immediately chased after him. We will go with you. A short while later, the entire group had gathered in front of the laboratory building. Looking at the scene before him, Sukhayan frowned slightly in confusion. What the hell is going on? A subordinate immediately reported. An extremely sturdy defensive formation surrounds the laboratory. This was never here before. They stared cautiously at the formation before them. It was a high-level defensive formation made of 720 magical formulas operating simultaneously. Even if one or two were neutralized, the others would immediately restore them. After calculating for a while, Sukhayan turned back and said to Haru, Young master, it would take at least 10 hours to break this. This is completely abnormal for a laboratory. He looked at Haru with a deep gaze. Young master, do you truly suspect there is something inside? Haru immediately replied, yes, though I'm not absolutely certain. Certainty was now clear in his eyes. I suspect there are explosives inside, and not just any explosives, something powerful enough to flatten all of Benign Ion Island. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, confusion filling their eyes. Haru gently raised his hand and gathered his power. A short while later, once enough power had accumulated, he began to act. First, I will destroy this formation. Lightning erupted with thunderous cracks, and a tremendously powerful stream of energy struck straight into the formation, creating explosions that shook the sky. A subordinate looked inside anxiously. There are still 719 formations left. The magic circle began to change. The mana inside was expanding at an extremely rapid pace and was about to overflow. Haru turned around and ordered, please step back a little. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Elena's teachings and began exerting his power. Every formation has a weakness. That's right. As long as I break even one formula, the concentrated energy will exceed the formation's self-repair capacity, and it will collapse through a domino effect. Elena's instruction had been deeply engraved in his mind, helping Haru find a gap and dismantle the formation. His next attack was stronger and more ferocious than before. It was a formation dispel. Everyone was shocked by the result. What? Impossible. The formation. Haru stood firmly before everyone's astonished gazes. It's gone. Sukhayan stammered in disbelief. Young master, I heard you recently reached the fifth circle, but a subordinate also nodded, acknowledging his strength. I'm also a fifth circle mage, but young master Haru's magic. They hesitated without speaking, but inwardly, they were silently filled with awe. It was on a completely different level, but Haru paid no attention to those thoughts. Let's go inside. Sometime later, outside, the rain was still pouring down in sheets. The group quickly entered. Just as expected, the laboratory seemed to have been abandoned. Haru led the group this way. Seeing the walls speckled with mana, Haru frowned slightly. Dense mana is being compressed. There is something strange about this wall. He immediately used his power to inspect it. Disturbance. A passage suddenly appeared before Haru's eyes. Looking at the endless staircase before him, he silently guessed the entrance to a secret basement. Sukhayan stepped forward and took responsibility. We will go in first. Young master, please follow behind. Haru nodded slightly. All right. They slowly entered the cold basement filled with demonic energy. When they arrived below, Sukhayan froze for a moment. Young master. Haru immediately confirmed it. That's right. They stared closely at the gigantic machine before them. The source of the mana eruption disaster on Benign Ion Island was an uncontrolled mass of mana. What drew their attention the most was the mana core stone placed at the center of the machine. A mana core stone was a high-density source of mana energy, usually formed in places where mana was extremely condensed. As for its origin, mana core stones were usually located deep underground and released mana through earth dragon veins, passages through which mana escaped, which were called mana veins. They emerged on the surface layer of the land. Mana escaped in different places, and regions where many mana veins converged would have exceptionally high mana density. Doubt suddenly arose in Haru's heart. What exactly are they trying to do? Sukhayan began analyzing. Unbelievable. They dug up and researched a mana core stone. One subordinate continued furiously. These people are truly insane. They are clearly holding a mana core stone illegally. Hearing that, Haru merely frowned slightly, his eyes still fixed on the machine. Haru immediately thought of turkeys. There was no doubt that this was the work of the Black Magic Tower, but the research director's identity was still a mystery. He looked at the gigantic machine before him and began thinking of what to do. First, they had to resolve the current situation. Sukhayan slowly spoke. Young master, in the past, a nation conducted experiments on a mana core stone, and the result was an explosion that wiped out half of their territory. But as he looked at the massive machinery before him, his voice sank. Even if we warn everyone and evacuate the entire island right now, with a reaction this violent, I do not know how much time is left. Haru calmly stood before it and said, "Let me take a look." He began opening his divine eye. Very quickly, Haru was drawn into a mass of strange characters and formations. The information left him shaken. There is too much information. Even with Divine Eye, I can't process it all. But there was one thing he was certain of: how much time everyone had left. An alarm bell rang in Haru's heart. Only 1 hour remains. Benign Ion Island will explode in 1 hour. After the inspection ended, Haru's body suddenly weakened, causing everyone to surround him in worry. Young master, he pushed everyone aside, his voice ringing out decisively. I'm Phoenix. More importantly, it seems the mana core stone will erupt within the next 60 minutes. Everyone froze, horror clear in their eyes. Only 1 hour? Sukhayan stepped forward to steady them. Now is no longer the time to tremble in fear. Haru nodded in agreement. Right, time is far too short. Sukhayan looked toward the machine and spoke. Haru understood what he meant and continued. That's right. Determination was clear in Haru's eyes. We have no choice but to stabilize the mana core stone. However, as he observed that stone, worry began to rise in his heart. But how can we control a mana core stone? There has never been a precedent anywhere in the world of stopping a mana core stone from going berserk. Haru closed his eyes and began focusing his thoughts. First, I need to analyze the mana core stone. The knowledge he had learned flowed into his mind one piece at a time. According to what I read in Mimia's Book of Knowledge, accurately determining the location of a mana core stone is nearly impossible. The reason is that they lie deep beneath the mantle in the Earth's core. However, difficulties arise even when one is close to the ground. The range over which mana spreads is still extremely wide, making it impossible to determine the exact location. Once excavated, a mana core stone's energy declines because the surrounding geological structure has changed, and it no longer functions as it originally did. But inside that machine, this mana core stone is still operating completely normally. Haru ground his teeth in anger. "What did those bastards from the Black Magic Tower do to this thing?" he said, forcing out each word. "Damn it." He looked up helplessly at the machine. "We have far too little information." As Haru remained lost in thought, a hand gently came to rest on his shoulder. Haru turned around in surprise. "Uncle Sukhayan." Sukhayan smiled at him. "Young master, you do not need to shoulder all the responsibility alone." Haru froze as Sukhayan continued. "All of us are here with you." Haru quietly steadied himself. "Yes, you're right. Thank you, sincerely." Even so, the resolve in his eyes did not fade. Haru immediately gave an order. "Right now, we have far too little data. Gather every piece of information related to the mana core stone." Sukhayan quickly turned to leave. "I will report this to the master." Haru answered politely, "Yes, I'm sorry to trouble you." At that moment, all the resentment in Haru's heart seemed to vanish, because inwardly he thought, "Right now, I don't even have the time to blame Father or the Blue Magic Tower Master. There's only 1 hour left. I have to find a way to stop this mana eruption disaster." At the great mage Tangyop family headquarters, Inhyuk stood by the window, listening gravely to a call. "Understood. Only 1 hour remains before the mana core stone explodes." He quietly reached out and ended the connection. There is no time to delay. A dangerous glint flashed in Inhyuk's eyes. "But if my son is about to face death, I cannot sit still and wait." He put on his coat, then left, not forgetting to instruct his guards. "It's me. Mobilize every mana-powered ship that can depart immediately." Inhyuk's voice was cold to the extreme. "And dispatch every mage of the 7th circle or higher." Meanwhile, Haru was still continuing to investigate the information when useful data suddenly appeared. A subordinate ran over, breathless. "Young master, I found the research logs." Haru hurriedly replied, "Good. Show them to me." The necessary data immediately appeared on the screen below, but what stunned him was the countdown ticking away. Haru's voice rang out in frustration. "Damn it, there's an overwhelming amount of data, and it's counting down by the second." Layer after layer of data appeared, but time continued to pass, causing a thought to flash through his mind. Is this a system that destroys its data after being accessed? No matter who finds these records, they will only sink into despair and head toward death. Haru immediately turned and asked, "Are there backups?" The subordinate reported at once. "Everything is encrypted. We need more time to decode it." As Haru was deep in thought, the subordinate suddenly spoke again. "Young master." Haru answered in an irritated tone, "I'll analyze all the data right here." At that moment, he could not help thinking of the dark forces. "I never expected to find direct traces of the Black Magic Tower here. The connection between the Black Magic Tower and Shin Jihan is still only a hypothesis." Dark thoughts kept closing in on Haru. "Me? Am I going to die here right now?" Jihan's contemptuous smile seemed to have carved itself into his mind. "And everyone else will die because of me? Don't make me laugh. Shin Jihan, I will survive and drag him down to hell with my own hands." Haru began muttering as he looked through the ley line. "The mana core stone." Then he shouted impatiently, "That's it. That's exactly it." But then Haru sank back into thought. "But how do we disperse the energy? We don't have enough manpower." No, he gradually made up his mind. There's no other choice. Haru immediately turned and gave an order. "Hurry, call the entire team here at once. And bring my bag from the dormitory, too." Outside, the rain continued to pour without stopping. A short while later, Haru's friend arrived. "That is the mana core stone, and it will explode in about 40 minutes. Correct?" he said slowly. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to survive, we have to control this thing." Shinwoo frowned slightly. "So, this is the cause of the abnormal weather we've been having." Hee-sun could not hide her surprise either. "Damn it, if we don't act, our lives will be over in 40 minutes. Jin Suk glanced over suspiciously. "What do you mean, if we don't act? You already have a plan, don't you?" Haru said as he accepted an item from a subordinate. "Yes, of course I do." He looked at everyone with determined eyes. "I called you all here to deal with the rage of the mana core stone." Then Haru opened the box. Inside were 4 small vials. "This is what's translated as the Blessed Mana's secret elixir. It only works on mages below the 5th circle." He took them out and continued his analysis. It greatly increases the speed of mana absorption. Suchan looked slightly curious. Why did you bring something like that? Is it safe? Haru calmly answered. I formulated it myself and tested it. It isn't poison. Both Shinwoo and Suchan were shocked. You drank it yourself? You really made something like that yourself? And Haru held the 4 vials in his hands and continued. There are 4 bottles left. With these, we can release the mana core stone's energy through the mana veins. A gleam flashed in Haru's eyes. This is the specific plan. He began explaining in detail. The mana core stone on Bananayan Island is currently out of control, and the mana veins that discharge its energy are also extremely unstable. When the blessed mana secret elixir is used, the body undergoes changes in response. On those unstable veins, once the elixir was absorbed and magical energy was received, Haru's friends would head outside and act. The immense energy from the mana core stone would be released through the unstable mana veins, throwing those veins into chaos as well. They slowly moved out to survey the surrounding areas. At that point, the chaotic mana veins would cause an energy overflow. Mana would release itself into the atmosphere, and the mana core stone would gradually stabilize. Suddenly, Haru stopped, his voice lowering slightly. But there is one problem. As I explained, someone has to take the elixir and carry out energy conduction on the unstable mana veins. His friends split into groups to carry out the task. A terrifying amount of energy suddenly flooded into their bodies, surpassing anything they had ever experienced before. In the worst-case scenario, the person who drinks the elixir will lose control. Haru's warning still echoed in Hannah's ears, making her extremely anxious. Without hesitation, Adela drank the entire vial. Every word Haru had spoken seemed to urge her into action. They might be risking their lives. Adela did not hesitate and began moving. We are out of time. We have to start immediately. At that moment, Haru remained behind to monitor the machine, but worry constantly churned in his heart. I'll stay at this position until the very end. Because I have to control the mana core stone, I can't go to the mana vein sites. So right now, I'll designate who uses the elixir and moves to the mana veins. Adela had already begun acting. Shinwoo held a vial in his hand, but there was still some hesitation on his face. Ma Jin-suk had already drunk the elixir, and Senior Jean Hee-sun gripped the vial tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Burning resolve was clear in everyone's eyes. Haru took a deep breath and announced, I'm sending energy into all of you. The rain on the island still showed no sign of stopping. Hee-sun's group arrived at their destination and began reporting. We have reached mana vein number 4. Worry was evident in Haru's eyes. Senior Jean Hee-sun, please be ready. Hee-sun said nothing, only lowering her eyes to look at the vial in her hand. After thinking for a moment, she decided to speak. Haru, I want to ask you a few quick questions. The key to solving this problem is the ability to control energy, not one's magic circle level, correct? Mana control is the most important thing, isn't it? Haru, on the other side of the screen, nodded without hesitation. Yes, that is completely correct. Hearing that, Hee-sun changed her mind. In that case, it would be better to let Suchan handle this instead of me. Suchan flinched in surprise. Huh, me? There was no wavering in her eyes. Haru, you know it too. Suchan controls mana better than I do. Haru hesitated inwardly. Hee-sun's voice continued to ring out. In a situation this serious, the person with even a slightly better ability than the others should take on this important task. Suchan trembled faintly. Senior, she continued, encouraging him. You have worked harder than anyone else. Now help us, Ji Suchan. He slowly accepted the vial. Suchan looked at it for a while without saying anything. After a moment, Suchan decided to gather all his courage and accept the task. All right, I'll do it. I can withstand the pressure. Suchan turned to look at Haru. Are you sure about this decision, Haru? Haru did not answer immediately and sighed softly. But then he smiled, his eyes filled with trust. I'm sure. I'm putting my faith in you, Ji Suchan. At that moment, the rain was still falling. Turkeys lightly picked up his phone. He watched the scene and laughed with delight. So it begins. Turkeys casually walked out in front of the swimming pool. Today will be a very special day. His gaze stopped on the gloomy horizon, his tone filled with satisfaction. It is time to enjoy the luxurious presidential suite. Suddenly, his phone rang. Turkeys cheerfully answered the call. Yes, hello, honored client. Jihan's furious voice immediately came through. My father discovered that the mana core stone is malfunctioning. He gritted his teeth angrily. What are we supposed to do now? Turkeys replied fearlessly in a mocking tone. Well, in this situation, I won't be doing anything at all. The angry voice on the other end thundered. What? Jihan could no longer hold back and shouted wildly. What did you say? Do you know how much of my money you've swallowed? Turkey's face remained as calm as ever. What I just said may have sounded a bit unpleasant. It is not that I am doing nothing. He looked up at the sky and wore a dark smile. It is that now I no longer need to do anything. At that moment, whirlpools of water were already swirling around the island, enveloping it. Bananayan Island was now completely isolated. Turkeys leisurely lay down on a sun lounger. Even if the clan head, an 8th circle mage, intervenes by the time he arrives, that island will be nothing but ashes. Looking at the whirlpools before him, he grew even more pleased. Whether we act or not, Shin Haru will die there. So let us simply take our time and enjoy the show, my dear client. Jihan still frowned suspiciously. What? You were simply lucky that the storm made everything favorable for your scheme. Aren't you being too arrogant now? Turkeys glanced at the screen with sharp eyes. It seems there is a misunderstanding here. His voice became increasingly crazed. Do you truly think everything happening right now is a coincidence? That a storm just happened to arrive at such a crucial moment? That stunned Jihan once again. What? Turkeys slowly explained. Right before the mana core stone explodes, the mana currents collapse and all the mages disappear. The storm strikes, and every transport port is sealed off. He gently moved his hand, controlling the swirling currents. The storm will absorb mana from the mana core stone. In this situation, even flight magic and teleportation items cannot be used. Turkey's eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you still think all of this is random? Only then did Jihan realize it with a start. So you mean everything was arranged and planned in advance? Turkeys continued leisurely. The explosion will occur on Bananayan Island within 1 hour. In other words, the assassination plan against Shin Haru will be completed. But Jihan still did not seem to believe it. But what if he survives? A sinister smile appeared on Turkey's face. If some miracle allows him to survive, I will finish him off myself. Then he waved his hand lightly. So stop whining pointlessly and prepare a party for me. If there is nothing else, I will hang up now. Jihan seemed to want to say more. Hey. Turkeys ended the call without the slightest hesitation. His smile grew more and more twisted and horrifying. Turkey sat there calmly, watching everything. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. On the archipelago's side, a pillar of light appeared, piercing through the layers of cloud. Turkey sprang to his feet in astonishment. Light! He stared trembling toward the archipelago. Impossible. Turkeys ground his teeth softly, his voice filled with hatred. Damn it, Shin Haru. His bloodshot eyes revealed his rage. You really are far too exceptional. At that moment, Adeliside was still focused on taking action. Mana vein number 1 has begun mana transfer. Adela poured all her strength into the coordination process, sweat rolling down her forehead. Shinwu's side was also focusing with everything they had. Mana vein number 2 has also begun mana transfer. Jin Suk did not let his attention slip for even a moment. Mana vein number 3 here has also begun mana transfer. Suchan drank the elixir in one breath. Mana vein number 4 has entered mana transfer status. After that, he immediately entered his most focused state. Watching everyone struggle with all their might, Haru thought to himself, everyone, I'm placing all my hopes in you. The mana core stone was still operating without pause. Everyone was carrying out mana transfer. The swirling mana inside the mana core stone had begun to disperse. The mana flow was changing, becoming more balanced. Sukhayan entered and reported, the connections to each vein are gradually stabilizing as well. Another subordinate continued, we are using connections and power unaffected by the weather. Images of Haru's companions became clear before his eyes. We will display the images through hologram. Suddenly, an alert appeared, making Haru worry. Mana eruption at vein number 1. Exhausted, Adela coughed up a mouthful of blood. He immediately ordered, hurry, get Adela away from that mana vein. The support personnel quickly helped Adela leave. The core of this plan was to cause a mana eruption. There was no need to continue mana transfer at veins that had already erupted. Another report came in. Lady Adela is safe and receiving first aid. Next came a report from Shinwu's position. Mana eruption at vein number 2 as well. Kong Shinwu is also receiving prompt first aid. Haru stood silently, observing the machine. The mana core stone's energy was clearly decreasing. The next eruption occurred at vein number 3. The support personnel immediately surrounded him. Hang in there, Jin-suk. Haru looked anxiously at the control panel. Now only mana vein number 4 remained. What is the current status of vein number 4? At that moment, the atmosphere at mana vein number 4 grew suffocatingly tense. He-sun called out softly, "Su-chan." He did not answer, only letting out a few low groans of pain. Seeing Su-chan's condition, Haru's nerves stretched to the breaking point. Su-chan's mana transfer process was not functioning properly. At this rate, before the mana in vein number 4 could erupt, Su-chan would die first.